Hindi pa masapol ikaw dito speaker.
Iya.
Taka napiksa unay.
Handa ko ang headset ka.
Mamangusar.
Kasi na. Ano ko lang.
Ay, ano mo nagsawa ak mangagda?
Oh.
May nagadano. Naulit-ulit. Na ito'y diin. Hangko ngayon na inayon gayam dito.
Ate Pog sila.
Awan mo?
Okay.
Ayan, long ayan.
Naka-video ka ba?
Morning po.
Good morning.
Morning.
Present.
Long day to yak, masapol ma scam. Wow.
Ni Manong Rachel Pastor.
Hello, Roxanne.
Nakukumbar mo ngayon.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, adulong.
We will not be following the list that you have submitted to us. We will, in the afternoon, we will have the final defense of Belesa, Costina, Dr. Luero, and Olnozen.
Okay, ma'am.
Yung mga PhD, mahuhuli sila. Mamayang
Yes,
hapon
ma'am.
sila. We will start with Legazpi, followed by Nebres, and then Samonte.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so you have to advise the participants here because they might be using mobile data. Instead that I will be bringing them to the waiting room, they can leave the meeting room yet. Or gusto nila nasa waiting room sila.
Yes, ma'am.
If they have good internet connection, then they can stay at the waiting room. Roxanne.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige. So you can tell already Miss Jessica to prepare. She can lead first the prayer before we will start. Or anybody from the group here to start the prayer. Roxanne.
Ma'am, I will just be leading the prayer na lang po. Okay, let's pray po. Yes, Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this time and opportunity that you have given us. We thank you, Lord, for this wonderful morning, wonderful day, O God. And Lord, as we face, O God, Lord, this oral defense, be the one, O God, Lord, to be with us. We pray, O God, Lord, sa aming mga presenters, O Father, that you would present, O Father, yung kanilang presentation. Guide them, O Father, give them that confidence, that knowledge and wisdom, Father, that they needed, O Father. We pray as well for our panels and chairperson, Father. We pray, O God, Lord, that you would be the one to give them as well that strength as well to finish, O God, Lord, defense, Panginoon. Lord, we lift up to you all this day, Panginoon, and give us strength, knowledge, and wisdom, Panginoon, all throughout this day as we finish, Panginoon, yung aming oral defense, O Father. We thank you, Lord, for the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name, pray. Amen.
Kakikanta na po, mapanta na lang di tayo di ko ito.
Thank you, Ma'am Roxanne.
Ma'am, I guess Ma'am Ligaspi is not yet around since mahina ata ang signal. Nasa Ifugao din po siya right now. I guess we can proceed. Po.
Nakain naman siya.
Ayun, Ma'am Ligaspi.
Minta na baka awan ka. Ay, nan. Hello,
Ma'am
ma'am.
Ligaspi. Ma'am Jessica.
Garot. So, adapin man ang pagpagano. Sige, ma'am, data on.
Good morning to everyone. Hello. So,
Morning, ma'am.
are the expected presenters present?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We will be starting with Jessica Legaspi. But anyway, before we start, would like to introduce ourselves. I am your president, Eva Marico Damon Dugyon, and I'll be chairing this defense. And we have here also with us the Dean of the College of Distance Education and Transnational Education, Dr. Jengjeg Bolintao, to sit as one of your panel of evaluators. So we are here to help and guide you to complete your paper and not to make your life hard, no? So let us help each other, no? Right? So let us start. If Miss Jessica is not around, then we can proceed with the other presenters. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I guess we can proceed to Ma'am Nebres po. Ma'am Nebres.
Sir Ramil.
Yes, ma'am.
Kaya nakaset na na after lahat ng hagat bago kayo naririnig ba ako, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sige po. Kasi yung mga nandito ay ilalagay ko muna sila sa waiting room. Yung panel, tsaka yung presenter lang ang nandito muna sa meeting room. And please, for
Okay,
the
ma'am.
participants, Ma'am Roxanne, will you please tell them to change their name so that we know who to admit in the room? Sino si 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Ma'am, I guess she's Ma'am Nebres po. Tama Nebres po.
Sige, palitan na lang niya pangalan niya. Okay, Ma'am Nebres, you can start your presentation.
Okay, please proceed with your presentation, Miss Nebres. Sino ba dito? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Can you hear us? Is the audio okay?
Okay, kanya.
Oh.
When Ma'am Teresita, hindi ka namin marinig.
Miss Nebres, we cannot hear you. You do not have audio.
Ma'am, pa-check na lang po sa microphone po.
Okay na. You already have. We can hear you already. Ay siya. Akala ko. Bakit?
Alisin mo na lang headphone mo, Ma'am Nebres.
Hello? Hello? In as much as Miss Nebres is facing internet problem, can we proceed with the Alison Gail Samonte so that we could already start? And in the interest of time, is Samonte here? Oh, wala siya. Naawan daw.
Sorry ma'am, nasa computer shop daw siya and hindi na maayos or inaayos pa lang po ma'am yung audio po.
Okay. So, will we be waiting for her or we will proceed with Miss Samonte if she's present in the Zoom?
Yes ma'am, we can proceed po. I'll just check kung nandito po siya.
Miss Samonte proposal. Kunin, nakit adunit na. Sige, tikan punti agay ko. Inyati ko na dahil implementation of freedom of information law. Ito, yung 2.8.
Naku, nasan na sila?
Ma'am, wala ba sa waiting room si Ma'am Samonte po?
Wala. Si Legaspi, si Biyaan, pero hindi pa na-print ang papel ni Biyaan. Edmond Wakat. Meron ba tayong Edmond Wakat?
We don't have ma'am.
Bakit na? Ay, sino to? Baka sa tabok. Ide.
While waiting, may we also recognize and acknowledge the participation and attendance here in our Zoom meeting. Ma'am Georgina Ducaiso as one of our panel of evaluators. Pleasant morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Tapno isulatan ti umununan. Si Constina. Maggarod. Dahito. Sige ma'am, tag-present. Samante. Nempres. Tayo na pa ilang. Legaspi. Inya. Roxanne. Kaso 1, 2.
Sino ito?
Ma'am Nebres, hindi pa po namin kayo marinig.
Naka-mute si Miss Nebres.
Ma'am, pa-unmute na lang po, ma'am. Ma'am Nebres. Oh,
Siya. Ay. Dati ma'am. Agree ma'am. Jesus. Ma'am Nebres. Wala pa rin Roxanne. Walang marinig, ma'am. Walang marinig, ma'am.
While Miss Nebres is fixing her connection, can we start with the other presenters who may be ready already? Wala talaga si Miss Nebres. So let's start with somebody who is already ready. Yung proposal lang. Sige, sige. Okay. Dr. Jeng Jeng, can you identify who may be ready to present?
Yes. Roxanne, perhaps we can start already with the PhD.
yes, ma'am, please. I guess ready na po yung ating mga PhD po.
Sige, we will start with Ma'am Constina. Costina. For the other panel of Ifugao State University, they will, because we cannot contact, they will have paper review. Okay. When, ma'am? Ma'am Nancy. Roxanne, makontak mo si Ma'am Nancy.
Yes, ma'am. I'm calling her po.
Okay, nandyan na.
Ma'am Nancy. Mukhang hindi ka namin marinig, ma'am.
Miss Nancy, you do not have any audio. We cannot hear you.
Roxanne,
Yes, ma'am.
saan na yung mga magpre-present?
Ma'am, mukhang audio ang problema nila, ma'am eh.
Kaya nga.
Roxanne,
Yes, ma'am.
baka pwede na si Aisa.
Ma'am Gentulia po.
Leia.
Ma'am Jeng po. How is it po? Mas si Ma'am Gentulia po. Baka pwedeng siya po. Mukhang mas ready yung iba.
Natoy man niya.
Ma'am Nancy. Wala talaga. I'm trying to fix po my mic, ma'am. Sabi ni Ma'am Nancy po.
Okay, so who is ready?
Ma'am, I guess Ma'am Gentolea Aisa daw po is ready. Nasa waiting room po siya. And
Gentolea.
yes, ma'am.
All right. Dr. Jeng Jeng, let's proceed with Miss Isa Gentolea.
Nandito na. Ay, sa waiting room? Pinapasok na po. Sige po. Sige po. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Narinig po ba ako?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Ma'am Aisa, sino po ang advisor niyo?
Si Ma'am Dukaiso po, ma'am.
Oh, so sino ang external panel natin, Ma'am Roxanne?
Mag-panel review na lang po, ma'am. Si
Sino?
Ma'am, si Sir Martin po.
Okay, para ma-note namin dito.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir Martin.
Okay na po.
You share your screen, ma'am. Okay.
Nakikita na po ba? Nakikita na, ma'am?
Oo.
Visit. So, good morning po sa aking panelists, to everyone, good morning po. Ba't ako kinakabahan? Anyways, from the previous proposal po, these are the recommendations or the remarks during my first defense. So, let me just make a quick check on it. So first of all, yung title ko po, from previous a research proposal on the perception of grade 7 students, the panelists had recommended homework completion of grade 7 to 10 students. So I had changed it. You can check for the title page. And then in the introduction, they had recommended to add more relative literature with a minimum of 30 citations. And I was able to add 35 citations. You can check on the references po later on. Theoretical conceptual framework to adjust in accordance with the revised title. I had also incorporated it. Paradigm of the study to adjust accordingly. That is on page 24. Page 24. Okay, I had also incorporated the said recommendation. For the statement of the problem, all the questions were changed since I'm on part of sex and grade level. So, dalawa po yung focus ko na dyan, sex and grade level. So, you can see on pages 25 to 26 po. Hypothesis, it was also changed accordingly on page 27. For methodology, there were no recommendations for the method. Research environment, I had included the map of Luwakan, our school, on page 28. And then for the respondents, you can see on page 30 yung distribution po ng aking mga respondents. Page 30. And on the gathering instrument for the questionnaires, I, the researcher, had made my own questions, but it was tested po muna for validity. And since it is a tryout and dry run for the questionnaires, okay, I used 20 respondents who are not part or who are not included in the actual respondents of the studies. In particular, I used the senior high students po, since the respondents of my studies are junior high, so I asked the senior high students to answer the questionnaires. And the result of the dry run were subjected to the Cronbach Alpha, wherein it is a measure of internal consistency, that is how closely related a set of items are as a group. And the result is 0.82, which is interpreted as good internal consistency, which means that all the items of the study are correlated. Okay. And for the references, all citations in chapter 1 and 2 are written in the references. So as I've said, I have used I added 35 citations from the previous citations that I posted. And then preferably 2006 and above. Although I had used yung may mga earlier years po, because I think they are significant still. And I arranged the references alphabetically, and I used alpha format for my references. Okay na po ba? Okay na po.
Are you done, Miss Aiza?
Yes, ma'am, dun sa recommendations.
Okay.
Okay na po? Proceed na po ba ako?
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, nakikita po ba yung screen, yung nakikita po?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, so again, my title is Homework Completion of Grade 7 to 10 Students. Wherein, as a little background, I want to check the perception, the participation level, and the time management of the grade 7 to 10 students, okay, in terms of homework completion. So here are the findings. Okay, in the first problem, what are the perceptions of students towards completing their homework in relation to sex and grade level? So first findings, in relation to sex, both males and females are motivated to accomplish their homework as they see the importance of doing it. This motivation is driven by their perception that homework plays an important role in their learning process, such as learning new concepts, gaining additional points, clarification of unfinished discussions, and learning independently. So, kung titignan, yes po?
You slideshow your presentation.
Hindi po ba nakikita?
Hindi siya naka-slideshow.
Ay, sorry. Okay na po?
Okay.
So, saan ba ako? These findings contradicts Regala of 2012 study stating that Filipino students have a lot of negative assumptions toward homework. So in the findings, it showed that both males and females perceive homework as important. So in addition, both males and females know that a wasted effort for the learning process of the homework is uh, not uh, parang they disagree with that kind of uh, uh, mentality. Now, in terms of jotting down notes, female students are more engaged than male students. Kasi kung titignan po natin sa question number 9, ito lang po yung pinagkaiba nila. Going through my homework, I am able to jot down questions to ask my teacher for clarification. The male students disagree, whereas the female students disagree. I agree, sorry. This study corroborates with the findings of Hader in 2016, Jackson 2007, and Kahn 2006, where they identified that male students show less academic effort and lower academic achievement than do female students. This only implies that though homework is perceived as important by both sexes, yet male students give less interest in digging more concept from the homework. Also, Hager and Kerr had pointed out in their studies that self-discipline is a predictor of effort and academic attainment. Thus, accomplishment of homework for both males and females need extra effort and discipline in order to produce a better expected outcome. Okay. In conclusion, both males and females are motivated to accomplish their homework as they see the importance of doing it. Female students, however, are more engaged in jotting down, while male students give less interest in digging more concept from the homework. So as a recommendation, in terms of teaching strategies, the students are to be encouraged in crafting at least 2 questions probably from the given task, which may be a product of their queries, analysis, or reflection to current issues. In terms of grading level, you can see that in table 4, 5, 6, and 7, okay, in comparison, all the grade level perceive the importance of accomplishing their homework. Okay, so we are going to look at it. Ay, ito pala. Yes. We're going to look at it. Okay. All the grade level perceive the importance of accomplishing homework. This study corroborates the findings of Cherry in 2017, wherein she said, students are motivated to do their homework because of intrinsic factors, such as reward or benefits received from completion. In addition, findings agree on the study of Aravind in 2019, Cooper, Robinson, and Fatal, that through homework, students will have an in-depth understanding to new concepts as they spend more time doing it. Thus, all the grade level perceive the importance of accomplishing this homework. However, in contrast, grade 7 and 8 students are able to jot down questions for clarification, while grade 9 and 10 do not. So kung titingnan po natin, grade 7 agree, yung grade 9 and 10 po ay nagdi-disagree. So, this data corroborates the findings of Kakar, actually in 2011, that the higher grade level, kapag mas mataas daw po yung grade level ng bata, the lower interest in doing their homework. So in conclusion, all the grade level perceived the importance of accomplishing their homework and understood homework as a graded task that needs to be given effort in accomplishing it. As a recommendation, teachers during the discussion can be able to use jotted down questions as an area of discussion or graded recitation. Kasi later on, we will also understand that giving points is important in the making or in the participation level of the students in terms of making homework or completion of homework. Next, problem 2. Is there a significant difference in the perception of students towards completing their homework in relation to sex and grade level. So kung titingnan po natin, there is no significant difference. Hypothesis says there is no significant difference in the perception of the male and female and each grade level in completing their homework. Findings, as we can see in table 3, okay, findings show that there is no significant difference between the perceptions of male and female towards completion of homework. So as we can see, since the P value is greater than 0.05, this means that there is no significant difference. This contradicts the findings of Hayder in 2016, Jackson in 2007, and Kohn in 2006, where they identified that male students show less academic effort and lower academic achievement than do female students. Thus, homework completion is both female and male as important part. Okay, they perceive homework completion as important. In terms of grade level, we can see that also in table 8. Table 8, there is no significant difference between the perceptions of the different grade level towards completion of homework. We can see still that the p-value is greater than 0.05. This study corroborates the findings of Cherry in 2017, wherein students are motivated to do their homework because of extrinsic factors such as rewards or benefits they receive upon completion. Kaya nga po yung recommendation ko kanina, teachers can use this in their teaching strategies. Okay, they should use the homework as part of the recitations in the next days. Okay, in addition, findings agree on the study of Aravin, Cooper, Robinson, and Patel that through homework, students will have an in-depth understanding to new concepts as they spend more time doing it. Conclusion, there is no significant difference between the perceptions of males and females and a different grade level towards completion of homework. Thus, homework completion is both perceived as important by both males and females and by every grade level. The school, as a recommendation, having the result of the study through the guidance office or through the curriculum department, can conduct a symposium to students and parents in order to help build positive response of students and parents towards homework completion. I think kahit na nag-positive, although there is no significant difference, we can still orient them or motivate them or encourage them to see that homework completion is still important. Problem number 3. Problem number 3. What is the participation level of students in completing their homework according to sex and according to grade level? So in table 9, we can see there that findings show that both males and females agree in the participation of students towards homework completion. It is only noted, however, that male students disagree that homework is done alone. So kung titingnan po natin dito, in the question number 1, I do my homework alone. I don't need others' help. So as a result, male students disagreed while male students agreed. So kung titingnan po natin sa table na to, okay? Male students disagree in doing their homework while female students agree. The data implies that female students have higher level of participation in the aspect of independency compared to male students. This study again corroborates with the findings of Hayder, Jackson, and Kohn, where they identified that male students show less academic effort and lower academic achievement than do the female students. In conclusion, both males and females have higher participation level towards homework completion. However, result implies that female students have higher level of participation in the aspect of independency compared to male students. In recommendation, in terms of teaching strategies, the students are to be encouraged in crafting at least 2 questions from the given task, which may be a product of their queries, analysis, or reflection current issues. So, still the same recommendation po in terms of perception. So yung recommendation ko po, gagawa pa rin sila ng question. We motivate the students through teaching strategies to participate in making their homework. At least kapag sila mismo yung gumawa ng homework, they can make at least 2 questions to be asked the following day. Okay, in terms of grade level, you can see that in table 11, 12, 13, and 14, all the different grade levels agree that participation is important to homework completion. It is only noted that grade 7 students prefer doing their homework with their parents or siblings' assistance. On the other hand, grade 10 students' participation is affected by the difficulty level. So, titingnan po natin dito, number 3, I prefer doing my homework with my classmates through brainstorming. Only grade 7 had disagreed. Kasi if you are going to check also the table, they are more on working with their parents or family or siblings. So this corroborates the findings of Datu and Valdez in 2016, stating that when students, parents, and teachers work collaboratively in the homework completion, higher performance and the objective of homework making are achieved. So thus, the objective of homework as defined by the Center for Public Education is to allow further understanding to a topic through the help of parents and guidance of their teachers. In terms of for grade 10, in question number 9, we can note there that only the grade 10 had disagreed. Okay? So, titingnan po natin, sabi dyan is, I answer all the questions and research and research it despite its difficulty level. So, only the grade 10 had disagreed. Okay? So, this result contradicts Kakar in 2011's finding that middle schoolers positively experience homework with companions and outside school, while higher schoolers report positive experiences when doing homework alone and at home. Okay. In conclusion, all grade levels have higher level of participation towards homework completion than that of the non-participation. Their participation, however, is at different type of assistance. But even though I still, the findings would still say that they are still participating in their homework completion. As a recommendation, teachers can craft take-home activities that may involve parental guidance or monitoring in order for homework completion to accomplish at home. Later on, sa may aking pong proposal, isinama ko po dyan yung parental involvement. Hindi lang po parental involvement, kasama na rin po ang peer-to-peer involvement in the monitoring of their homework para makita po natin yung participation level po ng mga bata. Okay, problem number 4. Is there a significant difference in the participation level of students in completing their homework according to sex and grade level? Hypothesis says there is no significant difference in the participation of the male and female and each grade level in completing their homework. As we can see in table 10, okay, there is no significant difference between the participation level of male and female towards completion of homework. So, mas mataas pa rin po yung value ng P. Also in grade level, table 15, there is still no significant difference between the participation level of the different grade levels, as we can see that the P value is greater than 0.05. So findings show that there is no significant difference. Thus, this would contradict Kakar's finding in 2011 that higher grades have lower interest in doing homework. So still, we can say that there is no significant difference. In conclusion, there is no significant difference between the participation level of male and female and the different grade level towards completion of homework. Thus, both males and females and by every grade level directly involved in the completion of homework. As a recommendation, we can do further studies or further research, especially in this new normal, where students' participation in the module making can be in comparison with the students' participation towards homework completion. Problem number 5. What are the time management strategies of students in completing their homework according to sex and grade level? Table 16, okay, shows that both males and females can manage their time effectively to accomplish their homework. So this study, as presented by Klesans et al. In 2007, that time management exerts a positive influence on students' learning outcomes. It is noted, however, that female students are more conscious on deadlines compared to male students. So, titingnan po natin dito, ito lang po yung pinagkaiba nila. In question number 11, I don't care about deadlines, so I submit my homework late. Males disagree, females strongly disagree. So, this result corroborates to the findings of Liu et al. In 2009, wherein females in this aspect were reported with higher levels of both meeting deadlines and planning. So still, as we can see, there is no significant difference. No? Both males and females can manage their time effectively to accomplish their homework. Female students, however, are more conscious of deadlines compared to male students. So as a recommendation, as the result had shown males' lesser consciousness of deadlines, it is recommended to further study males students' performance with regards to time management. So, pwede po nating kunin pa rin yung level ng kanilang participation, yung level po ng kanilang time management in terms of their performance. Okay? With lesser consciousness of deadlines, does this behavior affect their performance in terms of homework completion, and what are the reasons behind such behavior? So, further studies can be done through this or with this. Right. Next, in terms of grade level, table 18, 19, 20, and 21, all the different grade levels can manage their time in terms of homework completion. It is only observable that grade 9 students prefer doing their homework at school before going home. So, titingnan po natin, yung grade 9 lang po ang nag-agree sa question number 3. So, the result implies that the students disagree on the statement that completion of homework is least prioritized, done in school, and submitted late, while they agree on the statements that completion of homework is to be given priority, done at home, and submitted on time. It is therefore observable that the higher the grade level, the student would prefer doing their homework at school or before going home. Okay. Conclusion, the different grade levels agree that completion of homework is to be given priority and submitted on time. As a recommendation, there is slight difference in terms of their time management, and it is best therefore to identify the contributing factors to such difference as they go to higher grade level. So, ang recommendation ko po is further studies in terms of their time management. 6. Is there a significant difference in time management strategies of students in completing their homework according to sex and grade level? Hypothesis says there is no significant difference in the time management strategies of the male and female and each grade level towards completing their homework. So if we are going to look at this, findings in table 17 shows the p-value is still greater than 0.05, thus there is no significant difference. Also in the grade level, the p-value is still greater than 0.05, thus there is still no significant difference between the time management of the different grade levels. In conclusion, there is no significant difference between the time management of male and female and the different grade level towards completion of homework. Thus, both male and females and by every grade level can manage their time in the completion of their homework. Recommendation, there is slight difference in terms of their time management. It is best therefore to identify the contributing factors to such difference as they go to higher grade level. Yung slight difference po na sinasabi ko dito is yung how they manage their time. Either they go home, they do that after doing other things, or they prioritize it, yung mga ganun pong part. Okay, problem 7. Is there a significant relationship between the perception and participation of students in completing their homework? Yes, po.
Okay, we have, I think we have a good grasp already of your study. Anyway, we have a copy of your manuscript, so perhaps you could already start with the comments of the panel, no? Okay. And anyway, thank you so much for that very good presentation and very comprehensive actually. So perhaps we could already start with our comments, no?
Yes po.
I am curious if when did you conduct this study? Because we all recognize that we are in a pandemic, no? We are
Yes
in a
po.
crisis, and we have a different approach in the teaching and learning, and the level of anxiety of our students is really different now. The situation changed, no? So the rules of the game in the conduct of in the education landscape has changed, and so the approach in and the method of giving instruction to our pupils or students or our learners is really different now, no?
Yes.
So I am curious if what is the timeline or the scope of your study. When was this study conducted?
Um,
During the old or new normal? Kasi iba talaga ang uh, appreciation ng learners yung ngayon na setup and before the pandemic, no? Iba yung modular uh, approach and iba yung classroom na may face-to-face. So
yes, ma'am.
uh, it might be that the responses of our learners would be different now,
Yes, ma'am.
no? Considering the emotional capability, no? And the situation now. So ano yung kan? Timeline mo dito?
Ma'am, it is old normal.
Okay.
2018
So,
po.
sa normal setup of a classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Bago po mag-pandemic.
Oo. Perhaps we could also include that, no, in as much as you are presenting this year. So siguro to differentiate, no. Okay. You include it in your chapter 1 perhaps, no? On your statistical tool, I cannot see because one of your statement of the problem is on the problems encountered by the junior high school in completing their homework, but I cannot see how you arrived at your computation on your data, no, on your findings. So please include in your statistical tool or treatment to address SOP number 10. What problems encountered you have mentioned in SOP number 10, but in your presentation of your data in anong table yun?
'24, ma'am. Table 24, page 64 po.
Oo. Table 24 already shows the level of seriousness, no? But we cannot see on the statistical tool or treatment, how did you arrive on the level of seriousness? And I cannot see the connection because your SOP states that what problems are encountered. So it's not the level. So I think we need to change the SOP, how you stated it. So perhaps the level of seriousness in us to jibe with the presentation of your findings, no, in chapter 3. So please adjust in your SOP the statement. Okay. On the results and discussions, I suggest that you please highlight the glaring, what is glaring, no? result of your study. So for example, in your table, for example, in table 2, no? So, you please include in your discussion or you expound on the glaring result. For example, dito sa number 4, table 2, number item 4, I think homework is not graded task. My disagree is strongly disagree. So perhaps you could include an explanation or you expound an explanation on this. No? Example lang yun, pati yung number 6, disagree and strongly disagree. And number 9, disagree and agree. And I could see that these are the extreme findings of the study, no? That is so obvious. And I cannot understand on the overall mean na disagree on what items. Kasi you merge the items, the positive and the negative items. So, perhaps Dr. Jeng Jeng could explain more or could comment more on this, no? Oo. On the tables, I will just give my general impression and observation, okay, Miss Aiza?
Yes,
On
ma'am.
the tables, perhaps you could combine already tables 4 to 7, so that we could see already or we could compare already the differences uh, the perceptions of the learners, no, from grade 7 to
Grade.
grade
I agree, ma'am.
grade
10.
10. I appreciate that you included some studies related to your findings that corroborate or disagree. No, but you, as I have mentioned a while back, you expound more on the second level, no, of interpretation of your data. What does it mean? What are the implications? And perhaps what are the explanations of why this happened, no, or why this result, no. Okay, that is for me. I am giving the virtual floor to Dr. Jeng Jeng to expound more in the comments.
Hello, Ma'am Asa.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, so may I start with your introduction so that we can proceed from the beginning to the end. So your study is on homework completion of grade 7 to 10 students of Benguet, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have seen the reason why you are conducting because you want to determine if homework, besides on getting the perceptions of the students in completing their homework, you also mentioned here that you will determine if homework becomes a contributing factor to the failing grades of these students, but it was not reflected in your SOP. Are you really, or did you really intend to have this also their academic, their homework
Ma-
as a factor, or
Ma'am, no, I just want to determine their perception, their participation level, and time management towards completion of homework.
okay, so you have to see your last paragraph in your, because you have mentioned here findings can be a challenge to educators on how they can utilize homework as a means of improving students' academic performance. So perhaps you have in mind that most of the students are failing because of homework, non-completion of homework. So this is misleading us.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so you have to look into that, remove what is not reflected in your SOP. Okay, perhaps the pages that you have been mentioning, that you have mentioned when you are presenting, are not the same with the paper that we are holding, because we received the paper not as a PDF, para sana hindi nagalaw. Anyway, you can fix that later. For the theoretical and conceptual framework, we only practice in our format choosing between theory or concept. So you have to screen your theoretical or conceptual framework if what you will be retaining. Is it the theory that you have mentioned here or the concepts that you have presented? Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
so that's for the theory and conceptual framework. Balikan natin mamaya yung paradigm of your study. Okay, for your SOP, what made your paper actually very lengthy is the presentation of your table as mentioned by Madam President. And for us, it is your table confuses the reader. At the same time, uh, it's not, I'm sorry to say it, hindi siya readable.
Okay, ma'am.
So we better recommend, if you can do it, you lump already your, for example, in table, if you are talking about number one, what are the perception of students toward completing their homework in relation to sex? Okay, isang table lang yon. In
Okay, ma'am.
relation to grade level,
Ang table.
table na lang yon na meron na doon yung ano yung result ng grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, grade 10.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. You can play on the font size on the table so that you can contain all of this. And you can also just write there, if A, that's talking about agree, SD, strongly disagree, SA. So, yung mga
Yes, ma'am.
acronyms na lang para hindi marami. And please use in your chapter, okay. So we are in SOP. So is there significance? Meron naman lahat yon, nakita namin the correction given by Madam President on what are the problems. Siguro it's really a level that we have seen there.
Jeng,
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jeng, can we not rearrange the SOP para yung magkakasunod na lang yung for example, 1, 3, and
Oo.
5, para yung mga anong tawag doon?
Hypothetical question.
Hypothetical questions would be
In one.
in one na magkakasunod.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo.
That's better.
Oo.
So did you get Ma'am Asa? Ma'am Asa.
Ma'am, pagsamahin ko yung
Hindi
similar.
pagsamahin. Ay, oo.
Yung
Sunod-sunod.
sequence,
Yes.
you rearrange.
Lahat ng hypothetical questions, ihuhuli mo. Lahat muna ng questions. Ganun na lang ang table presentation mo din, ha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For chapter 2, quantitative description, yes, in your research environment, you can rewrite perhaps that this study is conducted, then you emphasize now who are involved, the schools involved. For the data gathering procedure, you need to attach later the approved letter in the appendices that you are going to conduct this study that you have secured way back. And for the data gathering instrument, I am interested to know if because you said you have created this one, but what is your basis in creating? You have also to state in your
Mm.
data gathering instrument. So we cannot always say that that is your, we have always a basis, I mean, in creating questionnaire. And what is your basis? In any way you have already conducted its validity and you have used cronback alpha in identifying its reliability or its consistency. For the results and discussion, We use results and discussion, not findings, and anong ginamit mo? Not presentation, analysis, and interpretation. For the table discussion, I observed that you have first written there an introductory like motivation is an essential driving force. That is not our format 2, so that we can immediately see the result. You start with the level 1 that is describing the result. So as you are describing, as mentioned by Ma'am Press, you highlight the extreme results. But we are also alarmed because your questionnaire is a mixture of a positive and a negative statement. Kaya yun siguro ang nagbibigay din ng ah, non-significance doon sa hypothesis natin. Pwede ba yon? I think we have to ask the advisor na nag-mix yung positive and negative. So it would be kung halimbawa dito, I think homework is not a graded task. Disagree yung mga lalaki. Strongly disagree yung mga babae. Tapos nung nag-overall mean na tayo, yung nga sinabi ni ma'am, ano ang dinidisagree natin? The positive, the negative. So pag nag-disagree siya, ibig sabihin, in the positive statement, agree. Pag naka-positive yung statement natin, ang sa female, strongly disagree for number 4 in table 2. Strongly disagree. Ibig sabihin, I think homework is a graded task. Ganon sana, hindi yung not graded. So pag sinabi ni female, strongly disagree, ibig sabihin, strongly agree siya doon pag naka-positive statement. Yes, Ma'am Georgina, kindly help us in this. Because so that we can give also our recommendation if the positive statements will all be in one table and the negative statements will be in a separate table.
Yes, ma'am, that would be good sana, ma'am.
Pikpik sa
Ah,
They, ay,
yes, ma'am. Better sana, ma'am, pag ganyan, nakaseparate sana. Although, nakagather na si Ma'am Aisa,
I think yung data gathering would not be affected. It's only on the presentation of the
so,
table
sa
and
yung
yeah.
pag-organize, ma'am.
Oo.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Pero yun lang, may pagbabago na doon sa ano, perhaps on the
Interpretation
findings
na.
na sa
Sa
interpretation
result.
na.
Yes.
Oo. Baka ang magiging mean niya magbabago siya, no?
Yes,
Oo.
ma'am.
Kasi ano, it would confuse us as readers talaga, no?
So it would be on a different table, ma'am.
Siguro ma'am kung sa bagay, if the researcher can do it, that the statement will be in positive because we can immediately see. I think homework is a graded task. That's the positive, right?
Can I para phrase it then, ma'am?
Oo, pero ang siguro ang tinitingnan mo dito kung bakit inalaw na ganito ang statements mo, which supposedly mahihirapan talaga ang statistician natin. Usually, if we are submitting paper or questionnaires, the statistician would like to see it because it will really affect already the t-test natin. Pag kasi ipinasitive mo to, can we equate that the disagree is agree? Can we equate that strongly disagree is strongly agree?
I think yes. Para hindi ka na magbabago, you just translate into a positive statement and it would follow that the how do you call this? the description will also change, no? Tama yung sinabi ni Dr. Jengjeng, and I agree with her.
So paraphrase po na.
Ah,
Sige.
The problem is your statistical analysis. When? Ah,
Unless I separate the tables for the positive and the negative.
mm,
hindi ba nag-comment yung statistician mo dito? Kasi
No,
the statistician would know what to do on how to classify yung data mo.
Okay, we better recommend that you go back with your statistician. Talk with your statistician, with the guidance of your advisor on how you're going to treat this one. What we are recommending is if you want that you will lump all the positive and lump all the negative, that could also be. But
okay.
if you want to rephrase the perceptions, the statements, then the perception level will change also. You need to redo your statistical analysis. That is the repercussion of it. Kasi ang usually na nire-recommend sa amin ng statistician, kung naka-positive lahat, naka-positive. Siguro ang iniisip din natin, sige maglagay tayo ng negative para tingnan natin kung aware, nagbabasa talaga yung respondents natin sa kanyang paglalagay. Pero ano din yung plano natin para yung pag-analyze natin later ay hindi ka mako-confuse. So we ask for a statistician's recommendation. We can also ask our statistician and insert later the recommendation which we will be forwarding to you so that we can move. Okay, and if you will be having already our recommended table presentation where you lumped those upper dimension, I mean, grade 7 to 10, isang table na lang. You give a summary of all the tables para makita natin. So, I will give you an example so that you can grasp what we are recommending. Kasi yung grade level mo dito, iba yung table 5, table 4, 5, 6, 7. Ilamp mo na lang yon. Kasi parehas lahat ng statement. I believe, I believe, I believe. Oh, 4 na table na yon.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. So, yung sa taas nun, grade 7 result, grade 8, grade 9, wala na kasing perception level. You can work on your table here.
Yes po.
Level of perception, grade 7, 8, 9, 10. Ganon lang.
Yes.
And then, what is the overall mean? Okay? And then a summary. Oh, grade 7, ito ang kanyang overall, grade 8, ito. Or kahit wala na yung summary, pag na-present mo ng ganun, okay na. We can read it already. That's for the table presentation. For question number 10, yung minention kanina ni ma'am, and then put a subheading. For question number 11, give a brief rationale of the program that you are proposing. So I hope Ma'am Roxanne were able to take note what we are mentioning here because the things that we are just writing on the recommendation is our addendums. And for the conclusion and recommendation, for the conclusions and recommendation, give the result of each question. So like for number 1, if the male, ano na sinabi mo kanina? Sorry. So, sa sex muna tayo. Who perceive higher, lower, what grade has higher perception, lower perception. Tsaka ka magbibigay ng wala nang discussion dito na this motivation is driven by their perception. Wala na.
Okay, ma'am.
It's like findings and summary. A summary of the findings, I mean, and then uh, conclusion towards that findings. And then if you go to the recommendation, if you found out that the males perceive higher on home completion, what recommendation will you give for females? Ganon. 1:1 correspondence. Okay, Ma'am Asa?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, for the other comments, we will just write in the paper and we will give it to Ma'am Roxanne. That's all for me, ma'am. Ay, sandali pala. Sorry. Yung yung intervention niya. Ay, adamit na. Strategies and intervention for increasing home completion and accuracy. Page 94, ma'am. Ma'am Isa, bakit ito ulit ang finorward mo? Ito ang proposal mo? Si teachers naman,
Ma'am?
yung kindly introduce the program that you are proposing. Solve the problems.
Intervention program, ma'am, you mean?
Yes, yes. Okay, so you found out, ay, sakna. Okay, you found out here that the problems identified are homework completion, which are time frame of given homework. So, sino ang bibigyan mo ng uh, seminar dito? Teaching strategies for teachers, orientation, and the problems. Training during inset. Teacher plan, lesson plan. Mhm. Sa group participation, may problema doon. What do you mean group participation?
Group participation?
Yes.
Ma'am, yung lumabas po kasi sa result nila, dun sa may problem, sa may table.
Table 24.
Ma'am, yung identified problems, ma'am, yung top 5 po kasi na nakita ko. Okay? Top 5, top 3. Given task is by group, so I have no time to meet with my group mates. So, yun po yung isang nakita, ikalawa, second to the rank po na problem encountered by the learners. Kaya hindi po sila nakakagawa ng homework kasi kailangan pa nila i-meet yung group mates nila.
Number 3. So, number 3
Yes.
yun. Kasi number
Kasi
5 and number 12 are tie. So, number 2, given task is by group, so I have no time. Okay.
yes po.
Sige. Well, okay. I can see the alignment now, but I think you have to, in your methodology, the activity is responding to what of your findings? Activity number 1, activity number 2. So, dapat ma'am, may objective ka per activity. Kasi iba yung objective mo for teaching strategies, that is for the teachers.
Okay,
Because
ma'am.
of the time frame of giving homeworks, right?
Okay, ma'am.
So, iba na naman yung sa peer mo,
Here,
iba
here.
sa
Okay, ma'am.
level of difficulty, iba sa unreminded. Sige. Okay. Huli yung
Aisa, so yung intervention na activity mo is just to address yung sa problems encountered by the learners, no? So
Yes.
ano naman ang connection nung kwan sa perceptions ng mga estudyante? Ano ba yung first mo? Perception of students towards completing their homework, kasi basically ang study mo is on the completion of homework. So yung sa perception nila,
Yes
ano
po.
naman yung activities that would directly address on the result of your study, on their perception on the completion of their homework?
Ma'am, yung orientation po, yung sa may recommendation ko kanina, yung through the guidance office, uh, the guidance counselor could conduct or could help me or could help the school conduct an orientation para po sa positive.
Perhaps you could already include in your intervention in as much as in your paradigm, research paradigm, yun talaga yung one of your inputs, no? So yung mga responses ng students, and then your output is to come up with your intervention na material, no? So it should also encompass yung responses nila on their perception, on the completion of their homework. No?
Okay. Sige ma'am, okay na sa akin.
Okay. Sige. All right. I hope that you were able to take down notes, all the comments and recommendations of the panel, no? And we just remind you to follow the format of the Ifugao State University. Please refer perhaps to our partner in Baguio City, no? Hagat, on the template, no?
Yes po.
Oo. Especially on the presentation of your tables. Okay. Sige. And the font, the size of paper perhaps. Sige. Congratulations and thank you so much.
Ma'am, question lang po. Ma'am,
Yes.
after I fixed or arrange my tables and so forth, ma'am, magkakaroon pa ako ng final defense?
Wala na. I-check ko lang later yung, or you can communicate with the dean already. Because ako din mag-approve ng, yeah, may panel ka mag-approve pero ang last approving is kami. We will see based on recommendation your comment. I mean the
Compliance.
compliance.
Okay, ma'am.
So you have to ask your statistician what is
Yes.
the best. But our recommendation, sinabi ko nga, two, you rephrase the negative statements into positive.
Or separate the tables.
Oo. Or i-separate mo yung mga positive and negative statements, magkakaroon ka ng dala-dalawang table per dimension. Pag sinabi naming dimension, yung sex tsaka yung grade level. Okay. So ipakita nyo, you communicate with us kung ano ang decision prior to finalizing your paper for submission for editing.
Sige, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Asa.
Thank you po. Thank you. God bless po. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. God bless you.
Thank you, Ma'am
ma'am.
Georgina.
Thank you, Ma'am Che.
So next, Ma'am Roxanne.
Ma'am, I guess ready na po sila Ma'am Nebres or Ma'am Christina po. But I guess we can go to Ma'am Nebres.
Okay, proceed to Ma'am Nebres. Ano na ulit yung 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 siya? Siya yun.
Yes, ma'am. But naka-phone na po ata siya ngayon, so I'm not sure kung nag-change.
Yung Galaxy 4. Sabi ko naman kasi, palitan nila ang pangalan para alam namin. Ma'am Roxanne, yung Galaxy J4 ba?
Ma'am, wait lang. I-confirm ko lang.
Okay. Sa imlatan, ay, sorry.
Oo. Ada ito eh. Ada kanya? Adan sa amin tin comments mo. Ay, correct. Is Miss Nebres already here? Can we start already with Miss Nebres? For
Roxanne.
Yes, ma'am.
Ay, nangay.
Ma'am, kay... Ito. Ma'am Christina na lang po muna, ma'am.
Oh, sige, sige. Kustin. Awan met iso na dito yung waiting room.
Ma'am, yung Galaxy daw po pala kay Ma'am Nebres po.
Ay, oh, sige. Ituloy na natin si Ma'am Debres para matapos.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Teresite, please proceed. Naman in comment. Ay, sorry.
thank you.
Ma'am Nebres.
Oo. Mga good questionnaire na. If Miss Nebres is not ready, can we have another one?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo. Sino ang ready? Okay, ang internet connection, walang technical glitches. While Miss Nebres is still fixing. Kasi cellphone.
Na-admit ko na si Ma'am Nancy.
Si Miss Nancy na.
Para matapos na si Ma'am Nancy.
Nancy.
Ma'am Nancy, can you hear us? Ne, belesa. Met dito. Dito, ma'am. Belesa. Ay, dito, ma'am.
English language and society ethnicity.
Dijay, timay sa ma'am.
Okay. Pahimit ka na pan-ejay. Sige, let us proceed with Miss Nancy Costina.
Ma'am, nawala po siya, ma'am. Ma'am, sino po yung nasa waiting room niyo po, ma'am? Ma'am Jeng.
Si Belesa, si MPDO2 ba? Sino si MPDO2 ba?
I guess Sir Elmar po. Sir Elmar Montino, the advisor.
Advisor ni?
Advisor ni Ma'am Samonte.
Ay, ready ni sa Monte. Mabalinin ni sa Monte.
Ma'am, hindi daw ata ma'am.
Sila
This
ganun na.
afternoon daw po. Si Ma'am Bilyeza po, ma'am. I guess siya yung nagsasalita kaninang ano.
Sige,
Ma-
accept na si Beleza.
Beleza.
Ay, timan.
Hello, Miss Josefa. Hello. Please proceed with your presentation.
Ma'am Dokaiso, baka pwedeng patap si Ma'am Bilyeza.
Sige, tatawagan ko.
Unattended ngayon, ma'am?
Ay, wala kasing signal doon sa division office.
Ay, sige, ma'am.
Pero sige, try ko.
Pero naka-in.
Naka-in naman siya.
Oo, baka... Sabi ko mag-i-standby siya.
Full heads
Sige, itatawagan ko.
supervision and technical assistance to multi-grade teachers in the division of Benguet.
Pero Roxanne, natawagan ko na. Piniprepare yata. Baka nili-nervous. Sa ICT room naman siya. May mag-a-assist siya sa kanya doon.
Ma'am Jeng, sino pa po yung nasa waiting room natin?
Marjorita, Edmond, Jessica, MPDO, Julia Licayan.
Ano, ma'am?
Julia Licayan.
Julia Lidayan, MPDO, Jessica, Edmond, Marjorita. Pero hindi pa na-print kay Ma'am Marjorita kasi.
Strategy.
Ay, oo. Sayang.
Roxanne, si Julia Bangkado.
Julia Bangkado, ma'am. Awan mo na, ma'am. Saan pa nga nakain?
Ano so?
Sige, ma'am. We will call them po to join. Para...
Mike yan.
Waiting to be naka-standby, waiting to be accepted. Ma'am, okay na daw po si Ma'am Costina Nancy po. Waiting to be accepted.
Ag-log in
Ayan the present now.
Ay, ijay share screen.
Share screen.
Share screen. Kunana. Ni Madam Belesa daytoy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sige, very good. Paumay ni may nga panel tayo.
Russell?
na si Ma'am Villesa.
Screen share mo. Ikwam. Slideshow, Madam Josefa. Thank you, ma'am.
Let's see. Sali natin number of related training. Ay, apay, sino? Yung Ebelet. Ano yung Beleza?
Ma'am Belieza.
Hello, ma'am.
Ayun, naririnig po namin kayo,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see your slides.
Ada tawag mo.
As requested by Dr. Jengjeng kanina, baka may difference kung slideshow at saka...
Hello, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed. Miss Beleza, do you have with you your advisor? Miss Beleza?
Ma'am, kasama niya yung advisor niya.
You...
Katabi.
Okay, so nakita that is statement of the problem na.
Ma'am, start ko na ba?
Please continue. Please start.
Okay. So, good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
I am Mrs. Biesa, and my study is on school heads monitoring, supervision, and technical assistance to multi-grade teachers in the division of Benguet. This research sought to find out the awareness of school heads in the division of Benguet on the instructional processes employed in the multi-grade teaching in relation to the kind of supervision, monitoring, and technical assistance they could give to the teachers. And specifically, this study sought to answer the following problems. One, what is the profile of the multi-grade teachers and school heads in terms of age, sex, position, years in service, and number of related training? Two, what is the level of monitoring done by school heads to multi-grade teachers? Is there a significant difference in the level of monitoring done by a school head in terms of quality and quantity? 4. What is the level of supervision of school heads to multi-grade teachers in terms of quality and quantity? 5. Is there a significant difference in the level of supervision in terms of quality and quantity? 6. Is there a significant difference in the level of supervision when grouped according to school head's profile? Next is, what is the level of technical assistance provided by school heads to multi-grade teachers in terms of lesson planning, implementation of teaching strategies, classroom management or structuring, instructional materials, learners' records, and learners' report? Next problem, is there a significant difference in the technical assistance provided by school heads to multi-grade teachers in the following areas: lesson planning, implementation of teaching strategies, classroom management or structuring, instructional materials, learners' records, and learners' report. Next, is there a significant difference in the level of technical assistance of school heads according to profile? 10. What is the performance of multi-grade teachers based on their IPCRF? Then 11, is there a significant relationship between the monitoring and performance of multi-grade teachers? 12, is there a significant relationship between the supervision and performance of multi-grade teachers? 13, is there a significant relationship between technical assistance and performance of multi-grade teachers? And the last one, what intervention program can be proposed to improve the performance of multi-grade teachers? Moving on to chapter 2 under methodology. Under the research method, this study employed descriptive survey and qualitative method of study. The descriptive survey is to evaluate the awareness of school heads in the division of Benguet on the instructional processes employed in the multi-grade teaching in relation to the kind of supervision and technical assistance they could give to the teachers. And for the quantitative method of study, it defines the survey design, provides a quantitative description of trends, attitudes, and opinions of a population, or test for associations among variables of population by studying a sample of that population, or test for association among variables of a population. This was accomplished through the use of a descriptive rating, Likert type survey, in which the magnitude of a problem or condition with respect to the time and place and person was collected in a quantitative form. It is a study designed to depict the participants in an accurate way, or simply the understanding of the target population allowed for a statistical analysis of the data. Perceptions of the participants as to the awareness of school heads on the necessary instructional processes employed in teaching multi-grade classes. Likewise, the perception of the teacher participants to the extent of technical assistance being given to them by the
Hi, Jen.
respective school heads.
Adangay di. Kahit may nga solving tatay.
For the research environment, it is the division of Benguet, wherein it has 13 municipalities with 14 districts, where this Benguet is a mountainous area which substantiates the presence of multi-grade classes in all its municipalities. Politically, it is divided into 13 municipalities, which also comprises the 14 districts. The province is a home for people of different tribe or ethnicity, namely the Kankanaoy, the Ibaloy, the Karao, and the Kalanguya. And there are also other ethnicities coming from the different part of the Philippines who are living and studying in the schools of Benguet province. For my respondents, the researcher considered having both multi-grade teachers and school head of all the schools having more multi-grade classes. Clustered sampling by district and total enumeration was employed. All data were considered in terms of supervision, monitoring, and technical assistance. So the table shows the schools where the multi-grade schools are present, and The school type, we have two, the complete grade levels, wherein there is a total of 127 multi-grade classes. And then for incomplete grade levels, there are also 80 schools offering multi-grade classes, or a total of 207. For the data gathering, uh, the data were gathered using two approaches, the survey questionnaire and the um, proving interview guide. The survey questionnaire was the main instrument to gather data, while proving questionnaires in form of an interview guide were used to validate and confirm the responses to the questions, and it's the subject of rigorous of analysis as a survey descriptive design respondingly. On the other hand, a questionnaire intended for the concerned teachers were also administered to gather information on the visitation or observation conducted by the school heads in relation to technical assistance given to them, and proving questions were also asked to gather deeper information, especially on their needs in terms of monitoring, supervision, and technical assistance. The data gathering instrument to collect the necessary data, the researcher personally administered a survey questionnaire and interviewed them through a proving guide question. The questionnaire was constructed based on the secondary data, concepts, and ideas taken from different professionals as called from the view of literature and studies. Survey questionnaires were used as the main instrument to gather the needed data, while statistical analysis were done to validate the gathered data. And part one dealt with the profile of the respondent that include the respondent's age, sex, position title, number of years in service as a school head, multiple grade teacher, number of related trainings attended, and number of monitoring and observation conducted by school head to multi-grade teachers per month. And a checklist of issues encountered by the school heads and multi-grade teachers in the conduct of monitoring, supervising, and assisting teachers, where respondents were instructed to tick from the choices presented. So on the statistical treatment, the gathered data were tallied, categorized, and subjected to statistical analysis after the researcher retrieved the structured questionnaire. The study made use of percentage and rank and ranking for the data under respondents' profile. T-test and correlation were used to compare the responses of the school heads and teachers with statistical limit as follows. For level of monitoring done by the school heads to multi-grade teachers as to quantity and quality. So for the statistical equivalent, 5, and then the statistical limit is 4.20 to 5. Descriptive equivalent is always with the symbol of A. And for 4, 3.30 to 4.10 is described as very often, or the symbol of BO. 3, 2.40 to 3.20 is described as sometimes with the symbol of ST. For 2, 1.5 to 2.30 described as descriptive equivalent of seldom or with the symbol of S. And for 1.0 to 1.40, which is never or with the symbol of N. For the level of supervision done by the school head to MG teachers as to quantity and quality, these are the ones used. Statistical equivalent for 5, and the statistical limit is for 4.20 to 5. Descriptive equivalent is extremely satisfied with the symbol of ES. 4, 3.20 to 4.10, very satisfied, or a symbol of BS. 3, 2.40 to 3.20 is moderately satisfied, or MS. For 2, 1.5 to 2.30, slightly satisfied, or symbol of is S, and 1, 1.0 to 1.40 is not satisfied, or in S. And for the level of technical assistance given by school head to multi-grade teachers. For the statistical equivalent of 5, we have the statistical limit is 4.20 to 5.0, described as always with symbol of A. 4, 3.30 to 4.10, described as often, or O. 3, 2.40 to 3.20 is sometimes with symbol ST. 2, 1.50 to 2.30, descriptive equivalent is seldom with symbol S, and 1 is 1.0 to 1.40, which is never, or N. So we have now the results and discussion. So this chapter includes the presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. So for table 2, which shows the profile of multi-grade teachers, wherein we have the profile which is under age. We have the range of 23 to 35 years old. We have 99 teachers, or 43% out of the 232 respondents. For the ages 36 to 45 years old, we have 86, or equivalent to 37%. And for 46 and above, there are 47 teachers, or 20%. For number 2, which is sex, for male, there are only 6, equivalent of 3%. And for female, 226, equivalent of 97%. Under the position, we have teacher 1. There are 121, or 52% of the population. Teacher 2, 46, which is 19%. And teacher 3, we have 58 or 25%. And for number of years in service, for 2 years and below, there are 75, or 32%. 3 to 4 years, there are 58 teachers, which is 25%. And 5 years and above, there are 99, which is 43%. And then for number 5, we're in number of training. 0 training, we have 53, or 23%. For 1 to 2 training, we have 124, or 53%. For 3 to 4 trainings, we have 35, or 15%. And 5 and above, there are 20, or equivalent of 9%. And we go now to the profile of school heads. So under number 1, we have age. For the range of 23 to 35 years old, there are 5, which is 8%. And then ages 36 to 45 years old, there are 19, which is 28%. And for 46 and above, there are 43%, which is 43 school head, which is 64% of the population. For sex, male, there are 18, which is 27%. For female, there are 49, which is 73%. And to the position, we have head teacher 1, there are 28, which is 42%. Head teacher 2, we have 7, that is 10%. Head teacher 3, there are 11, that is 16%. And for principal 1, there are 20, which is 30%. For principal 2, there is only 1, which is 2%. For the number of years in service as school head, 2 years and below, there are 16, which is 24%. 3 to 4 years, we have 17, which is 25%. And 5 years and above, there are 34, which is 51%. For the number of trainings undergone by the school heads, for 0, there are 25, which is 37%. 1 to 2 training, there are 29 school head, equivalent of 43%. And 3 to 4 trainings, there are 9, which is 14%. 5 and above trainings, there are only 4, which is 6%. So table 3 recognize the demographic profile of school heads. More specifically, it provides information regarding this age. And as observed in the table, majority at 64% of the respondents belong to the age bracket of 46 and above years, while those who are 23 to 35 years old were only 8% of the sample population. With the educational system in the Philippines, there is an understood role of wisdom and age linking power and authority in position, according to Alsobay in 2015. On average, across district of the division of Benguet, 73 school heads were female, over 27% are males. Most of the respondents were already Principal 1, while Principal 2 has the least with only 2%. And they have been in service for 5 years and above with 1 to 2 number of training. This data information from the profile of school heads in Benguet contributes to the knowledge management industry in the country. As mentioned by Hussein, Ahmad, and Batul, a school administration has been critical base for school upward mobility and learners' achievement, as well as highly substantial in the success of an educational institution. On the other hand, Sinvad agreed that in many developing countries with decentralized education system, the authority for making decisions for school improvement is delegated to the school level, which puts exceptional weight on the school principals to be accountable for the school for the quality of education provided by their school. And for level table 4, this shows the level of monitoring done by the school head to multi-grade teachers as to quantity. And these are the teachers' activities being monitored. We have the lesson planning with a mean of 3.40 with the description of very often. For number 2 activities, implementation of multi-grade teaching schemes, we have a mean of 3.22, described also as very often. 3, the teaching strategies with a mean of 3.37, very often. Then 4, classroom management with a mean of 3.41, also very often. 5,
Josefa, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we strongly suggest that you just highlight what is glaring in your study, So like for example, in table 4, you just highlight which is the extreme, the very high or low, no? So just proceed with your presentation. Hindi lahat ng item i-explain i-present mo
Okay, ma'am.
para mabilis tayo, okay?
Okay, so this table 4 divulged the level of monitoring done by school heads to multi-grade teachers according to the number of teaching activities. A multi-grade teacher, just like a regular teacher, does the same teaching activities as a school, such as the lesson planning and the implementation of MG teaching, teaching strategies, and so on. So with a total mean of 3.34 as indicated on the table, the school heads are monitoring teaching activities of the multi-grade teachers very often. Disaggregating the number of teaching activities, it is presented that all stated activities in table are observed very often. Classroom management has the highest mean of 3.41, which infers that the school heads very often monitor how the teachers are managing their multi-grade classes, contextualizing the situation of Benguet in monitoring the multi-grade teachers. For lesson planning, on the other hand, is among the common teacher activities for both multi-grade teacher and monograde teacher, which is why the observed weighted mean is 3.40, implies that it is being monitored by the school heads very often. This means that even with the advent of changes in the educational system, lesson planning remains the relevant among teaching activities as it remains to be a guide in delivering knowledge to students.
Ano nga
Yes, ma'am. So we also have here table 5, showing the level of monitoring done by school head to multi-grade teachers as to quality. So as we can see in the table, the result of monitoring completed by school heads for teaching quality of the multi-grade teacher in terms of quality. So the total mean, which is 3.31, represents the satisfaction of school heads with the quality of teachers' activities. This means that the level of monitoring, how the multi-grade teachers perform their activities are satisfactory on basis of quality as is satisfied what is asked. So we now have the test difference in the level of monitoring of teachers by school head. So comparing the two level of monitoring as to quantity and quality. For quantity, the mean is 3.34, and for quality, the mean is 3.31 with a t value of 2.45 and the significant value of 3.31. And the decision is we accept the null hypothesis, which state there is no significant difference on the monitoring done by the school head in terms of quality and quantity. And for table 7, it shows the level of supervision of teachers done by the school head. As to quantity, so in here, of all the 7 level of activities being supervised, we have the total mean of 3.23, which is very satisfied. So that this means that the level of supervision of teachers done by school heads on this teaching activity were very satisfied. The same with the other activities. They are very satisfied, but for the for the this table, it also revealed that they are moderately satisfied with the development of instructional as implied the weighted mean of 3.18 and the improvement of teachers in service with a weighted mean of 3.6. This means that the supervision of teachers with respect to previously stated teaching activities is in need of improvement. Furthermore, this result indicate that the respondents are able to recognize a slight need to revolutionize and continuously innovate the current state of the use of instructional materials and manner of teachers in service in the division of Benguet. And for table 8, we have the level of supervision of teachers done by school head as to quality. So under the same activities, we have the total mean of 3.14. And this table revealed the supervision done by school heads to multi-grade teachers with respect to quality of conducting the teaching activities as presented in this study. So with the total mean of 3.14, the level of supervision of teachers done by school head as to quality of teaching activities is interpreted as moderately satisfied. This means that the school heads were reasonably contented with the quality of the teaching activities being supervised. However, on the other hand, they cannot fully tell the level of value or excellence of teaching activities mentioned in this study. It implicates the need of feedback from the school head to be communicated with the multi-grade teachers to inform them of the possible adjustment and improvements with the value of their teaching accomplishment. This further validates that when quality is being explored, focus group discussion interviews are more suitable practices as it will dig deeper into the logical enlightenment. And we have now the difference in the level of supervision of teachers done by school heads. So again, as to quantity and quality, which is being compared, uh, for quantity, we have 3 point, the mean is 3.28 and quality is 3.14. The t-value is 2.18, the significant value, and the decision is accept null hypothesis. Um, Here it says that supervision from an educational point of view is a complex process that involves working with teachers and other educators in collegial, collaborative relationship to enhance the quality of teaching and learning within the schools and that promotes the career-long development of teachers and this is according to Mohammed in 2016. Okay. And this implies that the quality of activities conducted by multi-grade teachers and supervised by the school heads when compared with the quality of these activities has no difference in terms and level of supervision. So school heads supervise both quantity and quality of the teacher's activities, which explains that amount of activities supervised by school heads is equally significant as the value of implementing these activities. Okay, so we have here also table 10. The difference in the level of supervision of school heads of teachers by school heads according to school heads profile. So basing the school heads profile, we have here the computed values. So for under the age with the mean of 3.7, as and the if value is 1.16 with significant value is if we accept the null hypothesis. And then for sex, um, null hypothesis is also accepted. And but for position, um, it is rejected. The hypothesis is rejected. So this implies that when grouped according to age, the hypothesis that there is no significant difference in level of supervision is accepted. This connotes that the wide-ranging age of school heads may have little or no practical importance with the level of their supervisory work. Whether the school head belongs to 23 up to 46 and above, they do not differ much on how they supervise the teaching activities of multi-grade. But on the other hand, the significant value of 47, which is higher than the p-value of for 0.5, which indicates the acceptance of null hypothesis, there's no significant difference. And the supervision when grouped according to sex. And as demonstrated on this table, there is significant difference in the level of supervision when the school heads are grouped
Miss
according to position.
Josefa, can you proceed with the presentation of your conclusion? Na ba? Conclusion. Anyway, we have a copy of your manuscript, no? And we already browsed of your manuscript. So proceed with the conclusion and your recommendations.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Okay, so I have here the conclusions and recommendations. Um, the following conclusions are based on the result of the study. So there were total of 232 multi-grade teachers and 67 school heads from 14 districts of Benguet. And for recommendation for 1.1, conclusion I mean, the majority of the multi-grade teachers and school heads were both 23 and 35 years old. And there were more female multi-grade teachers with 226 as opposed to 6 male multi-grade teachers, as well as there were more female school heads with 49 as opposed to 18 male school heads. And then another one, most of these teachers were teacher 1 with the total of 121, followed by teacher 3, then teacher 2, master teacher with only 6, and there was only one master teacher 2. Most of the school head were also our head teacher 1, followed by principal with 20, head teacher 11, and then head teacher 2, 7. There was only one principal 2. Then for number 4 conclusion, most of the multi-grade teachers and are most of the multi-grade teachers where they have 99 in the school heads, 34 have been in the teaching service for 5 years and above. Then for number 5, most multi-grade teachers and school heads have 1 to 2 number of related training. Then under number 2, the level of monitoring is very often done by the school head to multi-grade teachers, both in terms of quantity and quality of activities. The difference in the level of monitoring to done by school heads in terms of quantity and quality is not significant. Number 4, the level of supervision of school head to multi-grade teacher is very satisfied in terms of quantity. Meanwhile, the level of supervision of school head moderately satisfied in terms of quality. Then number 5, conclusion, the difference in the level of supervision in terms of quality and quantity is not significant. Okay, and then the
Level of
difference,
supervision of teachers.
ma'am,
Please continue. Sorry.
the difference in the level of supervision of teachers when grouped according to age and sex is not significant. On the contrary, the difference in the level of supervision of teachers when grouped according to position, years in service, and number of related training are significant. Overall, the level of technical assistance is sometimes provided by school heads to multi-grade teachers. The level of technical assistance is seldom provided by school heads to multi-grade teachers as to lesson planning. The level of technical assistance is sometimes provided by school head to multi-grade teachers as to implementation of teaching strategies, classroom management, instructional materials, learners and records, and school reports. The number 8 conclusion, the difference in the level of technical assistance provided by school heads to multi-grade teachers on the areas of lesson planning, implementation of teaching strategies, technical assistance, classroom instruction, classroom management, instructional materials, learners' records are significant. The difference of number 9, the difference on the level of technical assistance of school heads according to age and sex are not significant. And on the contrary, the difference on the level of technical assistance according to position, years in service, and number of related trainings are significant. And the performance of multi-grade teacher is very satisfactory based on their IPCRF. And then number 11, conclusion, the level of monitoring and performance of multi-grade teachers are significantly correlated. 12, the level of supervision and performance of multi-grade teachers are significantly correlated. Then 13, the level of technical assistance and the performance of multi-grade teachers are significantly correlated. And we have here the recommendations. Based on the findings and conclusions, the following recommendations are offered. More studies should be undertaken all throughout the schools divisions of the Cordillera Administrative Region. Then 2, more studies should include other teaching activities or use another methodology as like live experiences of um, multi-grade teachers. And then number 3, recommendation, more studies should contain other areas in order to measure the monitoring strategies of the school heads. Number 4, recommendation, more studies should consider employing other sampling techniques. Then number 5, further researches should study the level of supervision in terms of quality and quantity of the teaching activities conducted by multi-grade teachers. Further researches should evaluate the level of supervision of teachers along their age, sex, position, years in service, and number of related training. And number 7, further researches should evaluate specific technical assistance provided by school heads to multi-grade teachers. And another recommendation, the multi-grade teacher should continue in improving in the areas of lesson planning, implementation of teaching strategies, technical assistance, classroom management, preparation of instructional materials, learners' records, and school reports. Number 9, recommendation, the school head should keep on cultivating their capability on providing technical assistance to the multi-grade teachers and to the school in general. Then multi-grade teachers should constantly improve their performance. The school head should sustain the monitoring of multi-grade teachers' teaching activities and performances. Number 13, the school head should observe strategic way of supervising the performance of multi-grade teachers. And the school head should conduct further assessment on the level of technical assistance being provided to the multi-grade teachers and develop a body system among the teachers. So that ends my presentation. No? Ready?
Are you done, Miss Josefa?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
that ends.
Thank you so much for presenting um, your output, and I could see your advisor beside you, no? So that he can also help you. May I know who is your advisor?
Ma'am?
Who is your advisor?
Ma'am Cora, Corazon Kipot, ma'am.
Siya ba yung nasa tabi nyo?
Siya po, ma'am.
Okay. So that would be better so that she could also listen to the comments and recommendations of the members of the panel. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Miss Josefa, your title is School Heads Monitoring, Supervision, and Technical Assistance to Multi-Grade Teachers in the Division of Benguet. I would like to clarify, to be clarified and to be enlightened so that it follows during the discussion or during the presentation of comments of the other panels, no? Uh, who are your respondents exactly? Because we could see your questionnaire. Um, Position. Okay. School head and multi-grade teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi kasi klaro din doon sa respondents mo sa chapter 2. You were not able to put a table showing the respondents, no? Although it was presented in chapter 3 on results and discussion, but it would be better if you include them in the respondents in chapter 2, no?
Yes, ma'am.
In chapter 1, nalito na ako kasi ang dami mong gustong gawin, no? In page XIX, you have stated here to solve problems encountered by teachers in multi-grade classes. I hope that it was captured in your statement of the problem and in the discussions, no? So you want to know or measure the extent of how much a school head can do to solve problems. Pero dito din sa other pages, in the paradigm of the study, you made mention that at the end of this study, a strategic management program to improve the performance of multi-grade teachers. So I would want to know from you the connection of knowing the extent of how much a school head can do to solve problems encountered by the teachers and on the improvement of the performance of multi-grade teachers. And you made mention also to find out the awareness of school heads in the division of Benguet on the instructional processes. So kung babasahin mo yung statement of the problem, parang ang gusto mo lang malaman is yung awareness ng school heads on the instructional processes.
Ma'am?
Oo. Sige, please give your comment so that we would be enlightened. Awareness of the school heads.
It's so because in the multi-grade teaching, wherein they're mostly in Benguet, they're in the far-flung areas, and they are not usually visited, or sometimes they are far at the center where they could get information. It is the school head who will go and monitor, supervise, and give technical assistance to the multi-grade teachers, so that in the conduct of their monitoring, supervision, they will be able to get the problems being encountered by the teachers, because in the background it was and even in the questionnaire, I guess the teachers were categorized of the has to number of years in service, and also there was a problem on the number of trainings they have undergone. And then it is what's find out in this study that there are almost how many percent that was where some teachers who were deployed in the multi-grade teachers located, multi-grade schools located in the far-flung areas have no training on handling multi-grade
Okay. So in
teaching.
that case, so wherein you would want to find out the awareness of school heads, why did you include the multi-grade teachers as your respondents?
Because as they answer the questionnaire, we will through the questionnaire we will find out if how many of them are aware.
Is that your way to validate if the school heads jibe with the answers of the school grade teachers, multi-grade teachers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige. In the statement of the problem, I think it would be better. I do not know if the other panel of evaluators would agree also that let us rearrange the order of the statement of the problem, no?
Yes, ma'am.
So that all research questions na ano ba, how do you differentiate this? Ano yung inferential question ba yun? Yung mga is there? Inferential questions would come later. So mauna yung uh, descriptive type of questions, no? So yung
Yes,
number
ma'am.
1, yung number 4 magiging number 3 mo. Yung number 7, yun ang magiging number 4. Yung 10, that would be your SOP 5, no?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that you could follow.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. And then doon sa, yung kanina yung comment ko doon sa respondents, kindly include a table showing the respondents. Ano? Yung
Yes,
school
ma'am.
heads and the multi-grade teachers. And how did you arrive at the sample population?
Yes, ma'am.
On the data gathering procedure, please include the activities done by the researcher. Example, on the request to conduct a study, on how did you get a copy of the IPCR of the teachers or of the school heads, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Data gathering. Sa results and discussions, yung general impression ko lang is please on your discussion highlight the glaring result of the study, no? I-highlight mo lang kung ano yung pinaka-extreme na high or low, no? And then expound on the levels of interpretation. So I'm sure that you are already aware on the levels of interpretation of your data, no? So sa first level, yung kung ano ang findings mo, yung data mo, for example sa table 2, yung findings mo sa age and the sex. And then the second level should be the implication of your data, of your findings.
Yes,
No?
ma'am.
Please expound more kasi yun yung isang nakikita nating kulang. How or where do you attribute the result of this study? Bakit kaya konti lang ang male? Bakit mas marami ang female? And you
Yes, ma'am.
corroborate it with other studies, no?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you cite other studies that would agree or disagree with your study, no?
Okay.
On the tables, I think what we adapt here in Ifugao State University is that tables come after the textual presentation of the results, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Parang masyadong madami ang table. So you could combine your tables, no? Parang nakikita ko dito sa table 2 and 3 can be combined. Profile of multi-grade teachers and then yung profile of school heads. Pwedeng mag-combine anyway. The same yung attributes or the descriptions doon sa table. Like for example, profile and then number of teachers, siguro ang second column mo, and then third column is the number of school heads or the percent muna of the number of teachers and then number of school heads and then the percent. Ganun din sa ibang tables na pwedeng mag-combine like tables 4 and 5, tables 7 and 8. Kasi kumbaga the same yung items, no?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the implications ng findings mo, we have here other panelists and we welcome also our university statistician who is a member of this panel of evaluators. So I am giving the virtual floor to our two companions here for their comments also.
Good morning, Ma'am Beleza.
Good morning po.
I'm not satisfied with your response to our president on the respondent of your study because hindi very clear sa akin. So basically, your respondents are all school heads. Ma'am Beleza. Or
School heads and multi-grade teachers, ma'am.
for all the questions, ma'am. For all the
Yes, ma'am.
questionnaire. For all the item in the questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that when you get the result, combined na yung nandito na descriptive. Yung for instance, yung level of monitoring. Yeah, level of monitoring, yung mga min na yon that is both for the school head and the teacher. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
So yun na yung summary ano niya.
Yes, ma'am.
If as anyway. And then another question. Hindi na ako magsasabi sa chapter 1, pero I will focus my question here in chapter 3. Okay, so how did your respondent assess quantity and quality? Paano daw nakita ko dito na sabi mo please assess your yung level of monitoring as to quantity and as to quality. But how did you explain to your respondent paano sila sasagot for quantity and quality?
For the quantity, they answered the questionnaire which I floated, and then I conducted an interview with the respondents.
You conducted interview.
Yes, ma'am.
Quality.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi sa table, kasi sa table, ma'am, ang quality is the same as the quantity. The same ngayon na very often, ganun. Quantitative pa rin yung dating sa akin.
Yes, ma'am.
So, even if you interviewed, still, quantitative ngay, number, kasi dating kasada nga nag-respond. That's why, kasi ang ine-expect ko sa quality, especially when you mentioned in your discussion here at XLI, yung page XLI, sabi niya dito, it represents the satisfaction of school head with the quality of teachers' activities. Okay, so ang description nga lang niya dito is very often. So parang kasing kung very often, sometimes always, it will speak of the quantity. Yun,
Yes,
so yun yung tinitingnan ko sa questionnaire nga kas ano, how did they respond to quality? Yun, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. I'll try to see on that.
Nagpada lang. Test sana, paano ba? In your direction, when you ask them to answer, in specify nyo doon na you answer based on quantity, siguro how often, as to, yun nga, frequency. Kastan school head to supervise. And then, dun sa quality naman is how satisfied are you? Kas lakas Jay siguro. Ano kaya yun? But anyway, it's here. I'll ask the other members and the chair of how we are going to reconcile this. Tap no mas clear. Because looking at it, kas lang same lang yung quality and quantity.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll try to see this one.
Paano kaya gagawin yun? And siguro ang isa, kaya kung if papayag sila, ang gawin na lang natin is we retain quantity, pero ang i-compare na lang natin is yung respond ni teacher at ni school head. Kasi mas maganda ngayon na malaman na kung dito kasi yun actually yun ang interest ko din na same ba yung respond ni teacher dun sa school head niya? Yun yung isa sana, especially so that you mentioned that both of them pala responded to the same questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo,
Sige.
parang ang magiging title mo, for me, because it is really confusing. We have to admit that we have to keep on, we keep on turning your paper. We are trying to digest. I'm very sorry, Ma'am Josefa, but we have to tell you that we are
Yes,
trying
ma'am.
to digest. How were you able to present this study in a way that at a glance we can understand what you are trying to imply, what you are trying to present? Iso nga ija into table 4 mo kamain niya, ma'am, you go to your table 4 bagam ijay nga title mo. So I really look into the alignment or matching of your SOP to your result and discussion. So in your table 2, you ask the question, the level of monitoring done by school heads to multi-grade teachers. So that is in relation to what Ma'am Dr. Obnayon is telling us. Level of monitoring by the school head with the quantity. We cannot understand quantity, nor the quality. So perhaps instead of looking into the quantity and quality, you look into or you give us a data where the level of monitoring, like the title already would be, level of monitoring to multi-grade teachers as perceived by the school head.
Yeah.
Okay, then what follows there is level of monitoring, the level of monitoring to, or I mean, level of monitoring to school heads as perceived by the multi-grade teachers kasjay. Tapos no pag-compare mo at dapat the difference dahil pa ng perceive dagitoy school head kendi yay nga multi-grade teacher ijay enti monitoring part level of monitoring ijayin enti teachers activity. Kasjay ko mamam.
Yes, ma'am.
Admit nga na delineate ditoy no inya jay okay jay quantity sinabi na ni Ma'am Jen pero jay quality haan tayo nga mai-establish di jay inaramid mo
Yung quality.
Okay.
So our recommendation is for question number 2, what is the level of monitoring? Agnayon kati question mo, what is the level of monitoring done, or what is the level of monitoring to multi-grade teachers as perceived na lang, ibaga tayo ang perceived ta quantitative ka ay quantitative garod, as perceived by school heads. Tapos next nga question, as perceived by multi-grade teacher. Ang saruno lang di nga question or mabalin nga, what is the level of monitoring to school head as perceived, ay to multi-grade as perceived by school head, or talaga pag separating ma'am kasi the next question is, what is the level of monitoring by school heads as perceived by multi-grade teachers. As jay.
Okay.
Tapos, the number 4 nga question mo, ket jay number 3 nga, is there a significant difference? Ay, win gayam. Sa bagay, may samton. Basta iayos tayo lang, basta i-muna amin nga, tawag na,
Descriptive question.
questions before the inferential question. So,
Yes, ma'am.
di number 3 dito nga question, magiging number 4 muna dito sa ginagawa natin, ayusin mo na lang pag nag-finalize ka. Is there a significant difference in the level of monitoring in terms of as perceived by school head, as perceived by multi-grade? Inya, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Haanin nga in terms of quality and quantities.
Okay.
Just on quantity. So kas jaymit lang ma'am numapan tayo man ni HIMT.
Supervision.
When level of man by school head to man as to quality. Awanin di table number 5 mo inya ma'am. When
Yes, ma'am.
awanin di quality. Significant difference, mapalitan na ito ang pag-comparein mo na result of school head, result of multi-grade teachers. Okay. Let's proceed to the level of supervision, which is your question number 4 dito. So you follow muna yung nasa papel mo para ayusin mo na lang pag nag-finalize ko. Your question is, what is the level of supervision by school head? So we will change the same with what we have given in number 2. So what is the level of supervision of school heads as perceived by multi-grade teachers? Tapos di magiging number 5 mo, what is the level of supervision by school heads as perceived by the multi-grade teachers? I hope, Roxanne, you were able to take note what we are telling here. Roxanne? Okay. Sige. Sabay naka-record. Okay. So it follows in all instead that level of supervision comparing with quality and quantity, what you will be comparing are the result of multi-grade teachers and the result of school heads. Similarly with what is the performance of multi-grade based on their IPCR? So,
Yes, but I think
when number 9 is stable 14.
Ma'am, IPCR yung performance na ginamit mo?
IPCRF, ma'am.
Okay. Kasi, dahil di questionnaire.
Table 14 is table 13. Kinyana. LIV. there a table 15 guys. Performance of multi-grade teachers. VS. Kas ano nga,
Yeah,
kas ano ka
I'm-
PCR?
yes, ma'am. I'm wondering paanong IPCR unless,
Lesson planning.
yes, ma'am. If you look into the indicators, same indicators with the sa supervision and dito sa monitoring. So unless the IPCR is ito rin po yung kanyang content.
Ma'am Josefa,
Yes, ma'am.
yung bang content ng IPCR ninyo, meron tong mga statements or let's just say indicators na ito.
Yeah,
So
no,
yung
lesson
lesson planning,
teaching schemes,
kasi kaslaki niya
teaching
dito,
strategies,
kinatag instruction, research, extension. Na kayo ba, tipa nakasina-sina na, DJ IPCR yung podcastoy, lesson planning, implementation, teaching strategies?
Hindi po, ma'am.
So saan kinuha tong ma'am?
Very satisfactory.
Okay. Ano kasi talaga, ma'am, this was during my defense for yung sa title ko, ma'am, kasi sinabi po na idagdag ko, it was there in the correction. So, what I did, ma'am, is to get the rating of teachers and then get the average so that I will come up with the
Performance.
Yes, the performance, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. That's why what we are expecting here in the performance is the summaries siguro ma'am ng yung sabi mong IPCRF, the average IPCRF of your respondents.
The multi-grade, can i-compare mo
Yes,
school heads.
Parang yun yung ine-expect namin, and then when we look into the table, may kaakibat kasi na mean, table 14 ma'am. If you look into table 14, may kaakibat na mean per indicator. And the indicators are the same with the teacher's activities that you did in the monitoring and supervision. So kaya yun yung tinatanong namin, saan mo nakuha itong values na ito, ma'am? If you said na ang pinagkuhanan mo ng performance is IPCRF.
Basta na kung inala na individually the teachers, then in average na.
As ma'am, pinaalak, ma'am, dagijay kwa IPCRF ratings the teachers.
Yes, ma'am. The question is from the IPCRF, merong indicator for lesson planning. So ito yung average niya. And then, halimbawa, teaching strategies, ito din ba yung niya? Kasi ba,
Sandali, ma'am. Any IPCRF the teachers, wrong mo ba ito? Parang nalilito na.
Hello, ma'am. May I ask the advisor to the panel? Okay, from the DepEd. Si Ma'am Georgina. Any comment?
Meron ito sa IPCR, although it's not exactly stated as lesson planning, implementation. Yes, meron. So, siguro dyan nakuha ni Ma'am Josefa yan, kinategorize niya. Kasi kompleto, nandyan doon sa COP. Sa IPCR, yung bago.
Okay. Siguro i-attach na lang niya yung instrument para clear na nandun.
And to include in as one of the data gathering instruments, no? Oo.
Secondary data. Yung nagamit.
Pero, yeah. Oo nga. Yung DJ Meet and rational niya is more on sa school heads. Oo. We are discussing here because we cannot see the performance also of the school heads based on their IPCR if they have also. Oo. Mm.
Kas lang ako. Performance of teachers. Kasi ti awareness di jay ko patangay. Awareness.
School heads, di ba? On the performance of multi-grade teachers. That the school head will...
I think yung table 14 should not be presented this way na lang, no? Hindi yung performance indicators na specific na lesson planning, school reports, ano na lang, the exact result of the IPCR. IPCR ng multi-grade teachers and IPCR of the school heads. Ganun na lang. Miss Josefa?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Would that be fine?
Yeah.
Oo.
The average. So halimbawa, ay kung naman Josefa tatay nga inalam di IPCR da. So inalam amin di IPCR di school heads. When i-average mo, di ba? The average.
Presentation lang kit di ma'am. Same naman na data. And especially so that you will use only this for the correlation lang. So kahit wala na yung ganun. Overall average na lang ang mailalagay.
So overall average of...
Parang itong 4.14 but hiwalay po yung sa teachers and the school head.
So noog level, noog correlate isunan. The level of monitoring.
And then the performance.
And the performance of multi-grade. The level of
monitoring performance of school.
Dito ya.
Monitoring.
Kasanok nga naala dito kanu taka dito ka.
Ikwan na.
Sige, ganito Josefa. The panel would indicate their comments and their recommendations dito sa papel, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Dito sa template, and please review. I hope that our counterpart in Baguio City will assist our students, no? Ma-consolidate itong comments and recommendations ng panel, and please comply with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
If that is the case, what you will, it's really a revamp on your discussions on those questions change also.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa conclusion naman ng, let's proceed to conclusion and recommendation. Dr. Ognayon.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. I find your conclusion as findings of your study. Basically, what we write in the conclusion are the conclusions. What are the response to the SOP? So, yung mga sagot na lang doon. So, your conclusion, for instance, number 1, you have to summarize the result. Okay, ang tanong natin sa number 1 is the profile. So, what's the profile of multi-grade teachers and school heads in Benguet? Generalization na po tayo in the conclusion. So that all the enumerated result, i-summarize mo na lang, ma'am. For instance, the multi-grade teachers in Benguet are anong average grade nila, average age nila. For instance, the multi-grade teachers are age 35, female, Ganon, generalization na ma'am of the profile. So you generalize for the multi-grade teachers and then the profile. And then when you go to the inferential problems, hindi na natin gagamitin yung statistical conclusion, but we use the implications. For instance, you mentioned na not significance yung difference, ay wala pala na to. So for instance, yung result mo later is there is no difference between the response of multi-grade teachers and the school heads. You will conclude now, or your concluding statement will be the assessment, level of monitoring of school heads is the same with that of the teachers. Or basta ganun, depende po sa result. Okay, so we do not use na yung not significant, yung no correlation, mga ganon dito sa ating conclusion. So sa ano naman, sa correlation, meron nakita ko dito sa discussion mo on the correlation. You mentioned that, for instance, in the supervision and the performance of teachers, yung
Yes.
ang sabi mo dito, yung inyong implication is it proves that teachers need to be provided with supervision for them to have higher performance. That's actually a good implication. So you can use that, but tapno nga agpadpadamit the statement da, you can say that the level of supervision of school heads has bearing with the performance of teachers. Ano na lang po in conclusion. And then for the recommendation, ma'am, it follows also na kung ano yung conclusion number one-to-one correspondence din tayo. And as much as possible, specific recommendation. Ano yung activities na i-recommend mo? And tawag dito, for instance, conclusion 1 talks about yung profile. Dapat yung conclusion 1 is about, recommendation 1 is about profile. Then nabanggit ni ma'am kanina, bakit mas maraming female? So ano kayang pwede nating mai-recommend in that particular aspect, yung highlight ng findings mo. Yun. So yung mga yun ang dapat addressan natin. For instance, may correlation yung supervision at saka sa performance. So you talk about activities ng mga school heads on supervision para mas mag-perform pa ng mabuti yung mga teachers. Yun ma'am. So one-on-one yun. So if you have 12 statement of the problem, 12 conclusions, and then more or less 13 recommendation. Kasi yung pang 13 na recommendation, siguro ma'am, i-summarize mo itong mga further recommendations for further study. They should study more on the level of supervision, yung mga included na variables. Siguro ma'am, dito ko idagdag yung they have to study on yung quality. Kasi tinanggal naman na natin dito yung sa study mo yung quality. Kasi compare na lang tayo ng response ng dalawang respondent mo. So yung natanggal yun na yung isa sa i-recommend natin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's for me as to yung last na intervention. We want to look into the intervention are the response to your result. Kasi pag makita mo yung activity 1, yung activity 1 mo pa dun sa implementation is mag-needs assessment ka pa. Wala na yung ganun, ma'am, kasi nga based dito sa result ng study mo, ano yung i-recommend mo ng mga activities in order for them to have a good performance. Ganun, ma'am, or kung ano pa pwedeng mga activities. And thank you.
Yes, as mentioned by Dr. Ognayon, I think there would be a changes to be happened in in your output based on the result of the studies where perceptions of multi-grade and school head will be considered already. And for the others, submit the result first of the comparison of multi-grade and school head result for checking by the college before finalizing the math. All the rest will be written on your paper already to be submitted to our recorder. Thank you, Ma'am Josefa, and
Ma'am Georgina, anything that you may give?
Ma'am, yes ma'am. Statistical limit po ma'am, may napansin pala ako dyan, hindi ko na sabi ka agad. Yung sa computation ng ng interval niya is 1 point ano na yun? Dapat for a 5-point scale, the interval will be 0.8 pag-check. Sige. Kaya yung sa result mo, nawawala yung ano na to, it does not cover or it is not within the statistical limit yung result. For example, to 3.22, wala sa statistical limit mo. So, pag-check yan.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for that.
0.08 ba yun? Gusto mo 1 point. So, 1.2.
Since nabanggit ni ma'am on statistics, I also observe in your result, alam ng mga statistician to ma'am that when you have if you look into table, for instance, table 13, yung difference, may significance kasi, significant difference yung position and years in service at saka number of related trainings. So we have to show saan ba yung mas mataas dito. Okay? So if possible, tapos itong mean na to, I believe this mean, yan, ito ma'am, ito. Okay, so yung mean na yan is the overall mean, but we don't write yung overall mean because in the F test, we are comparing the different response by group. So for instance, sa sex, ano yung response ni male, ano yung response ni female. Though alam kasi natin dalawa, kaya hindi masyadong ano yun, but mga may significant difference, if possible, please show the means by group so that you will, kasi konti lang din yung diniscuss mo, hindi na-discuss, basta nasabi lang, there is difference. So, sino ba dito sa position? In terms of, halimbawa, teacher 1, 2, 3, sino bang mas mataas? Si teacher 1 ba or si teacher 3? Ganun, ma'am. So, yun lang naman in this particular aspect that if possible, show the means by group. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
That is all, ma'am. Lumabas si President.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the panels.
Hello. Okay,
Yes,
let us resume. What's the time now? 12:30. So let us resume at 1:30. Would that be fine with you all?
Yes,
I hope that the next presenter is ready already, no? May I advise Hagat to identify already the presenters next this afternoon so that we could be guided spontaneously na hindi yung kwan, may mga technical glitches pa, no?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Sige,
Thank
let's
you,
public.
ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Masakit sila.
You can share your screen already. Nited. Diya lang. Nited di inalak di may sa inala ni Ma'am pag may sa. Itakbo mo nga yung cellphone dito. Or na iwan. Awan po, awan.
Hello, Ma'am Nancy. I-open niyo po yung microphone niyo, ma'am, and try to speak po.
Hello po, ma'am. Meron na po.
Ay, meron.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Lord.
Ma'am Roxanne,
Yes, ma'am.
make sure that the next after Ma'am Nancy is also ready. So we will finish all the PhD.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next si Ma'am Irma, and then also all Nozen.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige.
Ma'am, before Ma'am Olnoson, si Ma'am Teresita.
Hindi, tapusin muna natin yung mga PhD. Di ba hindi PhD si Ma'am Teresita? So,
Ma'am, hindi rin pala PhD si Ma'am Olnoson.
ha? All Nozen. Nasa. Ay, masters. Oh,
Sino? Pwede na po?
hindi pa ano. So, sino ang mga PhD? Tapos na si Ma'am Beliza, si Ma'am Costina, si Ma'am Doctolero. Tatlo, ma'am.
Okay, will we start already? Nandito na si Miss Nancy Costina.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Please proceed with your presentation then. Do you have your advisor with you?
Ma'am, unfortunately, Sir Camila is in Manila right now.
Okay.
Kaya
Yeah.
wala po siya. Kaya lang po, kinuha po niya yung yung Zoom ID po. Hindi ko lang po sure makaka-join siya, ma'am.
Sige. Anyway, basahin niya siguro yung comments namin sa may form naman, no?
Yes.
So that he could guide you through, no?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon. My apologies for what happened this morning po.
It's okay.
Nervyos ako. Okay.
Do not feel nervous. We are here to help you and guide you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me start by showing the panel the thesis proposal, the recommendations given by IFSU University. So here is the recommendation that I received. The title must be changed into English, Anxiety, Ethnicity, and Academic Performance of Senior High School Students in Itogon 1 and 2. And I was able to incorporate it because previously the title was Ethnicity, English Anxiety, Ethnicity, and Academic Performance of Grade 11 and Grade 12. And then for the introduction, I was instructed to increase my number of references, and I was able to increase the number of references. And then to include reference discussions on the anxieties and factors causing language learning in Benguet so that it will become contextualized. There were some incorporated studies. And then I also need to include the ethnic groups in Itogon. I also have included them, ma'am. And then for the theoretical or conceptual framework, there were no recommendations. For the paradigm of the study, this is the recommended paradigm of the study, which was followed. And then for the statement of the problem, they were rearranged and disarranged this way, which were also incorporated. And then, hold on, please. Sorry, I have to scroll. Hold on, please. Okay, and then the hypotheses were also revised accordingly following the arrangement in the statement of the problem. For the methodology, there were no recommendations. For the research environment, just like what was mentioned earlier, I need to include the ethnic groups in Itogon, which were also incorporated. And I should also explain why I focus on the grade 11 and grade 12. And then for the respondents, grade 11 and 12 of Itogon Benguet should be given a description as they were not included in the SOP, which was also incorporated. And then for the data gathering instruments, there were some comments regarding the mention of the source of the questionnaire, which was also incorporated. Present the group of items that corresponds address to each problem, and then revise your scale of interpretation accordingly. So this is something to do with the Likert scale that was used. And then for the statistical treatment, wala po. Okay, so aside from that, there were some additional requirements here which were also incorporated now. Okay, so may I now share the presentation that I prepared. So the title of my presentation is English Language Anxiety, Ethnicity and Academic Performance of the Senior High School Students in Itogon 1 and 2. Because Itogon is divided into two districts. We have Itogon 1 and Itogon 2. There are 7 secondary schools here in Itogon. Okay, my advisor is Sir Dr. Felipe S. Comila, the new university president of Benguet State University. Okay, so for the introduction, this study aimed at identifying the English language anxiety level of the senior high school students of Itogon District 1 and 2 and categorizing whether it is directly related to their ethnicity and academic performance. So these are the research questions. Number 1, what is the English language anxiety level of the senior high school students in the areas of communication apprehension, test anxiety, fear of negative evaluation, anxiety in English language class? I'm sorry, this should be number 2. Number 2, is there a significant difference between the respondents' English language anxiety along with the 4 areas? Number 3, is there a significant difference in the English language anxiety between grade 11 and grade 12 students? Number 4, what are the ethnicities of the grade 11 and 12 students of Itogon Districts 1 and 2? Number 5, what ethnic group has the highest level of English language anxiety in terms of the 4 areas? Number 6, is there a significant difference between the level of English language anxiety when respondents were grouped according to their ethnicity? And then number 7, is there a significant difference in the level of English language anxiety according to the following areas, the 4 areas, namely communication apprehension, test anxiety, fear of negative evaluation, and anxiety in English class? Number 8, is there a significant relationship between students' English language anxiety to their ethnicity? Number 9, what is the academic performance of the grades 11 and 12 students as measured by their English grades? Next, is there significant relationship between the respondents' level of English language anxiety and academic performance? Next, is there a significant relationship between respondents' ethnicity and academic performance? And the last one, what intervention programs can be proposed to address English language anxiety among the grades 11 and 12 students? Okay, so these are the hypotheses that were derived. Number one, the English language anxiety level of grade 11 and 12 students in 4 areas, namely communication anxiety, test anxiety, fear of negative evaluation, and anxiety in English language class is high respectively. Number two, there is no significant difference between the respondents' English language anxiety to their ethnicity along with the 4 areas. Next, there is no significant difference between the grade 11 respondents' English language anxiety to the English language anxiety level of the grade 12 students. Next, the ethnicities of the grade 11 and 12 of Itogon Districts 1 and 2 are the following. Ibaloy, Kangkanaay, Carao, Ilocano, Kalinga, I can't see the others. Hold on, please. Ifugao, Kalanguya, or Iowa. So there were 6. Number 5, the ethnic group that has the highest level of English language anxiety in terms of communication apprehension, test anxiety, fear of negative evaluation, and anxiety of English classes is the Ibaloy group. Next, there is no significant difference in the respondents' English language anxiety when they were grouped according to ethnicity. Number 7, there is no significant difference in the level of English language anxiety according to the areas, the 4 areas, ma'ams. And the next, there is no significant relationship between respondents' level of English language anxiety with their ethnicity. Number 9, the academic performance of grades 11 and 12 students as measured by their English grades falls under fair category. Number 10, there is no significant relationship between respondents' level of language anxiety and their academic performance. Next, few intervention programs can be proposed to address English language anxiety for the grade 11 and 12 students of Itogon Districts 1 and 2. So those are the hypotheses formulated basing on the given statement of the problems. Okay, so this research or study was anchored on several studies and literature, which includes the following. First, for English language anxiety, the definition given by American Psychological Association, giving anxiety as, or defining anxiety as an emotion characterized by feelings of tension, worried thoughts, and physical changes like increased blood pressure. Such things are manifested in many areas, including those people who struggle in their quest for learning a new language. And such is referred to as specific anxiety reactions, which refers to the kind of anxiety that falls on a specific area that includes language learning. This is taken from the study of Horwitz and Co. in 1987. I did not look into, I included this as my related literature because this study was anchored on the study of Horwitz and Co. Next, language anxiety is one of the most prominent and pervasive emotions, defined as a feeling of uneasy suspense, and has been a focus of research in foreign language education since the early 1970s. This was according to Liu and Huang in 2010. Such has been a matter of considerable interest in language education setting for educators, since it is a significant obstacle to foreign language learning that the learners need to overcome. This is according to Eladi in 2016. The problem of students' language anxiety remains one of the most significant obstacles that teachers have to overcome in teaching the English language, according to Beth Julahu in 2016. For ethnicity, um, Hashimi in 2011 made mention that language anxiety may be experienced due to intrinsic motivators such as different social and cultural environments, particularly where the environment where language 1 and L2 or foreign language learning takes place. It is the reason why the role of teachers in foreign language pedagogy and need to investigate the beliefs and perceptions of language teachers about learning and teaching the language was seen important. Another study by Sadat and Hosseini in 2015 discovered a significant effect of ethnic identity and motivation on the language proficiency for the Turk language learners. Their study reveals that there was a small positive correlation between ethnic identity and motivation to learn English among the Turk participants. Kui in 2011 provided for the existence of language anxiety in English classroom brought about by cultural tradition that Chinese people care much about their faces, so they do not like to receive low evaluations or criticisms about themselves. And the last one from Florendo, who studied on, who said that UP Baguio freshmen consider English as consider that English as a target language was difficult to master as a result of the interference of one's native language. This is the reason why I included this under ethnicity. Also, she concluded that although the development of any language through constant use allows for creativity, it also promotes errors of using the language, and if not corrected, it further results in handicap or anxiety. So it is from the study of Lorendo where I have seen that anxiety or English language anxiety can also be termed as English language handicap. Okay, for academic performance, there were a lot, but I only have chosen three to present. We have Halder in 2018, who found out that English anxiety is negatively correlated with academic achievement of the students. The inverse correlation is an indication of the decreased academic achievement for those who showed a higher level of English language anxiety. So I remember during the proposal defense, then President Sir Muhayon mentioned about this. So, ibig sabihin, ma'am, if the learner has a higher language anxiety, meaning they have a higher they're quite hard up in learning the new language. And then we have Beroa in 2018, who had 60 university students as his respondents in Mindanao State University in Davao del Norte, found out that was a neutral level of language anxiety among the respondents, which was, however, depicted to be positive as it serves as motivation for the learners to continue with their English language learning. And then we have Lababidi in 2016, who concluded that all of the anxious students in the study believed that anxiety affected their academic achievement in English. These are associated in a study that was conducted among middle school students in English language program in Satrisi Suriyotai School in Bangkok, Thailand. Okay, so we have here some other related studies. Apostle in 2017 negated on the relationship between self-esteem and ethnicity as she disclosed that whether the respondents are Ilocano, Kalanguya, Isinay, Kangkanaay, Tagalog, or Ibaloy, their ethnicity has no bearing to their assertiveness, self-esteem, and academic performance, particularly with their oral performance in the classroom. And then Adonis and Couch in 2017 discovered that speaking different languages and switching from one to another is not hard for Igorots, but it is for their accents that they are most criticized. Okay, so those are the related studies. So let me proceed to the methodology. For the research method, the standard operating procedure was followed. The proponent wrote a letter to the schools division superintendent, and then it was then forwarded to the different schools, secondary schools of Itogon. And then the learners or the respondents were also they were they call this, uh, I lost the term. They were oriented about the reason why the study is being conducted, and then they were also oriented about the questionnaire that was used. Okay, so for the research method, this study used the descriptive survey method in order to gather data relevant to the identification of English language anxiety level of the grade 11 and grade 12 students of Itogon District, together with its relationship with their ethnicity and academic performance. For the research environment, this was conducted in Itogon Benguet, the largest municipality in the province. This is the political map of Itogon Benguet. Itogon Benguet has 9 barangays. For the respondents, these grade 11 and 12 students are those who were enrolled as senior high school students in the different secondary schools of Itogon way back school year 2018 and 2019. So here, okay, this study made use of purposive sampling method as it gives the researcher possible access to respondents. There are 7 public secondary schools in Itogon whose students are a conglomeration of various ethnic groups of the Cordillera region. The main goal of purposive sampling method is to focus on the particular characteristics of the population that will best answer the research questions. So we have 7 secondary schools in our municipality. However, um, 5 of these secondary schools are dominated by Ibaloy students. When I had my proposal defense, I planned to make use of total enumeration, but it was later on suggested that I will just have to I will make use of purposive sampling anyway. Um, the 2 schools here, Fianza Memorial National High School and Lorenzo Fianza, are schools that are dominated by Ibaloys. So this is the reason why I made use of purposive sampling. There were 213 respondents for this study. This study focused on grades 11 and 12 students because they are already in their last stage of their high school education. It is imperative that their skills in using a global language, which is English, be measured and be strengthened as they are on their way towards the 4 exits of senior high school. For both the grade 11 and 12 respondents, the results of this study will serve as their motivation to reconsider ways in order to minimize their English language anxiety. So with the teachers, it will serve as a reminder for them on their role in the teaching learning process. The identification of these research respondents came as a result of teachers' observation among the grade 12 students of Fianza Memorial National High School's inability to sustain conversations in English. Because of this, some of them have poor performance ratings, thereby affecting their grades in other subjects, especially those subjects being taught in English. Most of them, too, would not like to participate in classroom interactions, and most of them claim that their hesitance to participate in classroom interaction in English is attached to their being Ibaloys, as these Ibaloys or we Ibaloys are generally said to be the shy people of Benguet. For the data gathering procedure involved the use of questionnaire with 2 parts. The first part was on the background information where the respondent's name, which was made optional, age, grades in the different English subjects, and ethnicity were identified. The second part was the Foreign Language Classroom Anxiety Scale, or FLCAS, that was developed by Horwitz and Cope in 1986. It was adapted from Eladi's study in 2016, which was entitled Foreign Language Anxiety of Students Studying English Language and Literature, a Sample from Turkey. A slight modification was employed in order to suit the context of the study. So it was an adapted questionnaire. For the statistical tools, collected data were analyzed, tabulated, and calculated using frequency and average weighted mean using MS Excel. Each item on the FLCAS was rated on 5-point Likert scale, ranging from very low anxiety to 5, which is very strong anxiety. An example was given here under communication apprehension. In determining the academic performance of the respondents, the final or midterm grades of the respondents were obtained. Since 3 subjects were being covered, the average was taken and was grouped following DepEd Order number 8 series of 2015. In determining the significant relationships between the English language anxiety and ethnicity and academic performance and ethnicity of the students, the chi-square test of independence was used. This statistical tool is a test of the relationship between 2 or more variables. It is a non-parametric test since it does not require a normal distribution of data and the levels of measurement are nominal and ordinal. So here is the result of the study that was conducted. Number 1, data presented shows that grade 11 and 12 students of Itogon District manifest English language anxiety as shown in the following. For the first area, which is communication apprehension, the level is moderate anxiety. So what is the implication? It is an indication that in a way, respondents can engage themselves in English communications, but still need to overcome specific barriers that are causing the anxiety. Their confidence may not be very high, but their level of confidence may still overcome this type of anxiety if only attended to. The communication apprehension of grade 12 is higher than grade 11. This is indicative of difference in the teaching learning process between the two. Um, we as teachers should usher learners to love English without having to be nervous, because if we let our students recite, they would always say, I don't like, I feel nervous, just like me. Okay, and then there is a need for the teachers to bring the real world to the classroom in order to produce physical connections in their brains. This is from Reloho Howe in 2019. And then for English language test anxiety level, the outcome is moderate anxiety. Respondents concerned on the effect of failing the English subject may upset their interest in other subjects in the senior high, especially so that most of the subjects of the senior high schools are using English as a medium of instruction. For this reason, teachers need to sort out ways in order to ease both language anxiety and test anxiety by creating a friendly and supportive atmosphere in class during examinations, which was also mentioned in Salehe and Marifat's study in 2014. Um, it must be noted that grade 11 has lower English language test anxiety level than that of the grade 12. And then respondents' manifest of test anxiety in English can also be a good cue for teachers to be mindful of the processes that they need to follow in test construction. This is one of which is the preparation of TOS, or the table of specification, which is sometimes being taken for granted by some teachers. So this is very important. And then on the third area, we have the fear of negative evaluation, still moderate anxiety. So implication, teachers can arrange for more fun and encouraging ways of practicing English even outside class hours in order to master its use even in daily conversations. And then teachers must be always on the guard when it comes to correcting the mistakes of their learners, especially in front of their fellow learners. This is the reason why we always hear from our seminars that we allow our learners to commit mistakes, especially when they are answering in English. We allow them, and then later on we give them some necessary feedback. We have to be very careful because it might destroy their confidence in using the language. And then the fourth
Oh,
area,
Miss Nancy,
ay,
sorry to interrupt you because we cannot see your PowerPoint presentation actually. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it. But what appears in our screen is the additional requirements or recommendations. So, hindi namin makita yung yung presentation mo. Stop share mo and then, ayan. Ito na
meron na
yan.
po.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Sorry also. Oh, may nakapansin. Yes, continue.
So anxiety in English class. So the level is still moderate anxiety, which is a categorically low, I should say. It should be an object of curiosity since it indicates that while there is an indication of anxiety in joining their English classes, it is not so high that it may affect the teaching learning process. Meaning to say, the students are not afraid to join English classes. Teachers can take advantage of this result. The grade 11 class has lower anxiety than the grade 12. This can be an indication that the grade 11 class is far relaxed, more inviting than the grade 12 class. This may be discussed during teachers' LAC sessions. Okay, for number 2, difference in English language anxiety between grades 11 and 12 students along with the 4 areas. Okay, so we have here on the, except for the last one, there is the significant difference noted for communication apprehension, test anxiety, and fear of negative evaluation. This may mean that similar patterns of practices are being employed by the teachers in older English classes. Identifying which of these practices cause or lessen language anxiety among the learners may be tough, but the result may give an idea that certain similarities in the teaching strategies of the different teachers in Itogon should be modified or if not, strengthened. On the other hand, the significant difference that was noted in the respondents' anxiety level in English class is a pleasant revelation. It may be gleaned that from this result that there may be some teaching learning practices that are missing on the other class but are currently being observed in the other class or vice versa. This result confirms with the earlier findings of this study on the respondents' anxiety level in joining English classes, where grade 11 English class has shown lower anxiety than that of the grade 12 class. While it is not definite, such may mean that grade 11 students in Itogon are enjoying their English classes than the grade 12 students. It is good to note if this is a teacher factor or it is being brought about by any other factor inside the classroom. Similarly, it might be a result of the subject offered to grade 11 and 12 on every semester. It is empirical to check on the subject groupings in senior high school. It might be that in grade 11, students are not yet much bombarded with activities that may hamper their interest in language learning. On the opposite, the grade 12 might be too much engaged in more challenging and demanding subjects, thus resulting in a higher level of anxiety in the said area. Number 3, difference in English language anxiety between grades 11 and 12 students. In general, data gathered proved no significant difference between the language anxiety level of grade 11 and 12 of Itogon. Moderate anxiety level was accounted for from the two sets of respondents. So the implication, it connotes that the same set of experiences are besetting the learners along with the 4 areas of English language anxiety. It must bring about a series of inquiries among English teachers and school administrators, including all those concerned individuals or agencies, as this significantly affects the future of Itogon Senior High School graduates. Setting some interventions to unravel the roots of this tendency will help trim down the anxiety level of the learners. And then we have the ethnicities of the grade 11 and 12 of Itogon. A while ago, um, in presenting the hypothesis, I have given 6 ethnic groups of senior high school learners in Itogon. But after the study, it was discovered that there were not only 6, but in this study, there were 9 ethnic groups, which is just confirming the content of which was the content of um, this article from benguet.gov.ph, where it was mentioned that Itogon is continuously becoming a home to many people from the lowlands and other places in the country. It affirms the report that the continuous migration of other ethnic groups in the area is credited to economic opportunities in this place, knowing very well that Itogon is a mining site. Okay, the number of respondents from Ifugao is not what is projected, as there was supposed to be quite a number of them in the most prominent secondary school in Itogon, which is Alejo. Their decrease in figure may be attributed to the impact of Typhoon Ompong, where most of the students living in the area transferred out for family security reasons. Number 5, level of English language anxiety by ethnicity along the 4 areas. Overall, the English language anxiety of the 9 ethnic groups involved in this study falls under moderate English language anxiety, which corresponds with the study of Beroa among the students of Davao del Norte, whose English language anxiety level also falls under moderate anxiety. Both of the respondents come from minority groups of the country. That is why this can be directly associated. Further, Beroa's positive statement may also apply among the grade 11 and 12 respondents of Itogon. It is resting on the fact that moderate anxiety can still be used as a motivation to maintain and strengthen their efforts in English language learning. Since the English language anxiety of our learners in Itogon, particularly grades 11 and 12, falls under moderate and not very high. Okay, so this is presenting to you the result. For communication apprehension, the highest uh, is from the Bisaya and the lowest from the Kalanguya group. Test anxiety, we have the Ilocano, lowest Kalanguya. Fear of negative evaluation for Karao, highest is Karao and then lowest is Kalanguya. And anxiety in English class, we have the highest Karao and then the lowest Kalanguya. It is interesting to ponder on the turnout that the Bisaya group got the highest rating in communication apprehension. It is because, based on observations, the Cebuanos, or commonly called Bisaya, are far comfortable when using English in conversing with other people from other ethnic groups. Frejolis in 2016 in a blog generalized that they, the Cebuanos or Bisaya, do not consider Tagalog to be equally crucial than English. Besides, they would rather speak in English than in Tagalog because of their fear of negative evaluation due to their intonation. It might also help to note that the anxiety of Kalanguyas is so close to that of the Ifugaos in this area, as they are closely associated based on geography, history, language, and even cultural practices. Real-life observations say that Ifugaos are known for their brave character. Thus, they can quickly respond in English conversations. As to the overall anxiety level per ethnicity, the Karao group has the highest anxiety level with an overall mean of 3.28, which falls under moderate language anxiety, while the Kalanguya group had the least at 2.76, still falling under moderate anxiety level. Karao's group position in the chart to have the highest English language anxiety among all the other ethnic groups in the study may be associated with a factor revealed in some reliable studies, one of which points out that the people of Carao, called Icaros, are crying for physical extinction, more so of their ethnic groups' traditions that have slowly lost ways amidst the changing of times. This according to ethnicgroupphilippines.com. It is the Icaros feeling of being so few among the many that makes them feel discomfort in English language use and learning. Okay, it corroborates with some findings that ethnicity is genuinely related to language learning. It is confirmed in the study of Hashimi in 2011, which proved that the affective domain plays a significant role in language learning. In like manner, the existence of connections between language learning with ethnicity was seconded in the study of Woodrow in 2006. I have included this. It is sensitive matter. It is a sensitive matter that must be well thought out by concerned government agencies. It is in order to help in the preservation of the culture, including the identity of the Karaos of Benguet. In like manner, the issue of physical extinction among them may be correlated to general self-efficacy issues that were identified to be significant predictors of English language performance. That is why in my theoretical framework, self-efficacy was placed under intervening variables. While it is true that they have similarities with the Ibaloys, still their clamor for revival of their original individuality is vital, and they are calling for immediate attention for this. The result, however, has another implication, as it goes to say that the formulated hypothesis is not supported. What was the hypothesis? That the ethnic group having the highest English language anxiety or is the Ibaloys. Such then should alter the notion of some members of the Ibaloy ethnic group that they have a high level of English anxiety, for they usually attach to the Simango syndrome among them. Stereotyping the Ibaloys in this area must then be avoided. The result of this area supports the finding of Apostle in 2017 that ethnicity has no bearing in assertiveness, self-esteem, and academic performance, particularly oral performance in the classroom. Level of English language anxiety when grouped according to ethnicity. So for Ibaloy, Carao, Ilocano, Kalinga, and Kankanaay, there is a significant difference. Okay. Implication: the interpretation of the four areas of language anxiety differs from each other. For Ifugao, Kalanguya, Bisaya, and Tagalog, there was no significant difference. Ifugao and Kalanguya have similar perspectives, as the Kalanguyas are said to be the subgroup of the Ifugao. Bisaya and Tagalog both came from places in the southern part of the Cordillera. Their stay in a foreign environment may have adversely affected their English language use and learning. It may be in attribution to the findings of Mira Flores and Go in 2011, who stated that communication anxiety may be triggered during intercultural communication as learners see other people, strangers. In their case, their stay in an environment which is new to them may have influenced their perception of the four areas of English language anxiety. This result entails that there should be a more in-depth understanding of the different ethnic groups in Itogon as far as language learning is concerned. Further, it may also mean that it is not correct to generalize on the different ethnic groups in Itogon, which may also apply to other ethnicities in the other parts of the country. Sorry, nakat. Okay, for number 7, significant difference in the students' level of English language anxiety along the four areas. There was no significant difference in terms of communication apprehension, test anxiety, fear of negative evaluation, and anxiety in English class. So what is the implication? It means that if a learner has an anxiety in one area, it follows that the other areas may also be affected. It denotes that in giving intervention to learners, the four areas should also be taken into consideration, unless the finding is otherwise. Relating it to Filipino students' test performance in math and science, being the lowest in the world, studies correlate it with Filipino students' lack of support for a scientific culture reflected in the dearth in the school curriculum, insufficient teaching materials, and lack of teachers' training. That's according to the study of Garcia in 2009. It is a good point of review among teachers. Next, relationship between English language and anxiety and ethnicity. There was no significant relationship between English language anxiety and ethnicity. What is the implication? Regardless of what ethnic group do they belong to, a sense of apprehension is still felt as far as English language learning is concerned. With the result being revealed, such may mean good news on the part of the senior high school teachers of Itogon. It is because it goes to show that there is no need for them to vary their teaching practices according to the ethnicity of their learners. So they just have to modify or strengthen them, as the presence of moderate anxiety among their learners was shown by the earlier stated data. Number 9, academic performance of grade 11 and 12 as measured by their English grades. Grade 11 and 12, their grades fall under very satisfactory. As to numerical value, the academic performance of grade 11 is higher than that of the grade 12, which is the same with the previously stated data. Implication, the kind of learning environment and activities that the grade 11 are engaged with are different nature with that of the grade 12. And then correlation between English language and academic performance. There was no significant relationship between learners' academic performance with their English language anxiety. A learner's academic performance is not linked to any feeling of discomfort, fear, or worry in learning and use of the English language. Teachers must not only focus on the oral competence of their students, but also help in the holistic development of the learner as far as English language learning is concerned. It rings a bell on teachers about what DepEd officials always say, that the learning competencies of every subject is non-negotiable, as it is not only designed to develop one aspect of learning but covers all the necessary areas per subject. Teachers then must have to track them religiously. Okay, relationship between ethnicity and academic performance. There is no significant relationship between ethnicity and academic performance of the grade 11 and 12 respondents. What is the implication? The ethnicity of the respondents does not have anything to do with their academic performance. So, sometimes learners are being judged in their classes based on their ethnic origin. It should be avoided as it may significantly affect the confidence of the learner in all aspects. The role of teachers is very crucial. They have to help students understand that ethnicity is not an indicator of excellent academic performance, including extracurricular activities. This is the last, number 12, the intervention programs to address English language anxiety. I have enumerated a lot, which include the following. Teachers can carry out ways to promote intercultural communications among learners. It may be done in various ways, one of which is engaging the students in real-life situations where they can get to interact with people from other cultures. Teachers may invite resource persons in the classroom. If it seems impossible to bring the students...
Nancy,
Yes po?
are we reading the same material on the intervention program?
Yes po.
No. Kasi ang nakikita kong activities mo dito, for example, result research dissemination, right?
Ayan pa yung ano, yun pa yung sa last, ma'am, yung... Yes, ma'am, but yes pa yung nasa table po.
Ano ba ito sa balimit din? Wingarod. Sige. Okay, please do continue.
Okay. Hold on po. Titingnan ko lang po yung ano.
Wingarod. Ay, natuti 101. Ibagbagang kita 101.
Yan po yung nasa appendices po yata, ma'am. Which was written in tabular form.
Ito lang, LXXVII. Anyway, di bale kayo na ang magwan yan. Sige, continue mo na lang.
Okay. And then it is imperative that teachers continue to use the community as laboratory for learning, like bringing students to actual situations in the community where they can use their English communication skills to interview or interact with the people around them. And then inadequate teacher training also affects students' oral performance. And then teachers should remember that modeling is an act of teaching. If teachers will manifest oral competence when teaching the subject, it is apparent that students will be affected in many ways that may be of help to them. Ma'am, yung nasa table po, yun po yung intervention program na nasa, hindi na mahanap, ma'am. Yun po yung intervention program na hindi ko na mahanap dito. Okay.
Sige, okay lang. We will just comment later, okay?
Sige po, ma'am. And then for the conclusion, we have here the conclusion. The level of English language anxiety of the respondents along with the 4 areas is moderate. There were no significant differences between the respondents' English language anxiety along with the 3 areas except for the last one, anxiety in English class. There was no, number 3, there was no significant difference between the English language anxiety level of grade 11 from the language anxiety level of the grade 12. The ethnicities of, there were 9 ethnicities covered in this study. That includes the Ibaloy, Ilocano, Kalinga, Kangkanaay, Ifugao, Kalanguya, Karao, Bisaya, or Cebuano, and Tagalog. And then number 5, the English language anxiety level of the different ethnicities in all the 4 areas in all the 4 areas fall under moderate anxiety level. And then the Ilocanos having the highest anxiety in English tests, the Carao group having the highest fear in negative evaluation and anxiety in English classes. Number 6, there was a significant difference was noted when respondents were grouped according to ethnicity among the Ibaloys, Carao, Ilocano, Kalinga, and Kangkanaay, while there was no significant difference noted among the Ifugaos, Kalamuya, Bisaya, and Tagalog group. Number 7, there was no significant difference in the English language anxiety of all the respondents along the 4 areas. Next, there was no significant relationship between the respondents' English language anxiety with their ethnicity. Next, the academic performance of both the grade 11 and 12 of Itogon District falls under satisfactory, different from the hypothesis, as per grouping under DepEd Order number 8. That should be number 8, ma'am, sorry, series of 2015. And then there is no significant relationship between the respondents' level of English language anxiety with their academic performance. And then there was no significant relationship between the respondents' ethnicity and academic performance, hence accepting the hypothesis. And lastly, several possible intervention programs can be implemented in order to help address the manifestation of English language anxiety among the grade 11 and 12 of Itogon District 1 and 2. Okay, so these are the recommendations. Number 1, after the study, the researcher recommends the following. Number 1, there is a need for some intervention activities that may help more lessen the learner's English language anxiety. The results to serve as a tool for policymakers, curriculum planners, district heads in Itogon District as their basis in drafting programs that will help address the issue in the entire district, as well as to be relayed to the learners and must serve them positively for their motivation in their effort to master the English language. Number 2, the teachers should consider revisiting their teaching practices in order to identify those that need revision or reinforcement. Next, as there is no significant difference between English language anxiety of grade 11 from grade 12 respondents, this may suggest more accessible ways of fostering interventions to meet the needs of both grades, meaning what applies to the latter also applies to the former and vice versa. Number 4, there should be wider coverage that intends to compare the English language anxiety of the Ibaloys in Itogon from the English language anxiety of the Ibaloys from other municipalities in Benguet, such as Tuba, Sablan, Tublay, La Trinidad, Cabayan, and Bukod. Number 5, further studies should be conducted with more number of participants as well as to focus on the Carao group. Next, another study should be made to Ibaloys, Carao, Ilocano, Kalinga, and Ilocano as one group in order that the results gathered from this research study could be made conclusive. Number 7, teaching strategies should be modified or strengthened in a way that it provides more avenue for English-speaking engagements among students even outside the classroom setting. Number 8, Ethnicity does not play any role in English language anxiety level of the grade 11 students of Itogon. And this should be known. And then number 9, though results do not generalize all the grade 11 and 12 of Itogon, it is still an indication that more remediation activities can still help the students improve their grades. That's the end of my presentation po. Salamat po.
Thank you so much, Miss Nancy Costina, for that very detailed presentation, no, of your study. So, sige, ako ang mauna, and then the two other panelists will follow and give their comments. Okay, I will just give my general observation and comments, no. Doon sa chapter 1 on the introduction, but I trust that you really integrated and included all the comments and recommendations during your defense, no?
Yes,
Yung nauna, no? Okay. Doon sa introduction, parang ano, I would suggest that you build your introduction in such a way that you present the problem na ano binibuild up mo until that we can truly and clearly identify the gap that you are addressing, ano, kasi we can see strings of concepts, strings of ideas, but it should be presented in such a way na nagbi-build up siya, ano, until makita ng readers kung ano talaga yung gusto mong mangyari at saka kung ano yung gap or the problem that you would want to address, no? Kasi we do research mainly and chiefly so that we could give an intervention or address or give a solution, ano? So, yun yung ano i-build up mo yung introduction mo, no? Although you included the international and national and local, even local related studies, and that is a good point in your study, ano? So thank you for that. On the paradigm of the study, I didn't see the relationship of the variable. So perhaps you could expound more on the relationship of the independent variable to the dependent variable. Parang wala kang nilagay na explanation doon, no? Sinabi mo lang kung ano ang mga yon sa independent variable and the dependent variable, but no explanation on the relationship of the two variables. Okay? Just the same, siguro doon sa statement of the problem, like what we have mentioned during the earlier presentations, no? Can we rearrange the sequence also of the statement of the problem? So the descriptive questions come first. If if the other panel of evaluators agree, no? Okay lang ba na mauna na ano? Ang maging number 2 mo is yung what are the ethnicities of the grade 11 and 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Ang number 3 mo is yung what ethnic group has the highest level, no?
Sige
ang number 4 mo is yung number 9, yung what is the academic performance of the grades. Anyway, i-rearrange mo lang naman, no?
Yes.
Sige. And that follows on the presentation of your results and your findings and discussion, no?
So, ma'am, yun lang po ba yung ma'am, sorry po ma'am. Ma'am, yung first, yung second, third, and fourth po lang yung i-rearrange or okay na yung arrangement ng other SOPs po?
Oo. Basta magkakasunod-sunod na yung ano, yung relationships, yung is there a significant difference between respondents?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo. And doon sa respondents mo, perhaps in your table 1, ilagay mo siguro pag doon sa student population, you can subgroup pa rin ito kung ilan ang grade 11 at ilan ang grade 12. Although nakita ko sa results and sa discussion mo, meron kang nilagay, pero in as much na hindi naman included sa SOP mo, yung profile ng respondents, you include in chapter 2. No?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo, yung student population, so that we could already readily see kung ilan ang grade 11, ilan ang grade 12. Among the 103 in Alejo Pacalso Memorial National High School, ilan ang grade 11, ilan ang grade 12. Okay?
Sige pa, ma'am.
Oo. Sa data gathering procedure, please include the activity done to obtain the academic performance. Parang ang nilagay mo lang is yung mga ginawa mo to ask endorsement and permission, no, from your school principals. But how would you also get data on the academic performance? So it is related on the data gathering tools. So siguro ano mo sa data gathering tools mo yung academic performance. Parang explanation lang on how did you get the academic performance, no? Kung yun ba yung average nila for the whole school year or yung final test lang, no?
Ma'am, yung nakalagay po kanina, ma'am, yung grade nila sa midterm.
Oh, saan mo nilagay? In what study mo?
Hindi ko nahanap yun, ma'am. Sa data gathering procedure yata yun, ma'am.
Wala akong makita dito sa gathering procedure mo. Siguro you include that here, no? Sa data gathering procedure mo. Kasi I cannot see eh.
Nasa ba nilagay yun, ma'am?
Anyway, it should be included in chapter 2, okay?
Sige po, ma'am.
Kasi kung bigla na lang meron kang academic performance sa discussion mo, pero in chapter 2 it didn't appear, no? Okay.
Nasa ano yata, ma'am? Nasa, hindi ko nalagay yata, ma'am, sa may discussion.
Kaya nga eh. Oo.
Sige, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Noted ko, ma'am.
Sa chapter 2 mo, ha?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Para kasi doon sa chapter 3 mo, all results and discussion na lang. Yun kasi yung na-observe ko sa papel mo eh, na you didn't go directly to the discussion of your findings kasi nag-e-explain ka pa doon. So, ilagay mo na lang doon sa chapter 2 yan, ha?
Yes po, ma'am.
Doon sa statistical tool mo or treatment, I suggest that you put another column doon sa Likert scale mo. Parang kulang yun eh, no? So how would you differentiate very strong anxiety from strong anxiety, moderate anxiety? Ano yung meaning mga yun? Ano ang implications nun? Ano yung description of that scale? No? Paano ba? Saan mo na copy ito na Kwan? I surmise that you adapted from another study.
Yes, from the study of Eladi po, ma'am.
Oo. Tingnan mo nga yung Likert scale din niya na kung ano yung mga description niya kung very strong anxiety. Ano yung paano mo malalaman, ano yung difference nila sa strong anxiety at saka sa moderate anxiety. Kasi if we go to the findings of your study, more or less moderate anxiety lang, no? So ano yung pagkakaiba doon sa moderate tsaka sa low? Or moderate at saka sa strong? Ano yung thin line, airline na that sets them apart from each other? Anya. So,
idadagdag ko, ma'am, dito sa may statistical tools, idadagdag ko.
Oo, yung description niya. So that kami, for example, ako na reader and ako na researcher, if I would follow your recommendation siguro for a further study, at least I know, no?
Yes, ma'am.
And sa results and discussions, good, but I suggest, as I have mentioned a while back, na you go directly to the discussion of your findings or results of the study kasi parang siguro yung pinaglalagay mo na dito na, for example, there are times when the feeling of discomfort strikes a person in the communication process. Ilagay mo, dapat nasa introduction or kung pwedeng yun ang mag-support doon sa result ng study mo. For example, yung pagka yung nakuha na moderate anxiety, if that would explain yung mga pinaglalagay mo dito, yun yung second or third level of interpretation mo na, no? So there are 3 levels of interpretation nung study, no? So I suggest na unahin mong i-present sa discussion mo yung interpretation mo sa table 2. For example, moderate anxiety. Ano yung implication ng moderate anxiety na result of your study? And are there other related studies that would corroborate or disagree with your study?
Yes, ma'am.
Ganon. Ano?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yung mga pasakali mo na nauna, yun siguro ilagay mo doon. Pero unahin mo yung kung anong ibig sabihin ng data mo. Ilagay mo yung yun, yung may mean siya. Ano?
Yes po, ma'am. Noted po.
Okay. And for the others, that is my general comment and observation. So I'm giving already the floor to the other member of the panel.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sige, thank you.
Noted po.
Hello, Ma'am Nancy.
Hello po.
Buffer. Tama ba?
Sorry.
So for your introduction, do not use subheadings in the intro. Yan lang. Then for the theoretical and conceptual framework, I have seen that you use theory, right, ma'am?
Yes po.
Is on Prussian and who's that again? In Ifugos State University, we choose either we use a theory or concept to vouch or to vouch our study, the need for our study.
Mm-hmm.
Now in your book, you have your theory, but you only stated the theory. Right? Then you included already there the concepts on ethnicity, academic performance, and language anxiety. So these concepts on ethnicity, academic performance, and language anxiety must be incorporated in your introduction because those are the content words in your study. Doon dapat sa introduction na di-discuss yun, hindi dito sa theoretical framework. In your theory, what are the studies done? Who use the same theory to vouch that the theory that you are claiming that you use in this study is appropriate.
So yun ang ilalagay ko, ma'am, dun sa theoretical?
Yun ang ilalagay mo sa theoretical. Pag theory, ang gagamitin mo. May mga ibang studies ba or researchers na nag-conduct, ginamit ang theory para sa language anxiety. Okay? So, yung kasing concepts ng ethnicity, ACAD, perf, and language anxiety, dalhin mo siya sa introduction. Okay. Words mo dito sa title mo. Dapat doon sa introduction na i-reflect yun. Hindi doon sa, kasi hindi naman theory ang academic performance, di ba, ma'am?
I see.
Yes, ganon.
Ano ko siya, ma'am, i-forward ko dito sa introduction.
Oo,
pero ifo-forward mo hindi as a subheadings. Di ba po magdi-discuss natin sa introduction is you have to start it with the funnel type. What is English language anxiety, what is ethnicity, academic performance, the gaps among this one, at yun ang basis mo kaya mo ini-study ito sa ITOG District 1 and 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the paradigm of the study, correct naman yung mo na IVDV. Independent, tapos dependent. Kaso lang, wala ka namang, how did you measure the efficacy? Self-efficacy.
It wasn't measured, ma'am. It was just considered to be an intervening variable. It wasn't included in the questionnaire. Wala pong tool to measure the self-efficacy of the learners.
So naitabil ije discussion mo kumadiyay karon. Pero mabalin tayo nga ikatindiyayin. Tapno urayhan ka agkabil ti araw nga self-efficacy as an intervening variable mo. So ang magiging independent variable mo, the 4 areas plus ethnicity. The 4 areas, that means yung communication apprehension, test anxiety, fear of negative eval, anxiety in English class. So yun yung 4 areas ma'am. Tapos ethnicity. Ang magiging dependent variable mo, it's not the level but the academic performance. Kasi yun din naman ang pinagbabangga mo doon sa SOP mo. Ay dito sa study mo.
So yun lang, ma'am, ang magiging dun sa kabila, ma'am. Yung academic performance lang po, ma'am.
Win-win, ma'am.
Sige po, ma'am. Noted po.
Kasi nga DJ ba no nangato ba iti language anxiety dakit nababa ti academic performance da no ba ti ethnicity dakit kastoy kit nangato iti academic performance da kasi yun yung relationship na tinitingnan mo.
Okay, ma'am.
So let us proceed to the discussion. The rest of the methods siguro as iso mo. Iso di title na.
Anxiety. Baka naman it's a factor. Yung ethnicity is a factor to the anxiety. Kasi parang kung kasi mas specific kasi na yung mga ethnic groups meron yung inferiority complex. One month, the results lang yung anxiety, ethnicity.
When is relationship of academic performance. Okay. So we appreciate because you have in-depth discussions. However, we would like to recommend that in as much that you have taken 2 groups, that is the grade 11 and grade 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So please go to table 3 if may hawak ka. We would like to see because almost all your level arrives or resulted to moderate anxiety.
Yes, ma'am.
You can now give a discussion on the result per item, but it's not all item. Perhaps you can just look into the extreme result, like for number table 3. For table 3, sabi niya dito, I am usually at ease during test. Okay. Sa table 4, sabi niya dito, you see the difference between grade 11 and grade 12. Kasi nga puro moderate siya. You can perhaps discuss the extreme result between grade 11 and grade 12. It embarrasses me to volunteer answers in my English class. 2.87 yung mean ng isa, 3.07. Kaya ka nga kumuha ng dalawang grupo para pinagko-compare mo siya. Besides na i-discuss mo yung general weighted mean niya, mag-discuss ka din doon sa loob mismo, sa statement. So if yun nga yung scaling natin, in any way, puro moderate. Tingnan mo na lang yung mababa. Mababa siya sa grade 11, mataas siya sa grade 12. Ano
Yes.
ma'am?
Yes po, ma'am. Kahit isa lang, ma'am? Sa every isa na extreme?
Tingnan mo kung tatlo, edi discuss mo yung tatlo. Kung
Sige.
58 ito, 3 point, pero the same na moderate, ano kaya? Doon ka na magbibigay ng mga implications mo. Ano kaya ang reason kung bakit mataas si grade 12 dito, mababa si grade 11, or si grade 11, mababa, mataas si grade 12. Tapos sa table and graphs mo, for the level of anxiety, we are recommending that you give a summary table after the discussion sa anxiety level, kasi sinabi mo on the 4 areas, a summary of the weighted mean. Inya, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Summary weighted mean.
After all the areas kina-discuss, so apat yon. Ang table na next after yung level ng apat na areas ay summary. Pero yung summary, ano ang inire-reflect mo doon? Yung mga weighted mean per area. Doon ka na naman magdi-discuss sa apat na yan na areas, saan mas mataas si grade 11, saan mas mataas din si or mababa si grade 12. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yun lang sa akin. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's your turn.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes po.
Saglit. Just lang, napansin ko dito, because I'm looking for the answer for the significant difference. I will focus my discussion on the chapter 3 and 4. Sa number 2 and number 7 na problem, mukhang pareho lang. Is there significant difference in the level of English language anxiety along the 4 areas, Kunana? Yung isa lang kasi between respondents' English anxiety along. So more or less same yung number 2 and 7, and I cannot find actually a response or an answer to that problem.
Number 2 and 7, ma'am?
In the presentation of the result, meron kang subheading na nakalagay, page 81 sa amin, difference kunana between grade 11 along the four areas. Yun na yung naipakita, and that will answer number 3 problem.
Hindi ko mga
When?
Sige, ma'am. Inood ko po.
Yun, ma'am. Yun yung wala. Tapos parang after that, dun sa page 83, na ulit-ulit, difference in English language anxiety between grades 11 and 12. So either nadoble yung table na na-present or kulang. Okay, so yun po, answer for question number 2. Okay, but I really congratulate you because medyo maganda ang discussion. At least na-present mo. But sabi nga ni Ma'am Jeng, you have to add more discussion on the details.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi medyo okay, maganda yung result. Now, another problem is, dun sa, di ba ang pinakaano mo is to compare across ethnicity. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So that the answer to that problem is found in page 90. yung subheading niya is nasa 89 and then the table is in 90. However, if you look into the table, ang nangyari is group mo siya by the four areas. Halimbawa, si Ibaloy, kinompare mo yung kanyang saan naman yung for yung communication apprehension, test anxiety, fear of negative at saka anxiety in English language, parang ganun. Ang ini-expect ko actually dito sa presentation mo is can be found in itong page 88, yung table 8, yung table 8 mo. Ang ine-expect ko is yung halimbawa yung column for communication apprehension, yun bang anxiety ni student na Ibaloy, i-compare mo siya sa iba't ibang mga ethnicity. Ganun yung expectation ko. So, ang mangyayari dyan is apat na F-test, hindi yung isa-isang F-test per ethnicity. Kasi nabaliktad siya nag-compare. So please ask your statistician to redo and really do F-test according to ethnicity using the four areas na basis. Kasi baka dito magkakaroon ng maganda-ganda pa ring result. Kasi ang isa sa magandang result na napakita mo sa amin is yung mas batang grade, grade 11, ay mas mababa yung kanilang anxiety than the grade 12. Now, ano lang, warning lang, may mga ethnicity dito na isa lang yung kaniyang respondent, yung
Yes,
Bisaya
ma'am.
or Tagalog. So you might, when you do F-test kasi, minimum is 5 per group. So siguro, yung i-ano mo na lang, i-merge mo na lang si Bisaya, Tagalog.
Okay.
Alam naman ni statistician paano gawin yon para hindi lahat yung 8. Yun nga lang medyo parang nabawasan yung grouping pero para hindi maano yung requirement ni F-test. Yun ma'am. And then dun saan ba yun? Yung statistics lang at probably you used Pearson R, hindi nabanggit sa statistical tool. Pero ang nabanggit is because in uh, determining correlation between English anxiety and academic performance, ang result ninyo is Pearson R. Okay, hindi siya pure na chi-square. Okay. Yun. And a warning lang, if there is no correlation, please do not tell na negative correlation kasi alam ni Ma'am Tukaiso yan na iba ang meaning ng negative at positive.
Siya yung statistician ko, ma'am.
Ano kasi, di ba, if there negative correlation, inverse. Inverse ang inverse yung relationship. Dito, ang result is no relationship. So ano na lang, dun sa statement is having seen that there is no relationship or no correlation, kasyelatan. Ikatim lang siya negative. And then, saan na ba yun? Yun. And last, before I will go to the intervention, conclusion, parang yung nasabi ko kanina, come up with general conclusion, one-on-one correspondence with your statement of the problem. So kung yung first is about the English language anxiety along the four areas, dito mo i-discuss yon. So may na-discuss ka kanina that it is low. Yung minimension din ni Ma'am Eva kanina na anong meaning. So you found out that it's moderate. So ano yung implication? Sasabihin mo for number 1. And then when you say na there is no significant difference, yun kasi yung result. So what will be our conclusion? So pwede mong sabihin na respondents have the same level of anxiety along communication, communication apprehension, test anxiety, etc. And then, yun ma'am, so give the general conclusion. Hindi po yung no significant difference.
Sige ma'am.
And then in the recommendation, may napansin ako, may iba na yung parang number 8 recommendation mo that is actually a conclusion. Yung ethnicity does not play a role. Ang makikita dapat sa recommendation are activities or what are specific recommendation to address the result that you found out or yung ibinigay ni conclusion. And finally, for my comment is your intervention. Your intervention, maganda yung na-discuss mo in chapter 3. Yun yung hinahanap namin in your intervention, yung action plan. Kasi sa action plan, medyo general. Halimbawa, nag-research result dissemination ka, maganda rin yun, ma'am, so that they will know the result of your study. And afterwards, yun nga may kakandak na English level festival. Ano yung gagawin po sa festival? Okay, so if yun po yung kasi if you look into your action plan, medyo general.
Sige, ma'am.
Dapat dito sa action plan, makikita mo yung specific na binanggit mo dito na i-promote ang intercultural communications, mag-invite ng resource speaker para tumulong. Ano pa ba yung mga, marami kang nabanggit, ma'am. So these are the activities that you will place in your intervention program. Okay, maganda naman to, pero yun nga lang, we need the specific activities that you're going to implement.
Ma'am, may I ask? Ma'am, sa yung nalagay ko po dun sa intervention, kailangan ko pong ilagay dun sa action plan mismo, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Kasi actually, yun yung kasama niya dapat ito.
Sige po.
Yes. Yun, ma'am. And then yung last, yun nga din. Tinanong ni Ma'am Jeng din ito sa kanina. Yung pagkuha mo kasi ng correlation of English anxiety and academic performance, ginamit mo si ethnicity, nag-group by ethnicity ka. So, ang suggestion dito is tanggalin mo na lang yung ethnicity. Kunin mo na lang kung ano yung general average ni English language anxiety at saka academic performance and then the p-value. Kasi ako din tatanungin ko sana to, kung ganito yung ginawa niyong nag-compute na parang na-summarize yung data instead that getting all one-on-one correspondence of your respondent, parang naging ilang groups to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Naging 9 lang. Kaya baka yun din ang isang rason bakit no correlation. Yun, ma'am. So, tanggalin na lang yung ethnicity, lagay na lang kung ano yung okay lang sa ethnicity pala. Pero dito sa ang English anxiety and academic performance, yun yung tingnan mo, ma'am.
Academic performance.
Okay. So, yun lang po sa akin. If you don't have any query.
Ma'am, paano po dito sa may English anxiety and academic performance? Hindi ko po nakuha yung suggestion dun, ma'am. Tatanggalin
and academic performance. Ang ilagay lang, ma'am, is the different anxiety. Kasi ethnicity yung nakapresent.
Sige, ma'am.
Oo. Sige.
Sige po, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Nancy? Meron pa? Sige. Si Dr. Jeng Jeng?
Your question number 3, is there a significant difference in English language anxiety between grade 11 and 12? I do not know if sa akin lang nawala yung table or wala ka talagang table presentation sa SOP number 3, ma'am.
Ay, sige po, ma'am. I-check ko po. Number 3 po. SOP number 3.
Tapos, in addition doon sa intervention program, dito sa body niya, it's just a brief introduction kasi ang nilagay mo na is your rationale. So the rationale will be reflected in the full package of your output of your intervention program. And how do you call this intervention program? So intervention program to address English anxiety. So you have to give a title that is catchy. So an intervention program called or named tapos is hereby proposed. Then a brief introduction about it. Then remove all that you placed here and that will already be your rationale in the package. So it's like you are preparing a proposal, program proposal. Na may introduction or rationale followed by objectives and then methodology, then the program of activities that you have here already mentioned by Dr. Ognayon.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Ay, sorry. Si Ma'am Dokaiso pala, baka may, sorry, nakalimutan na namin.
Yes po, siya pa yung...
No problem po, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Gina.
Congratulations, Ma'am Nancy. Very
Thank you,
interesting. Very interesting yung research mo. So I agree with all the recommendations. But I have this one. Since we are on the development of our SLM, so that is a good basis in the contextualization, the integration in the social content, and differentiated instruction. Kasi kahit alam natin yan, meron pang inferiority conflict sa may discrimination pa rin sa mga Ibaloys. Kaya ayun, yung sa intervention mo, may I recommend that you submit that siguro later as innovation project. So we could also adapt that in other municipalities, especially La Trinidad, Mangkayan also. Meron din mga Ibaloys doon, and also Bugyas, marami ding Kalanguya. Ma'am Nancy?
Ma'am, actually po, yung intervention na isa dyan, which is the District English Festival, nagawa na po namin last year po. Kasi hand in hand with yung research, na plan, kasi ako po yung coordinator ng English dito sa Itogon, ma'am. So we prepared a proposal, and so we were able to come up with the first English festival in Itogon po.
So very good. I hope you have submitted completion report for
Yes
that.
po. Yes po, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Nancy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yan lang po, Ma'am Cheng. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you very much and congratulations, no, Miss Nancy Costina, and to your advisor.
Yes po, ma'am. Maraming salamat po. Ma'am, thank you po.
We wish you luck and Merry Christmas.
Thank you po. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so sino na ang next? Miss Irma Doctolero. Andito ba si Miss Irma? Miss Irma?
Ma'am, baka nasa waiting room po.
Baka nasa waiting room ba?
Ayun po, connecting po.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, Miss Irma Doctolero. Yeah. We are here. We are 3 panelists. So please prepare your 4, sorry. With the 1 external evaluator, no? So please prepare your presentation and you share your screen so that we could see. Who is your advisor, Ma'am Irma?
Si Sir Nari, ma'am. Kaya lang wala po siya. Napunta ng London. Kaya lang sabi nila, ma'am, si Ma'am Remy sana, ma'am. Pero hindi daw nakaupo ngayon, ma'am.
Okay,
siya
sige.
magiging advisor po, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed then.
Sandali lang po, ma'am. Inaayos ng anak ko.
Okay.
Before we start, ma'am, I will greet you a good afternoon to all the panelists of my dissertation this afternoon, ma'am. Actually, wala akong advisor. Ano ba yan?
Oh, it's okay. You can do it, ma'am.
Okay.
We are here to guide you and to help you improve your dissertation, your paper.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right.
Nakikita nyo na po, ma'am?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So, as I said, good afternoon. So, I am here to present to you the result and discussion of my dissertation. So, I'm Miss Irma C. Doctolero from Pangasinan po, ma'am. So, I have here the title of my dissertation, Employability Skills and Employment Status of All Sponsors in Pangasinan
Hi, Miss
Division 2.
Irma. Kindly ask your daughter to share or to a slideshow.
Ay,
I-click
slideshow
niya
daw,
yung
ma'am.
slideshow so that ma-magnify.
Ay, sige po, ma'am.
Sige.
Nakikita nyo na, ma'am?
Yeah. Oh, that's better.
Okay. Pasensya na po, ma'am. Hindi ako masyado kasi sighted.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
We are learning here.
Yes, ma'am. Again, from the start. So that is the title of my study, Employability Skills and Employment Status of all sponsor in Pangasinan to Philippines, ma'am. So I have here also the introduction. So gumawa na lang ako ng 5 slides, ma'am. Pinili ko na lang siguro yung alam ko na ma'am. The stability of the economy rests on the ability to maintain a low unemployment rate and provide a safe, safe and secure workplace employee benefits from an enjoyable workplace. An intern business says, dali ma'am, natatakpan kasi. So dali po, ma'am. Okay. Okay, this is the introduction. The stability of the economy rests on the ability to maintain a low unemployment rate and provide a safe and secure workplace. Employees benefit from an enjoyable workplace, and in turn businesses save money. When a solid relationship exists between the individual and her working environment, society benefits overall as well. So in the Philippines, Filipinos has a deep regard for education. They view it as a primary avenue for upward social and economic mobility. Education is considered as one of the primary components of poverty reduction and socio-economy upliftment. So the ALS is a parallel learning system in the Philippines that provides a practical option to the existing formal instruction. When one does not have, we cannot access formal education in schools. ALS is an alternate or substitute alternative learning. Kadwa na system includes both the non-formal and informal sources of knowledge. The alternative learning system only requires learning to attend learning session based on the agreed schedule between the learners and the learning facilitator. The program has two different schematic for conducting instruction, school-based and community-based. On the school-based program, instruction are conducted in school campuses, while in the community-based program, formal instruction are conducted in community halls or in private places. So the ALS program follows a uniform lesson modules for all academic subjects covering the sciences, mathematics, English, Filipino, social studies, current events, among others. Delivery of instruction are provided by government, paid instruction, or by private non-government organization. So aside from schematic, the program has two levels. Elementary and secondary students have to start from elementary level, then proceed to high school level. If a student is a graduate of elementary under a formal classroom system, the student is automatically admitted to the secondary levels depending on which year level the student stops schooling. Program administration is held by the DepEd, an agency government of the Philippines in charge of providing education to all Filipinos. Private non-government organization may deliver the program but is still under the supervision of the Philippine Education Agency. So after finishing the program, learners are then assessed by their learning facilitators And if they are ready, they are given the accreditation and equivalency or ANA test, covering all learning strands in the ALS curriculum. Successful examinees are then given certificates equivalent to diploma in the formal school for the elementary or secondary level. As officials and implementers may opt to conduct a graduation ceremony to indicate the learners have successfully finished the program. If a learner have not finished elementary schooling, he or she may be admitted to the program. He will have to go through a functional literacy test, or what we call the FLT, in order for the learning facilitator to identify the level of literacy. Learning modules will be suggested to them to focus relative to the result of their FLT and interest. The learner will be guided to accomplish an individual learning agreement, or what we call the ILA. This ILA will be the learner and facilitator basis in tracking the progress and competencies developed with the learners. The goals are lessen the number of illiterate students, help them positive attitude, interest, and proper discipline through classes training and worthwhile activities, and to encourage the out of school children, youth, and adults to participate in ALS program and projects in this area. This way, they will be more capable to assimilate themselves in their surroundings and community. The challenges, problems faced by the ALS teachers can be difficulty in recruiting learners, especially in basic literacy program, or what we call the BLP. Because of the students' shyness and indifferences, absenteeism, negative thoughts from parents, and
So,
even
Ma'am
barangay.
Irma,
Ma'am,
can you proceed to anong part ka na dyan?
ay, introduction pa lang, ma'am.
No, you proceed to chapter
3, ma'am.
The paradigm of your study, and then proceed with the statement of the problem.
Okay. So, ma'am, ang nailagay ko lang yung problem.
Sige,
Tignan ko,
statement
ma'am.
of the
Sige, ma'am.
problem.
Okay.
Although we would
I have your statement of the problem, ma'am. I have 10 questions. So this
Pero
study
kung meron kang kasi yung paradigm of study would also enlighten us sana kung ano yung talagang gusto mong mangyari sa study mo, and what are the relationships of the different variables that you have placed it here dito sa IPO
Ma'am,
mo.
pwede ko na lang po basahin na lang. Nandito sa book ko.
Sige,
Okay.
basta you could explain to us.
Sige po, ma'am. The paradigm. Okay, I have the paradigm ng makita siya. I have the paradigm of the study. We have the input, the profile, alternative learning passers through the age, year of passing, and the streak, ma'am. Yes. While in the process, employability skills, employment status of ALS passers. So in the output, increase employability status of ALS passers, propose intervention to enhance the employability of ALS passers. So the input variables in box 1 refers to the profile of the alternative learning passers, ma'am. Their age, year of passing, the test, and their district. So the process contains the employability skills and employment status of the ALS passers. Ma'am,
division 2.
And then, parang kwan din yung statement of the problem, ma'am. Pag binabasa ko yung paradigm, hindi kaya magkakwan yung statement of the problem in order to suit the problem, ma'am? Okay, for the purpose of this study, employability skills refers to the skills, qualities, and attitude that employers consider to be essential for their workplace, like positive attitude, good communication, teamwork, self-management, willingness to learn, thinking skills, problem solving, and decision making, and resilience. Another main purpose of this study in order to check the employment status of ALS passer in Pangasinan 2. Yan, ma'am, yung kwan ko sa paradigm. So I have here the statement of the problem, ma'am. So the number one, so the study aimed to determine employability skills and employment status of ALS passer of the ALS accreditation and equivalency test during the school year 2014-2017. So it covers 3 years, ma'am. Specifically, in order to seek the answer, the following question. The number one question, what is the profile of ALS passer respondents in terms of one, age, two, sex, three, civil status, year of passing, and the last one is congressional district. The next, what is the extent on the employability skills of the alternative learning system or ALS passer as perceived by themselves and the ALS implementers in Pangasinan Division 2 along number 1, 2.1 management, 2.2 thinking, 2.3 communication, and 2.4 technical. Number 3, is there a significant difference between the extent of the employability skills of the alternative learning system as passers as perceived by themselves and the as implementer in Pangasinan Division 2 along the following domain: management, thinking, communication, and 3.4 technical. And then number 4, is there a significant difference between the extent of employability skills of the alternative learning system or ALS passer when group according to their profile? 5, what is the employment status of ALS passers in terms of 5.1, the nature employment, 5.2, skills acquired from training, 5.3, percent position or job, and 5.4, salary. Is there is there a significant difference in the employment status of ALS passers in terms of the following areas? So 6.1, nature of employment, 6.2, skills acquired from training, 6.3, present position or job, 6.4, the salary. 7, is there a significant difference in the employment status of all sponsors when grouped according to profiles? 8, is there a significant relationship between the employability skills and employment status? 9, what are the employment problems encountered by the ALS passers? And 10, what intervention program can be proposed to improve the employability skills of ALS passers? So those are the problem in my study. So in order to know the result in chapter 3, that is study results and discussion of new study, because this chapter presents the result of my study, and it also includes the presentation, analysis, interpretation, and implication of the study. So as stated in my number one question, that is the profile of the respondents. So some variable related to the profile of the respondents were herein considered. Such profile variables included in this study for age, sex, civil status, year of passing the ALS test, and district where they live. These were analyzed using frequency count and percentages. It can clearly be noted from Table 2 that most of the ALS passers belong to the age bracket 20 to 24 years old, and that is 116 or 39%. The youngest of them are 15 to 19 years old, and the oldest are 31 years old and above. At the same time, the table indicates that there were 90 or 30% who belong to age bracket 31 years old and above. 51 or 17% belong to the age bracket 25 to 30 years old, and 43 or 14% in age bracket 15 to 19. So that is the number one question about the age of my ALS passers. No, my ALS passers nga. Not only me. It can be said that the age of the ALS passers is in their prime time of their life. As such, they are expected to be more than well matured and to be performing well with permanent jobs, duties, and function. In the real situation in the society, individuals should have already a permanent job at the age of 25. But unfortunately, most of the youth of today did not finish their schooling due to some reason. That's why they are encouraged to enroll in the ALS to be able to continue their studies or land a job to sustain and provide their personal and family needs. So, to when my discussion, makikita natin po sa table, ang noong na 20 to 24, the highest. Out of 300 respondents, ang age nila ay nasa 20 to 24 because 116 or percentage of 39. And then yung below 15, zero. Hindi po 31 and above, 30%, 25 to 30, 17. So as you see in my table 2, profile of the respondents. And next, in terms of sex po, there are more male ALS passer numbering of 180. So meaning to say 300 ALS passer, 180 po yung mga lalaki nga pumasa, or 60% out of the total number of 300. So this gives an impression that male ALS passers are dominant in number, outnumbering the females. So this further gives the information that informal schooling men are more delinquent and irresponsible in their studies, because it can be observed in the society that most of the men are not really serious when it comes to their studies. Women are more responsible and interested in studying. This might be the reason why there are more males are enrolled in the ALS. Oh, ma'am. So, but in terms of civil status, the ALS passer are most single. That is only 260 or 87% of your total number. It is really possible the most of them are single. Maybe the ALS passer are also practical of not getting married yet because they are not financially stable. The researcher conducted also simple interview why they are not yet married. Most of them replied that life is too difficult if there is no stable job or salary which can provide the primary needs of being a married. Next, the table also shows the most of the ALS passers passed the test in the year 2015, when 72 or 24% passed in the year 2015. In 2017, there were 65 ALS passers or 22%. 59 ALS passers or 20% in 2016, while in the year 2014, 46 ALS passer or 15%. And in the year 2013, 30 ALS passer or 10%. The number of passers indicate that sometimes the test is difficult or that ALS examinees are not too much ready with the trainings they had in ALS provided by the ALS teachers. It can be glanced on the table that 6 congressional districts, because we have only 3 congressional districts, 4th, 5th, and 6th. 6 congressional districts had 123 ALS passer, or 41% of the total respondents. 5th district had 104 ALS passers, or 35%, and 4th district of Pangasinan had 73 ALS passer, or 24%. While in 6th district of Pangasinan had the most ALS passers, because 6th congressional district of Pangasinan is the biggest congressional district of Pangasinan, composing of 10 municipalities in the eastern part of Pangasinan. So we have here the extent of employability skills of the alternative learning system by themselves and the as implementers. The extent of the employability skills of the alternative learning system or ALS-PASER as perceived by themselves and the ALS implementers in Pangasinan Division 2 was analyzed according to domains of, we have 4 domains, the management skills, thinking skills, communication, and the last one is the technical skills. Technical skills mean. Okay, number 1 is the management skill. For many people today, a career for life is no longer an option. So most people will hold jobs with a variety of employers and move across different employment sector through your working life. Employers need to be flexible in their working patterns and be prepared to change job or sectors for a better opportunities elsewhere. For this, they need to understand that this of transferable skills of employment skill. These are skills that are not specific to one particular current path, but are useful across all employment sector. The education and experience may be eligible to apply for a job, but to be successful in most roles will need skills that are likely to develop over time. Some will be specific to job, but the vast majority will be so-called soft skills that can be used in any job or employment sectors. So these soft skills are employability skills. They are what makes employable. As a general rule, employers are willing to teach someone the job specific skills required, such as how to operate particular pieces of machinery or use particular computer packages.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Ma'am Irma, anyway, we
Yes.
have a copy of the manuscript, no?
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
proceed to the conclusion and recommendations.
Yes, ma'am. So we
Yes.
will proceed, Ma'am Garod.
Yeah.
Okay. Hallelujah. Yes, ma'am. Wala na yung mga anak ko. Grabe to. Nahihiya sila. Sandali po, ma'am. Okay. We have here chapter 4, the conclusion and recommendation about my study. I will read to you, ma'am. This chapter presents the conclusion and recommendation that were generated based on the findings. So, based on the findings, the following are the conclusion. Number 1, the ALS-PASER respondents widely vary their profile, and at certain instances, their variation are extreme and are distinctively male-dominated group of respondents. Number 2, the ALS-PASER respondents and ALS implementer have similar perception in their employability along management skills, showing that they possess extensive management skills for their employment. 3, both ALS-PASER respondents and ALS implementers perceive an extensive transmuted rating in the thinking skills of the ALS-PASER responding in their employment, which means the respondents have sufficient knowledge and skill in landing a job or employment. Number 4, the perception of ALS-PASER respondents and ALS implementers in communication skills of the respondents are similar, so that the respondents have enough knowledge and skill when it comes to communication for their employment. The respondents and ALS implementers both treated the technical skills of the ALS-PASER respondents with an extensive transmuted rating, also, which means the respondents possess enough technical skill in their employment. Number 6, the ALS-PASER respondents extensively possess the qualification and skills for employment although the ALS PASA respondents rated themselves higher the rate given by the ALS implementer. 7. The PASA respondents have similar extent of employability skill as to their management skill, thinking skill, communication skill, and technical skills. Number 8, the employment status of the respondent is not satisfactory due to the nature of their employment. Skill acquired from trainings, their present job, position, and the salary they are receiving. The trainings provided by the ALS program to the respondents mismatch the jobs they are applying, which might be the reason of the low rate of employment and skill acquired from trainings. Low rate of employment. And number 10, the variables nature of employment and skill acquired from trainings are related to the ALS passer responding's employability. So that is the conclusion of my dissertation. And you have here also the recommendation of my dissertation. Based on the aforesaid findings and conclusion of my study, the following recommendations are offered. Number 1, the extent of employability skills of the ALS passer responding must be sustained workshop with the supervision of TESDA and ALS supervisors and experts. ALS implementers should strictly monitor the program to be able to cater the needs of the ALS students and employers. ALS implementers should provide a better training in communication to the ALS passer since this is very important in applying a job. For the management skill, thinking skill, and the technical skill of respondents ALS passers must also enhance or improve for greater chances for permanent employment. And 5, as implementers should conduct trainings and workshops in giving tips in applying a job to eliminate nervousness and gaining self-confidence during job interview. As implementers should conduct trainings and workshops in giving tips in applying a job to eliminate nervousness and gaining self-confidence during the interview. The number 6, the Department of Education must also provide the necessary materials and human resources needed in the actual training and workshop of the ALT students in order to attend their necessary skills in applying a job, especially their communication skill, which is very important, improve through training's goal of becoming a productive citizen through the ALS program. Number 7, the ALS implementer should also find linkages to help your ALS passer gain employment. 8, more appropriate and relevant variables should explored to be better to should be explored to better determine the extent of employability of all passer respondents. And 9, there should be careful selection of variables that can predict better employment of all passer. And the last one, a further research may be conducted to determine the ALS passer extent of employability skills of ALS program from another perspective. So that is the conclusion and recommendation of my dissertation po, ma'am. I will read.
Okay. Meron po bang intervention or not? None?
Mayroon, ma'am. I have here also the intervention.
Sige, ano na
Saka,
lang,
ma'am.
let's proceed with the comment.
Ma'am, like for example, ma'am, in the objectives of intervention in order to enhance and strengthen the employability skills of the ALS passer. And secondly, in order to improve the employment status of the ALS passer, because we have 4 domains, ma'am. We
Sige,
have
ma'am.
indicators.
We will be looking into that. Our members of the panel would comment on that based on the results of your study, no? Because intervention activity or program that would be proposed is dependent on the result of your study. So, titingnan natin kung ano ang comment mamaya ng ating mga panelists, no?
Yes,
Sige.
ma'am.
Kung mag-jibe at in consonance with the result of the study. Okay?
Yes.
Sino yung advisor? Wala ano. Pero andito yung external evaluator natin. We would also ask our external evaluator of her input regarding your study. Okay. May I give my general comment already and
Yes, ma'am.
observation in your paper?
Yes,
Doon
ma'am.
sa introduction nyo, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I strongly suggest that you please include all your references. And
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Paki-check din po kung ano yung proper format ng pag-cite nyo ng reference nyo following the APA format. Ano po?
APA format, ma'am?
Opo.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes. So, nakikita po natin na madami po kayong ideas that incorporated in your introduction. But I suggest that you build or you present your introduction in such a way that you would clearly show the relationships of the ideas, the rationale or the reason why the study was conducted.
Yes, ma'am.
Observation lang po, very long po yung mga paragraphs nyo. So,
Introduction,
so I
ma'am.
suggest that you let your English editor.
Yes, ma'am.
English editor, yes. Anyway, sige, matutulungan ka ng English editor niyan.
Yes, ma'am.
Kapag edit po niyan.
Yes, ma'am.
Doon naman sa paradigm of the study, parang I cannot see an explanation on the relationship of your IPO so that we could also be guided kung ano ang gusto nyong mangyari at saka kung ano ang implications ng input sa process at saka sa output. Hindi ko pa nakita yon. Although yung ating mga ibang panel would also give their remarks on this.
Implication
doon
of the
sa output, ang kwan kasi natin dito sa IPSU we would want our papers, dissertation or thesis to have an output really, a material that could really help our stakeholders or the intended beneficiaries of the study, So siguro doon sa output, ang ilalagay mo lang dito, ma'am, is the intervention program.
Intervention, ma'am.
Intervention that would address yung gap or the problem,
Yes, ma'am.
in consonance with the result of your study. Kung halimbawa yung yung sinasabi mo kanina, yung management skill, thinking skill, or to improve their employability skills and their employment status, doon sa mga variables niya, the other members of the panel would comment on that. Just the same on the statement of the problem para pare-pareho na with the other proponents, mga nag-propose kanina. I suggest na i-rearrange nyo po ito para lahat ng mga descriptive questions. Like for example, yung number 5 nyo po, siya na yung maging number 3 nyo. Para din it would...
ma'am, yung number 5, number 3 na lang po, ma'am.
Oo, para it would be in consonance din or with jibe doon sa, pati doon sa presentation ng, yung data gathering tool nyo. Para mas madali ang reference.
Nakakuan ko na, ma'am, kasi magkapareho. Okay, ma'am.
And then yung number 9 mo,
yes,
yun na
ma'am.
yung number 4 mo.
Ay, number 9, number 4, ma'am.
Oo.
Punta nagsusulat ako. Number 9, number 4 po.
Oo.
Okay.
And then, yun, ang number 5 mo na yung dati mong number 6.
Number 3, yes, ma'am.
Number 6. Oo. Oo, yung number 3. Tama ka po.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Doon sa research environment nyo po, pwede po sigurong you can still improve yung map nyo po. Oo,
Yes,
para
ma'am.
makita po kung saan talaga yung local of your study. Saan po
So,
dito? Saan yung...
So, hindi ko na kukunin yung pang-1. Siguro, ma'am. So, I have...
Oo, basta ang
pang
point
2 na
ko
lang,
po
ma'am.
dito,
Yes, ma'am.
maging klaro lang yung kwan para hindi sayang yung figure na nilalagay nyo dyan kasi not for you but for the benefit of your readers.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
So, pang 2 na lang po, ma'am.
When? And the data gathering tools nyo po include a statement or explanation on how you obtain employment status, yung problems encountered by the ALS. Kasi ang nakalagay lang po dito, the questionnaire comprises the assessment of the extent of employability skills. So you may include statement na and the employment status kasi tipo ba andun na andun na yung sa questionnaire mo, andun na din yung employment status and the problems encountered. So same questionnaire po. So dugtungan nyo lang po 'yon. No po?
Ma'am, pakiulit ko yung last.
Doon sa data gathering instrument.
Data gathering. Yes, ma'am.
Nakalagay lang po kasi na it was used to get on the extent obtain information or data on the extent of employability skills. Pero pag titingnan nyo po sa SOP nyo, kailangan nyo pang makuha yung employment status, yung problems encountered. So, kompletuhin nyo na po na yung data gathering instrument nyo was also used to obtain data on the employment status and the problems encountered. So, dugtungan nyo lang po.
And encountered.
Yeah.
Encountered. Yes, ma'am.
Doon sa statistical tool or treatment nyo po, ganun din yung observation ko sa ibang mga nag-present din on the meaning nung mga nilagay nyo po doon sa scale nyo, Likert scale nyo na highly extensive, extensive, moderately extensive. So, what are the meanings of this? Ano yung differences ng mga ito? Diba may difference ang highly extensive tsaka sa extensive? Ano yung meaning nun?
What is the differences?
Yung meaning lang po. So another column po. No?
Yes, ma'am. Relative value, statistical limit, transmuted, and then yung meaning, ma'am.
Oo. So lagyan nyo lang ng isa pang column on the meaning.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo.
Ano ang kwan doon, ma'am? Ano ang ilalagay ko yun, ma'am?
Kayo na po ang kasi study nyo ito. Siguro tingin kayo sa mga ibang related studies kung if you copied this or you adapted your questionnaire from other local studies, then you may adapt what they have used, no?
Yes,
Basta may
ma'am.
meaning, paano ang implication ng highly extensive? Pati doon din sa problems encountered, pag very much serious, ano din ang ibig sabihin nun?
What is the meaning?
Oo, yung meaning or description.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Sige. Your advisor could help you there, no? Oo. Katulong po kayo.
Tanungin ko muna, ma'am, kasi nga wala po yung advisor ko. So, ang alam ko si Ma'am Remy, kaya lang hindi lang nakaupo ngayon, ma'am.
Anyway, hindi. Pag magre-revise na kayo, pag i-integrate niyo na ang mga comments and recommendations ng panel, doon niyo po papalitan. Hindi ko po sinasabi na ngayon na po. Okay?
Sige, ma'am. Salamat po.
Those are just comments that
Yes.
you will integrate or put into your paper.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your suggestion.
Sige. I'm already giving the floor to si Ma'am anong name niya? Si Ma'am Georgina. Ma'am Georgina, are you still here with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am Georgina. Gusto kong marinig ang
Good
boses
afternoon,
mo.
ma'am.
Sige.
Good
Okay.
afternoon. Good afternoon,
Afternoon,
ma'am.
Please
ma'am.
give your comments also if you
Good
have.
afternoon, Ma'am Eva.
Good
Yes.
afternoon.
I'm just concerned with the intervention.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, kasi in the problems encountered, parang lahat yata is serious.
Based on the
So in your intervention, did you cover all those items?
Yes, ma'am. Ilagay.
Ah,
Yes, ma'am.
ito. Oo.
Yes, ma'am. Mayroon po,
So,
ma'am.
attending workshop, active listening. How about because we have the new program
Yes, ma'am.
of
No program.
bringing the ALS learners to textbook school.
Ay, bringing the
Kasi yan,
ALS
kasi we would like
program.
to align the ALS curriculum with the K to 12.
Ay, K to
And then
12.
the problem is, sa ALS, hindi kompleto yung mga teachers
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the textbook
Okay.
to teach the textbook skills as required by TESDA,
Yes, ma'am.
align with the competencies in sa paghanap nila ng job. Kaya
Ma'am.
yung program, I think that was the launch 2 years ago, that there should be coordination with the textbook schools for I think the textbook schools, yung mga malalaking schools sa secondary.
Meron siguro, ma'am, yung mga TBL. It's just like that, ma'am. Yes. Opo,
Para
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Magtatanong po ako, ma'am. TBL.
Para sanayan sana ang kasi it would answer yung
Problem.
lack of experience.
Yes,
They are
ma'am.
turned down at the first interview. Mga
Yes,
ganun.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you po, ma'am. Thank you for your question.
So yan lang po muna, ma'am.
Salamat po, ma'am. May agsura. Manansin mo, ligligatan ako.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon po.
Rose Ognayon po. Ma'am, curious lang ako. Sino po yung respondent natin yung respondent natin na ALS passer? These are the high school graduates nung 2017, 2014
Wait.
to 2017.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you conducted the study nung 2019,
Yes, ma'am.
this year.
2018 ata, ma'am, ako nagkunin.
Nag-conduct.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige,
2018.
ma'am. Hindi kasi iniisip ko kung
2018, ma'am.
yun. And then on their employability, some of them finished their college already.
Kasi ma'am, vocational?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the result of their ma'am. They survey, ma'am.
Oo, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Saglit nga, tingnan natin yung profile.
Ma'am.
Oh. So meron pa palang mga 2018 na passer dito sa profile ninyo.
Ay, danay cabin, ma'am. Hindi ko na
So, i-revise yung ma'am dyan ko.
2014 to 2000. Yes, 2017.
Ay, may
years.
Okay. Anyway, curious lang dun sa employability kasi nila.
Yes, ma'am.
General comment ko is yung discussion ng result, you have to discuss yung sa level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1, you have to na-discuss naman kung ano yung highlight. But you have to discuss why yun yung mataas, ito yung mababa. And then you corroborate.
We discuss the and
Corroborate your
so
results with the related literature.
pinarelate with your
Okay. And
review of related literature.
yes, ma'am. Now, in your statement of the problem, I cannot find an answer for your problem number. Saan na yun? Yung problem number 6.
Number 6, ma'am.
Significant
Is
difference.
there a significant difference in the employment status of all sponsor in terms of the following
Yes, ma'am.
areas? The nature of employment, ko na naman, Reyay.
When?
In the table 6, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Along the following domain.
Yes, ma'am.
And then,
Table 6. 6.
saglit. Pero tanggalin natin pala, ma'am, if okay lang sa ibang panel, yung skills acquired from training dun sa employment status. We add this in the profile of your respondents. Kasi sayang yung data mo.
So ano po ang pandoon, ma'am?
When we talk about employment status kasi, ma'am, okay itong nature of employment, present job, salary. Pero yung skills acquired, parang magandang ilagay na lang sa profile.
Skills
Applied.
acquired. Sa profile na lang, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Tanggalin mo na lang dyan, ma'am, para hindi pa pandagdag dun sa difference.
Yes, ma'am.
Sino pa ba? And then yung, is there a significant difference in the employment status of ALS when group according to profile? Yun yung wala, ma'am. Okay.
Group profile. Summary extensions from alternative learning process as person.
Yes, ma'am. Parang itong saglit, nature of employment. Yung employed ba, ilan ang mas marami, male or female? Ganon.
Male, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. And yan yung hinahanap natin sa number 7 na problem.
Male, ma'am. Mas marami, ma'am.
Sa results ninyo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige, ma'am. Yun na lang, ma'am. And then for the conclusion, okay naman. One-on-one. Yun nga lang, you have to jibe. Parang yung number 9 na conclusion talking about trainings. But yung number 9 problem is about the problems encountered.
Yes, ma'am.
Nabanggit ni Ma'am Dukayso kanina na lahat ng problems identified are serious. Yun yung ilagay nyo na conclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
So, ganun po. And then recommendations. Okay yung iba, pero yung iba you have to indicate specific activities para ma-address yung result or yung conclusion.
Big. Ma'am, sa recommendation yun na, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Indicates the specific
activities or ano ba yung
activities.
Sabi nyo kasi they have to enhance or improve yung technical skills. So, paano? Paano nila i-improve? Para magkaroon ng greater chances for permanent employment. Yun, ma'am. And then I agree with Ma'am Dukay. So, you have to address the problems kasi yun yung isa sa result na kailangang gawan ng paraan.
Yes.
Okay. So that's for me, ma'am. Thank you very much and congratulations in advance.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. So, Han Kanyagwan. Sige. Okay, Dr. Jeng Jeng would just include her comments and recommendations, no, doon sa manuscript mismo, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, we will thank you so much, Miss Irma, and advance congratulations and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, ma'am. Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year to all of us, ma'am. Sana pagpalain po tayo lahat.
Yes, and good luck and God bless you.
God bless you too also, ma'am. Lahat po kayo na panelists.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stop share mo na po.
Ay, stop share mo ka nun. Sandali. Tawagin ko yung anak ko. Hallelujah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Master's class. Ay, sige. Ay. So, oh, yes. Naka.
Where?
Put in waiting. Roxanne. Anduto na
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, si Ma'am Nebresta Risita po yung next po.
Oh, sige. Basahin.
Nag-reply.
Okay, Miss Teresita Nebres, you may already start with your presentation. Miss Nebres. Di pa dito.
Ay, apo kay man, produce me. Ayun. Hello po, ma'am. Narinig po?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, na.
Alright.
Pwede na po, ma'am?
Oh, that's good.
Ayun, salamat, ma'am. Naghintay ako ng isang araw dito sa computer shop. Ma'am, pwede kong may start kahit pala yung ano ko, yung slides ko?
Okay, sige. Anyway, we have a copy. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So, I will start na.
Advisor mo pala? Sino yung advisor mo?
Ma'am, si Jomar po. Sir Jomar Palilang po.
Andito ba sa Zoom meeting?
Ay, wala po, sir. Ay, wala po, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed. Kahit wala yung PowerPoint mo.
Baka mag-start na po, ma'am?
Apo.
Ay, salamat. So, in my study, the title of my study is about flexible thinking in learning. Adaptability quotient of Abatan elementary school learners on new normal classroom setting. Ay, ma'am. Share screen. Ay, andito na. Sinain niya.
Sige, it's okay even if
okay.
Without your presentation.
Basahin ko na lang, ma'am.
Oo, if that would cause technical difficulty.
Oo nga po, ma'am. Sige po, okay. So, my introduction is about, I want to study and on the differences of the learners' responses of Abatan elementary school learners from grade 4 to grade 6. Further intervention to be conducted for better learning. The flexibility and adaptability skills in acceptance in the use of technology in the new normal way of teaching. So, in my research, this is different. This is situational because because of the crisis that we are encountering today. So, At the end of my introduction, it will help them assess the modules given to the learners to cater the whatever level of flexibility and adaptability that they have, injecting some activities to develop such skills. So in my theoretical framework, this is the explanation based on the study that explains the flexibility and adaptability skills of the students. Yes, in the paradigm of this study, I presented a flowchart, the input, process, and output. In my study, the orientation to both the learners and their parents or guardians will be done first to discuss about the flow of the conduct of the study. Next, the paradigm of the study, I present paradigm tapos na. The statement of the problems, it aims to determine the flexibility and adaptability of Abatan Elementary School regarding the opening of new normal for the school year 2020-2021. I make it
Miss
by
Casita
question form.
Miss, sorry for interrupting you, but I think we are already clear with your introduction. May
Okay
we
po, ma'am.
ask you to proceed with the paradigm of the study? And we are asking you to present to us the instrument that you will be using, no, to gather your data. Kasi wala kang nai-attach dito sa proposal mo, what instrument you will be using.
All right. Wait po, ma'am. I present the flowchart, ma'am.
Paradigm of your study.
Yes, ma'am. The input and process output, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes. The paradigm is about the demographic variable of respondents, ma'am, and the adaptability quotient of the learner and flexibility skills of the learners, ma'am.
What is the relationship of the input to your process and then the output that you are that you have mentioned here? Ano yung implication ng input mo sa process at doon sa output, although there will be changes perhaps?
Yes, ma'am. O sa input ko po, ma'am, in the process, the orientation of learners and parents or guardians, ma'am. Tapos yung output niya, to enhance the activity to improve the flexibility and adaptability quotient of learners, ma'am.
Sige lang. Please do continue presenting. Yung statement of the problem mo na.
The statement of the problems determine the flexibility and adaptability of the Abatan Elementary School learners regarding the opening of new normal classroom setting for school year 2020 and 2021. These are the following questions, ma'am. What is the demographic profile of the respondents in terms of the gender, grade level, and electronic gadgets status? And number 2, what is the adaptability quotient of learners along the various modality of learning in your normal classroom setting? Number 3, is there a difference in the adaptability quotient of learners along the various modalities of learning in a new normal classroom setting as to the following variable? Here are the following variables below: the gender, grade level, electronic gadgets, and internet connection status, ma'am. And number 4, what is the degree of flexible thinking of a Batan Elementary School along the following variables? The technology acceptance in learning, the open-mindedness in learning, and adapting new normal situations. Okay, my number 5, is there a difference on the degree of flexible thinking of a Batan learning elementary school learners? And number 6, is there a correlation between the adaptability quotient and degree of flexible thinking of a Batan elementary school learners, ma'am? Okay, ma'am, statement of the problem ko.
Ma'am, can you show to us your questionnaire?
Ma'am?
Ayos natin yung SOP. Yung questionnaire mo, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, you remains and yung questionnaire ko, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Mabalik
Okay.
I-share mo, ma'am. I-flash mo. Takwa, makita mo. Awan dito yung anti-manuscript.
Ay, awan dita na i-print, ma'am?
Awan, ma'am.
Ay, insend ko am amin. Aguray, ma'am. Ay, ading, ay kakupitin. Di, questionnaire, ipailak ka, no? Okay, questionnaire.
Ang tiga ng questionnaire na naman, last page.
Dito yung samat piman. Data, ma'am. Aguray, yung tuyot na hindi mangyupon. Mga ipailak.
Questionnaire mo nga mismo, ma'am. Yung questionnaire mo, ma'am. Dapat naka-append dito. Madi may makita. Iso nga, inya nga dagay variables nga you use to determine
Your screen sharing.
Screen sharing mo? May screen
And
sharing mo.
naka-screen
When,
sharing
ma'am,
kaya?
naka-screen sharing?
Oh, ma'am. Diyan. You are screen sharing.
Ma'am Teresita.
Ma'am, ada po, ma'am. Ada?
Makikita may
Meron daw ba?
DJ
May questionnaire mo nga in-float mo.
Tata ito yung ma'am,
Ipakita.
get research
Yan na i-float.
instruments, get questionnaire. Tata ma'am, ay na, jay questionnaire mo nga usarim nga ag-gather. Diyay ma'am.
Yan po, hindi ka na. Ay, dito ba diya yun?
Yan.
Yan, dito yung ba, ma'am? Ang pasensyaan, patultulong ako dito. Dito yung ma'am.
Slideshow. Paki-slideshow. Slideshow. Slideshow.
Okay, agree, ma'am. Ito na i-shortcut pa dito yun. Kung nga rin, nag-nagin sa kunin. The statement of the problem.
Questionnaire. Sinlas.
Sinlas siya. Yan eh, namagama. Yan ay namagaya dahil ba di?
More.
Ipay, ma'am ba di eh?
Ipay.
Hindi mo namagaya?
Ipay, baka dahil na.
Ayun, ito na po, ma'am.
Dayta.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Kanya na i-print gaya, ma'am.
So,
ito yung ma'am, the questionnaire ko.
Statement number 1 mo. Ay, ma'am, ipabasit mo dayta. Ma'am, yung volume mo tapno. Makita kayo. Okay. Yes. So yung What is the demographic profile? Gender, palitan mo na lang ng sex. And then grade level, electronic gadget status. So pag sinabi mong electronic gadget, owned, kung namit dita ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Television, smart radio, internet connection status.
Well, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
SOP na ma'am. Agentis survey questionnaire na ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Mention that your environment could be in Abatan only.
Yes, ma'am.
4 to 6, right ma'am? Ma'am Tess.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes
think
po, ma'am.
like to add some of your some variables in your demographic profile.
Yes po, ma'am.
Would like to include their location.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Taga-abatan da amin ngam adda iti barangay da. Asino ti Maswa. Okay. Inya pa
Yes
man
po,
ti
ma'am.
mabalin tayo nga inayon ijay. Nga mas mangitid kinyak iti idea nga nga mas maka-connect dagito nga tattao besides the location dagay students. If we say location, can we say barangays?
Mm-mm. Sitius, ma'am. Pwede yun.
Yes.
Barangay.
Ma'am Tess.
Yes po, ma'am. Hello po.
Yes, ma'am. Your research environment situated in it's only Abatan Elementary School.
Mm-mm.
Oh. Grade level. Mabalin pa siguro dito nga inayon mo besides the internet connection, kitay location, pagapgapuan dagi students you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anya ba
Yes, ma'am.
location da? Inya dagi location da.
Mm-mm.
Test. Ay nati location dagi students you agap gapuda ba amin iti barrio or they are coming from the town?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very.
I'm asking, inya ti mabalin tayo no ibaga tayo nga location, inya dagi nga identify tayo nga location.
Yes.
Sitius sa Ma'am Tess. Kasi Ma'am Rose, Abatan is a barangay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, so wala. Oo. Kung sige ma'am. Kasi we have seen here there are 214 already. In as much as this is so Madam President is mentioning that we have to widen your scope so that you can also place there siguro school on their adaptability in as much that this is a quantitative study where you will be using this questionnaire. It's easy. Kaso grade 4, 5, and 6, the elementary. Okay. Adda pa iti district dita mabalin ba kung nata yung district of district 1 iti Bugyas or district 2 of Bugyas saan nakabilong ang political district ng Bugyas? Saan nakabilong ang Abatan?
Yes. Ay, zone 2, ma'am. Ay, zone 1 ba? Zone 2.
Zone 1.
Zone 1, ma'am.
Okay, zone 1. So manuti schools nga ada ijay zone 1?
Ilang manhan ko nga nako. I-research ko pa ma'am.
This is a thesis. We have to widen your scope. So now if, for example, in Bugyas Zone 1, we have 13 schools, magsasampling ka sa population mo. And you have to present your respondents in a table. If grade 4 are 70, ilan lang ang kukunin mo na sample size? Per school.
Ay, susan naman ma'am. Hindi po marinig.
Sige, anyway, na-take note din sa recorder kayo. Ma'am.
Nga, road permit signal niya.
Okay. So you have to, what is the demographic profile of respondents in terms of sex, grade level, and electronic gadget owned, then internet connection is status, and schools. Inayon mo letter E, schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So number 2, what is the adaptability? What is the level of adaptability quotient? What is the level of adaptability quotient of learners along the various modality in the new normal setting? So you have the indicators there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ano pa ang next, ma'am? Next slide mo, ma'am. Ilang indicators ang adaptability quotient?
Okay.
Okay. So, 7.
7. O may 8 pa, ma'am. Hindi nasama.
Hindi nasama. So, 8.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, you're going to look into, is there a significant difference? Is there a significant difference in the adaptability along the various modality? Tama yon. So, you follow, you add already schools here.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 4, what is the degree of flexible thinking in learning of a button of zone 1 in Bugyas, Benguet? Kunanan to niya, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Zone 1.
Province Cagayan dita. When? So what is the degree of flexible thinking of a button elementary school in terms of data indicators mo, ma'am? Data indicators iti degree of flexibility. Anong mga number dyan, anong mga item dyan ang nagsasabi na technology acceptance in learning? May next slide ka pa ba, ma'am? None? Sige. So you have to go back, ma'am. Go back to the questionnaire. Okay. Dahil nga 16 nga statements nga, nga indicators, ma'am. Kaya't na nga sa uwin at the statements for technology acceptance, at that is statement for open-mindedness, at that is statement for adapting new learning. Can you point out to us or
you categorize?
When? Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
When? Tanunghaan nga na ikarga. This is borrowed. Yes, ma'am? You adapted this questionnaire. Ma'am Tessie.
Yes po, ma'am.
Hinulog mo dito yung questionnaire.
Ayaw ba nga marmidya, ma'am?
Ayaw. Hinulog mo dito yung questionnaire. Inadapt mo.
Yeah.
When?
Inadapt niya.
Nung inadapt dito yung ma'am, as is nga ganyan. Saan mo kinuha yung mga in terms of or the following variables? A, B, C. Baka ikapinlatan ay gaya nga talaga kailangan na digay.
Wala nga ma'am.
Okay, sige. I-comment mo to lahat ng rules in sa papel mo. Inya, ma'am. Ah, yun, ma'am.
Nga talaga signal mo.
Ma'am Georgina.
Yun siguro for the technology acceptance. Kailangan, if these are not categorized in the questionnaire where he borrowed it, or she listed, kit ipa-factor analysis niya. Tapos na ma-determine do inyang statement dita ti technology acceptance, open-mindedness, and adapting. Sige. And then,
After that, is the second degree flexible?
okay. Is there a correlation between adaptability and correct?
Okay.
Siguro kailangan na number 7 question. Number 7 question that is what the output.
Yun, yung intervention mo. Kaya doon sa paradigm of the study, pwedeng mapalitan mo yung output mo for an intervention na activity or program or material. Kasi yung nilagay mo na output, that would be an outcome. Ano? Siguro ang may dadagdag ko pala doon sa statement of the problem, specifically doon sa number 1. Okay, yung nasabi ni Ma'am Jeng Jeng na to include the school, no? I think one factor din that would affect one factor or one variable that would also show the adaptability quotient or the flexible thinking in learning, yung income, di ba? Yung family income or income status of the family. That would also kasi affect yung electronic gadget status and internet connection status. So perhaps it would also be good to include the income of the family. So magkuhan ka ng range na lang para they will just encircle or they will just choose. So maglagay ka ng range, for example, 100 to 150 per year or per month, mga ganon, annual or monthly, no? Tingnan natin kung meron ding implication yon or direct bearing doon.
So your number 7 question would be what intervention program can be proposed for your research methodology? Okay, research design, quantitative descriptive research design. We are already discouraging explaining what is descriptive survey method because that is already a common knowledge to all. If what is descriptive correlation method. Okay, correlation. Research environment, you will be changing already this one into zone 1 of Bugias, Benguet. And you specify in your research environment what are the schools to be involved in this study. And no need to be telling us when is Bugias or Barangay Abatan established. What we need here are the environment where the respondents will be coming from. And in your
Mm-mm.
respondents, no need to write yet there the gender because this is dahil tigaro di iris research mo adamot gayam ti data mo. Ijay tun and ti data. So ti i-reflect mo lang dito eh. At the ma'am.
Puntahan mo na ha, yung demographic profile nila. Ah, bakit meron na? Pati yung with connection and without connection.
Eh, ano lang niya siguro, titingnan niya lang correlation doon sa adaptability level and degree. Pero may data siya dito.
Oh.
Sige. Tapos, in your respondents, you have to present in a table, a tabular presentation on how many are the populations in each school. Now, I am asking you, would you still, how many schools in Zone 1? Para alam natin kung i-carry mo ba yung grade 4 to 6. Ma'am Tessie.
Yes, ma'am.
Manuti school ijay Zone 1, madam. An estimate, a rough estimate. Rough estimate.
Ang agpay man. Ag-search ako man.
Sige.
Kapapat ko kami ni abatan, ma'am.
Ma'am Tess, may estimate na
Yes, ma'am.
10 pag-abatan in Bangaw.
When, ma'am?
Okay.
Kalamagan is included. So,
Wait ko sila din.
more than 10.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Georgina. Pag more than 10, ma'am, I think we can also ask Ma'am Georgina if we are going to retain the grade level na tatlo or dalawa lang.
Ma'am, perhaps 5 and 6 only, ma'am.
Yes, because pag grade 4 pa, baka hindi rin maintindihan yung questionnaire mo, ma'am. Because the students are the one to answer your questionnaire. Okay, so include only grade 5 and
grade 5 to 6, ma'am.
Yeah, for the data gathering procedure, you can still rewrite this one after the actual conduct. For the instrument, so you have mentioned there are 22 3 deals with 22 indicators for degree of flexibility. Yun yung sinasabi natin kanina, were adapted from Simons. The degree of flexibility are categorized or divided into 3 areas. So you have to specify in this instrument what among those statements or indicators belong to letter A, B, and C. Dito mo dapat sa instrument or questionnaire nilalagay ni explain. Okay? For the statistical tool, so you are using 4 and we really want that only 4 para walang sometimes kasi nagple-play safe minsan ang ating mga respondents. The learner got seriously bendable abilities in dealing with situations, moderately adaptable. What about sa flexible, qualitative, utilization? Doon sa flexible thinking mo, ma'am, technology acceptance in learning. Kaso dito, flawlessly along the variables utilization of technology in learning, being open-minded. Okay. Siguro you match it with your questionnaire, Ma'am Tessie.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For your introduction,
yes, ma'am.
yeah, because you're flexible thinking in learning, adaptability quotient of Zone 1 Bugias Mountain Province on the new normal. Quotient of learners. Flexible thinking. Bakit flexible thinking? In learning. Adaptability quotient. Adaptability lang kasi nilagay mo dito, ma'am. Meron kang degree. Flexible thinking in learning adaptability quotient of learners on new normal classroom setting. Alisin mo na, ma'am, yung adaptability quotient of learners on new normal classroom setting. For your introduction,
Yes, ma'am.
we always advise our proponents, our thesis writers and dissertation to follow what we call the funnel type of presentation. So since your content words or since your title is talking about flexible thinking in learning and adaptability quotient, this should be the first words that will be discuss in your introduction. What do we mean if we say flexible thinking in learning based on the international definition or description, then going down to national, and how in the Philippines, how do we define also flexible thinking? Then
Yes, ma'am.
it with what we are calling adaptability. If we say adaptability, what does it mean? So yun, hindi yung you are on educators, you are on ICT, hindi siya naka-align. Though I can see that adaptability is at the second page, but the first thing that to align, that the first word that will come out also in your introduction are the content words in your title. Then all concepts should be at the uh, conceptual framework. So like what Madam Press has mentioned a while back, you will be using the IPO, though we can have not seen how you will be. So the input here would be flexible teaching and adaptability. Kasi pag ito flexible, you were able to get the flexible learning and adaptability quotient. Relate mo siya. So you have two variables already. Naman, variables na. Tapos in anchor na i-try. Academic performance. Okay ba sa akin? Oo.
Emphasize yung na-comment ni Dr. Jengjeng kanina. How would you come up with the technology acceptance in learning, open-mindedness in learning? So, kailangan makategorize mo doon sa questionnaire mo, ano? Yung mga statements
Yes,
mo na
ma'am.
yun, yung 16 statements mo doon. Ano yung for letter A, letter B, for letter C, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige.
Yeah.
So the other, yes ma'am, si Ma'am Georgina. Baka may.
Miss Georgina, can you also give your input if you still have?
Ma'am, parang iniisip ko na kasi sa lumalabas sa media ng mga comments ng mga parents, paano namin tutulungan ng mga anak namin, we have our work. So, parang maganda na idadagdag din sa profile kung anong trabaho ng parents siguro.
Okay po, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Siguro tanggalin na lang natin yung sex.
Oo.
Yes,
Para
ma'am. Yes.
hindi direct ang implication nun. So, mas okay na we will absorb yung nasabi ni Ma'am Georgina.
Yes, ma'am.
So, kung wala nang comments from Ma'am Georgina, I think we are already okay with your proposal, Ma'am Teresita. Finally,
Yes po,
you were
ma'am.
able to present it.
Oo nga,
So,
ma'am.
congratulations in advance and Merry Christmas. We
Merry
wish you
Christmas
the
to.
best. Okay, sige.
Okay
Okay.
po. May
Stop sharing my
salamat.
Christmas. Sige. Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Roxanne, isisingit muna namin yung isang tabuk.
Sige po, ma'am.
Okay. Sir Ramil, you can now present. We are giving you the floor
Morning,
before
good
you. Kasi marami pang magpre-present sa Baguio.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, who will be joining us, Sir Darwin? Yeah, I think I see Sir Darwin. Ramil. Cinti to kinyam idi ma'am. Kasi. Awan. Ay. Sige, Sir Ramil, you can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Afternoon, Sir Ramel.
Hello,
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Ma'am Jeng. Good afternoon.
Oh.
And Madam President, Ma'am
Hello,
Eva.
good afternoon. Nice to see you all again, no?
Good
Sir Darwin,
Yes, ma'am.
virtually, but I cannot see your video.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry po.
Sige.
Hindi na available yung ating mga kasi nung nakaset, hindi naka-present si Sir Ramil. Ngayon, this is another session where we are accommodating all those who were not able to present last time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ramil. You can proceed.
Umpisa na, ma'am.
Mr. Ramil, can you already start with your presentation?
Ay, okay, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Okay, to our respective panelists this afternoon, good afternoon. I am Ramil Tugas, presently working in DepEd, Tabuk City Division, as an administrative assistant 3, serving 4 schools in Northern Tabuk District 2. My main function is to prepare the schools' liquidation reports, teachers' benefits, financial records, including bank reconciliation and other administrative works. I was also an employee of the Rural Bank of Tabuk for 18 years. My study is all about financial management, knowledge and practice of elementary school teachers in a Philippine schools district, basis for financial literacy plan. This study generally aimed to appraise the elementary teachers' personal financial management through their knowledge and practice on some domains of financial management. It was the ultimate goal of this study to enhance the teacher's personal financial management knowledge and practice by crafting a financial literacy plan based on the findings of this study. Specifically, this study sought answers to the following questions. Number one, what is the extent of knowledge and practice of elementary school teachers on personal financial management along the following domains: budgeting, spending, saving, borrowing, and investing. Number two, is there significant difference between the elementary school teachers' extent of knowledge and practice along the 5 personal financial management domains? Number three, is there significant difference in the elementary school teachers' extent of knowledge and practice across the 5 domains of personal financial management? Number four, is there a significant difference in the elementary school teachers' extent of practice along the 5 domains of personal financial management when grouped by sex, age, number of years in public school, civil status, number of children or dependents, personal money, savings and investment, and personal ownership of house and lot properties? Number five, what are the challenges encountered by the elementary school teachers along the 5 domains of personal financial management? Number six, last, what financial literacy plan can be proposed to enhance the teacher's knowledge and practice in personal financial management? Given the intention of this paper, the following hypotheses were tested on this study. Number one, there's no significant difference between the elementary school teachers' extent of knowledge and practice along the 5 personal financial management domains. Number two, there's no significant difference in the elementary school teachers' extent of knowledge and practice across the 5 domains of personal financial management. And number three, there's no significant difference in the elementary school teachers' extent of practice along the 5 domains of personal financial management when grouped by sex, age, number of years in public school, civil status, number of children or dependents, personal money, savings and investments, and personal ownership of house and lot and properties. This study utilized the descriptive comparative research design using the survey and open-ended question techniques to gather information on the extent of knowledge and practice of elementary school teachers on personal financial management along the following domains of budgeting, spending, saving, borrowing, and investing. It was the ultimate goal of this study to propose literacy plan to enhance the teacher's knowledge and practice in personal financial management. And findings to this study revealed that the elementary teachers of Northern District of Tabuk had moderate knowledge and practice along the 5 domains of financial management. Number 2, there was significant difference between the extent of knowledge and practice of teachers. Evidently, the teachers rated much higher their extent of practice than their extent of knowledge in the 5 domains of personal financial management. Number 3, in both knowledge and practice, significant differences existed in the personal financial management of teachers when compared across the 5 domains. Number 4, sex, age, number of years in service, personal money, savings and investments, personal ownership of house and lot and other properties did not influence the teacher's personal financial management, while civil status influenced the teacher's extent of knowledge, but not practice. In addition, number of dependents influence the teacher's extent of knowledge and practice on personal financial management. Number 5, that teachers had myriad of difficulties experienced along personal financial management. Number 6, the financial literacy plan was meant to enhance the teacher's personal financial management. In the light of the findings surfaced in this study, the following conclusions were derived. Number 1, the elementary teachers in the Northern District of Tabuk had modest awareness and exemplification of correct personal financial management. Number 2, the teacher's knowledge on personal financial management vary with the extent of practice. Number 3, the teachers vary in their knowledge and practice across the 5 domains of personal financial management. Number 4, civil status and number of dependents influence the teacher's knowledge and practice of personal financial management. Number 5, teachers are found wanting on personal financial management because of the challenges encountered by them. And number 6, the financial literacy plan is deemed necessary to help the teachers acquire a more wholesome personal financial management. In the light of the findings and conclusions derived in this study, the following recommendations were strongly advanced. Knowledge and practice of personal financial management could be enhanced by attending seminars and workshops on financial management, exploring possibilities to acquire other sources of income, capacitating oneself to do a well-planned startup business, and being aware of the rudiments of personal financial management. Theory and practice must go together. Teachers should be made aware of personal financial management in order to enhance right practice. A balanced knowledge and practice of personal financial management should be acquired. Other profile variables assumed to influence personal financial management could be explored in the future to strengthen the findings of this study with different assumptions and techniques. The challenges encountered by the teachers along the five domains of personal financial management should be underscored to enhance their knowledge and practice, and that the proposed financial literacy plan crafted in this study be strongly advised to be used in the locale to capacitate the teachers on personal financial management in as much as it considered the salient findings of this study. That's all my presentation, ma'am. I'm now ready to answer question.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramil, for that very comprehensive and detailed presentation of the result of your study. And I personally appreciate the presentation in your manuscript. No, I think very interesting din yung result of your study. That is why we are having discussions here. But anyway, ang ano ko lang dito is, ano ba yung observation ko dito?
Third level.
Parang ano, oo. Yun ulit. Parang nakulangan ako doon sa ano, kasi interesting yung result ng studies mo, no? And I would want to see the attribution of this phenomena. For example, doon sa mga ano mo, kasi magkapareho yung extent and the extent of knowledge and the extent of practice, more or less lahat moderate.
Moderate.
So ibig sabihin they are knowledgeable and they also practice, but yung level lang nung ano nung knowledge and extent is on moderate, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Level. Interestingly, doon sa mag-start tayo doon sa dito sa table 11 na there is a significant difference na, no, sa between budgeting practice and budgeting knowledge, spending. But dito sa ano, doon sa table 12 mo din, meron din. So pero kulang lang yung sa interpretation of your data, no? And doon sa table 14 mo din, interestingly, doon sa borrowing, nagkakatalo between male and female.
Yes.
Tumatawa kami dito kasi ano yung implication niya na may significant difference pag you are male and female, but reading into the discussion, the presentation of the discussion, parang wala ka gaanong nilagay na explanation dito. So siguro you can expound more on this based on your observations, related studies, or your experience mismo mo. Anyway, na ilagay mo naman dito on the perspective of the education management, no, sector. Oh. So yun siguro, Sir Ramil, pwede mong idagdag. Pero tanong ko sa inyo, male po kayo. Ano yung nakikita mong implication nito? Kasi parang pati sa when you factor in, when group by age, sa borrowing pa rin, nagkakatalo din? Pero kulang yung explanation mo dito. Even when they are grouped by years of service, sa borrowing talaga ang glaring na data na there's a significant difference. Pero yun po, lacking po kayo doon sa explanation.
Yung
And,
deeper interpretation. Sir Ramil, I'll give you one example I'll give you one example of what the president is trying to tell you. As a male, breadwinner siguro of the family. Ano yung mga experiences mo? 'Di ba tayong mga lalaki, pag nagsahod tayo, bigay lang natin sa mga asawa natin, sa misis natin, wala na. Now, based on experience na nakikita natin, nakikita agad nung babae na kulang. Minsan kulang yung ating binibigay. Ano ngayon ang kanyang gagawin na counterpart? Uutang yan. She will borrow. Do not be afraid to do not be afraid to share observations and experiences. Bakit nga ba may significant difference ang babae at lalaki sa borrowing? Ganon. Deeper interpretation. Sa lahat, balikan mo yung glaring means, para ilagay mo doon. Ako nga rin, ma'am, nagugustuhan ko rin yung civil status naman ako. Yung civil status naman, may significant difference pala. Yung single at married. Yun.
Single. Very interesting. And we are also curious kung ano yung mga explanations mo dito.
Baka natatakot lang, ma'am.
Okay.
Natatakot lang siyang mag-analyze pa.
Yeah, or if there are related studies, you could also, that would corroborate with your study, please include them. No?
Okay, ma'am.
And yung format ng Ifugao State University, the table come after the textual discussion. So,
sige, ma'am. Sige
discussion
po.
muna bago yung tables.
So in all section, ma'am, yung deeper interpretation, third level, tapos related studies in all sections.
Yes. That's for me. Dr. Jeng Jeng will add some more.
Thank you, ma'am. Ako, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Okay. Naririnig mo ako, sir? Sinig po ba ako? Hindi.
Yan, ma'am. Okay po. Ayos.
Okay na, ma'am.
Okay. So you can hear me already, sir?
Yan. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, I agree. This is a very good study, which I am also very interested about the result. We are really very poor in the financial literacy. Now, Ma'am President mentioned already the general comments. I would like to, I have seen your on practice, okay. For your table 1, table 6 na pala ito. I have seen how you give a delineation on or good discussion on the extent of knowledge and practice. You were able to point out what are the extreme results. I am only wondering if you could enhance your implications kasi yun talaga ang nakikita ko. Like, I would like to go to page 36 already. You mentioned there that the lowest in practice is 2.53, but what I can see as the lowest is 2.42. That is number 7. So I think you change your, it follows that if the statement or the indicators change as to the lowest in practice, the implications will follow.
Will change.
Yes. For the borrowing,
We will change one.
yes. For the borrowing, 2 point, I borrow even when I have a disposal income. Uh, Please convince us with the implications. Sa implication.
Yes, ma'am.
Similarly, on the knowledge and the extent of
Practice.
practice. For the comparison between the extent of knowledge and, ay, sandali. Sir, siguro we will require again a summary table under each areas, specifying
Summary
already,
table.
yes, specifying the extent of knowledge, the general weighted mean, similarly with that of the extent of practice. So first, investing, 3.13 siya, 2.69 then nakikita na natin, it's a bird's eye view of the ilang domains ka na ulit, sir? Sorry.
5, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Bird's eye
5.
view of the 5 domains para makita na natin kung saan talaga tayo kinukulang sa financial literacy, financial management. And that could be now also your basis in your plan, program on the financial management program.
Ay, i-clear lang
Okay,
natin,
ma'am.
ma'am, ano, yung
Sige po.
descriptive part ng domain as a whole and per domain, ilalagay na additional columns doon sa inferential between knowledge and practice. Ano, ma'am, para makita kaagad.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sige, sige, ma'am.
Okay. Before yung section niya ng comparison ng extent of knowledge and practice, ano sir, may summary. Ay, nakikita naman na, pero siguro may isang discussion sa dun. As to practice, ayan din, reject ho. Actually, we should not be the one sitting here, but all of them are busy, na lockdown, na ano, kaya wala sina Dr. Boda na mauupo.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have to sit already to finish Sir Ramil. And also there in, nabanggit naman na kanina ni ma'am doon sa when group by sex. Okay, I would like to go now to the challenges encountered by the teachers along investing. There are 83, rank 1, not enough capital to invest. Sir, talaga yung kanyang mga discussion lang siguro. Oo.
Sige, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. We will talk it out and then add some more discussions.
Yes. And in the proposed financial literacy plan would just be, it's not already a section 6, but this would be an appendices. You will just be appending the whole program, but just a very short overview of what is all about this proposed program that you are presenting, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay po.
So for the conclusions and recommendations.
Format.
Yes, sir.
Format.
The had moderate practice financial 5 domains. Okay. And ilan lang niya yung findings tsaka yung conclusion, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I-intro na lang niya yung findings sa conclusion.
Yes, sir. So that's the format. And then recommendations, 1:1, 6. Because your recommendation ended with that the proposal crafted and be strongly advised to be used in the local, perhaps you can also give a recommendation what study can be conducted still along this, looking into a different area. Para 7 yung recommendation niya. Yun sir, bibigyan na lang namin, mag-paper review pa kami after ito. That is
Sige,
the
ma'am.
general comments, and other comments will be written in the template. Then we will forward to Sir Efren.
When will be the deadliest deadline, ma'am, para alam ni Sir Ramil?
We will be ending our semester second week of January.
Okay, so kailangan
Are giving December as it was given by the registrar. Sige, second week of January.
Okay, sige ma'am.
Yung i-check pa lang namin sir. Dapat yung manuscript pasok na para sa
Yes ma'am, okay. Then yung editing ma'am, dyan ulit sa IPSU yung editing.
Opo sir.
Okay.
Ibigay natin sa mga English reading.
Okay. Congratulations Sir Ramil.
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations Sir Ramil.
Salamat po.
Sige, and Merry Christmas. God bless you.
I advance Merry
Thank
Christmas.
you,
Merry
Sir
Christmas to
Darwin, for guiding
Yes ma'am, thank you rin po. Merry Christmas po.
Happy New Year.
Christmas din po.
Ma'am
Okay.
Jane.
Yes po.
Thank you Ma'am Jane. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you ma'am. Merry Christmas. Thank you sir. Darwin.
Okay sir. Tawagan kita sir para mag-usap tayo.
Sige sir, sige sir.
Okay, sige ma'am. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay ma'am.
Okay. Can we proceed with the
Mama Doreta, i-admit ko da Roxanne, Ken Jay Hagat, ay nandito Jay Hagatin. Ay hus, madik nga na-accept ni Sir Efren. Ala. Admit. Apay nga naawang ka?
Please wait.
Ay, inadmit da kan. Ala Sir Efren, pasensya hindi kita na-admit, ongoing na kasi yung Q&A. Pero tapos na sir. Ibibigay na lang namin sa iyo yung matrix of recommendation. Sir Efren.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When sir, pasensya, madida ka na i-kwanta madik nakitan. Na i-admit. Inya sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you sir. Bye.
Okay, back to Baguio.
Si
We still have
Legazpi na ma'am.
Sige. Ito yung kanina.
Ma'am, Olnusan po. Papo.
Classroom assessment.
Sino na ma'am Roxanne?
Ma'am Olnusan, ma'am.
Olnosen, awan met dito ko meeting room.
Sige ma'am, kung sino yung nasa waiting room po. Kung si Ma'am Ligaspi ang nandiyan,
Connecting
ma'am,
siya.
sige na po.
Padupay na.
When garot ma'am ay when garot kitantaman. When ma'am. When ma'am. When ibaga talaga.
Pag-presentin daw.
Hansan.
It seems that Miss Jessica Legaspi is encountering difficulty. No? Nagko-connect pa siya. Parang nahihirapan siya. Anyway, we have a copy of the proposal. Proposal to
Final ma'am.
Final. A copy of her study, and we will just give our comments, our remarks and recommendations. Miss Roxanne, please take note of that. Kasi nagko-connect pa lang si Miss Legaspi, kanina pang umaga yan. May I give also the floor to Ma'am Georgina kung meron pa po kayong comment. Kasi kami dito, we already have our comments and recommendations for Miss Jessica Legaspi.
Sorry, ma'am.
Sige po.
Kapapasok ko lang.
Ma'am Jessica, can you hear me? Ma'am Jessica. Naririnig mo ako, Ma'am Jessica? Ma'am Roxanne. Makakonect ba ni Ma'am Jessica? Tadagamin ijay tinok. Tano saan nga makakonect isuna i-paper review milatan? Ma'am Roxanne. Matawagan ni Ma'am.
Ma'am, I guess better po ma'am. Yung talaga ang internet nila doon, especially ngayong hapon po.
Anyway, tapos namin yung paper review. Tapos namin yung review. Sige,
Yes, ma'am.
i-send ko na lang sa'yo tapos enter mo. Ano? So, we are done with Ma'am Jessica. Si Ma'am Olmosen na. Pati si Ma'am Georgina,
I-review ko na lang sa papel, ma'am.
Opo.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Tawagan mo na lang, Ma'am Roxanne, si Ma'am Jessica na wag nang mag-connect kasi hindi rin talaga nakaka-connect. Ma'am Roxanne. Si Kwan na, ma'am. Si Olnosen. Olnosen. Legaspi. Olnosen. Ada papel, ma'am, ni Olnosen.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, so we can start with Ma'am Flor de Lesa.
Please proceed, Miss Olnosen. Miss Olnosen. Please unmute. You are muted.
Hello po. Hello,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay. Please proceed with your presentation. Share your screen.
Okay. Ma'am, hello po.
Yes.
I am using phone. Cell phone,
Yeah, I
ma'am.
could see that you are using your phone.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, we have a copy. Sige.
Okay.
I hope Ma'am Georgina has also a copy. Sige. Sige.
Am I going to start, ma'am?
Yeah, please start.
Soft copy, ma'am.
Okay. Good day to everyone. I'm
Proceed.
Flor de Lisa. Am I going to proceed it immediately, ma'am?
Yes, proceed immediately to
Yeah.
the paradigm of the study siguro so that we could have a grasp of your input process and then output.
The paradigm of story. The paradigm. Okay, wait.
Sige, ano na lang, punta ka na sa SOP.
Nag-nervous na ako sa kahintay.
Sige, do not feel nervous.
So the results and discussion, ma'am. Yeah. So, I'm not video. Wait. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Let's go to the paradigm of the study. The input, the process, and the output. Wherein the profile of the teachers are the age, sex, length of service, and school. The process is the multiple intelligence, which is the familiarity, the practice, and the MI, the linguistic, interpersonal, mathematical, spatial, musical, bodily, and naturalistic. And the intervention programs to improve the teacher's practice of MI theory in the classroom. So the statement of the problem, specifically, the study sought answers the following inquiries. What is the profile of the teachers in terms of age, sex, length of service, and school? Number 2, what are the teachers' level of familiarity with Garner's multiple intelligence theory? What is the level of teachers' practices of MI theory in the classroom in terms of the different intelligences, like the linguistic, interpersonal, mathematical, spatial, musical, bodily, naturally, statistics, our intelligence. And so, is there significant relationship between the level of familiarity and practices of Gardner MI theory? What is the academic performance of students using the GPA? 8, what is the significant relationship between the level of teachers' practice of MI theory and academic performance? Number 9, what is the intervention program that can be proposed to improve the teacher's MI practice? So, in the methodology, the descriptive survey research design was used. This study was conducted at La Trinidad District Schools Division of Benguet with teachers as respondents. For the statistical treatment of data and descriptive statistics was used, and for the inferential one-way analysis of variance or ANOVA. And the persons R correlation was employed. And the profile, it is shown on the table that there were 38 correspondents, wherein 3 are the heads or the school principals of the school, and 35 were teachers. And this means that most of the respondents are dominant by school teachers. In the age, majority of the respondents in the study were ages between 26 to 42 years old. And for ages 26 to 35 years old, they are 13 teachers. 36 to 45 years old, it is 8. And the respondents ages 46 and above were 4. So the sex, the respondents were 36 female respondents. That means the most of the teachers respondents were females. And length of service, the length of service, the participants in the study were dominated by 20, wherein the teachers told 10 tenures and below, while 12 have been in the professions 11 to 20 years.
Familiarity survey.
Yes, ma'am, the familiarity. And the schools, the panelists recommended the 3 schools, the Balili, Balucas, and Bahong Elementary School.
Miss Olnosen,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have a data on Kasi we are looking into the presentation of your results and on your discussion, we can already see some missing data. Like for example, in your table 2, what you placed are the indicators, no? Like very familiar, adequately familiar, instead of putting the items on the level of familiarity, like what you have included in your questionnaire. Para makita natin kung ano yun.
Ay, kita ma'am. Ma'am, come again, ma'am. The questionnaire.
Yan ba yun?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
Oo, sa
questionnaire.
table 2. Yan, isang example lang yan. Baka mas madami pa. And my question is, why did you select only, I think, 3 schools?
Yes, ma'am. That was the recommendation, ma'am.
Is that the recommendation of your panel before?
Yes, ma'am. And they selected the 3 schools for me.
What is the rationale why they limited the scope to only 3 schools with 38 respondents? Can you remember why they limited the scope of your study to only 3 schools with only 38 respondents? Teachers' familiarity. Because in your title, teachers' familiarity and practices of multiple intelligences and academic performance of elementary learners in La Trinidad.
Ma'am, I don't know, but that is the recommendation, ma'am. Yes, recommendation and suggestion.
Pero anyway, doon sa presentation mo ng table kasi this would make a difference already if you cannot present us today. You cannot present for example, yung familiarity of the elementary school teachers with the Gardner's multiple intelligences. Ano yung components ng Gardner's multiple intelligence? Kung saan sila very familiar, adequately familiar.
Sige, ma'am.
Baka pati sa iba.
Sige, ma'am. Kita kayo, man.
Madam, share ko ti screen mo. Ay, dito yung screen.
Yes, ma'am.
And di table 2, ti ag-appear is inti indicator kit dayjay statements mo about familiarity. Tapos mo ijay no ti level na no VF no jay statement 1 or indicator very familiar da dayjay an nga diyay nga day familiar ta intid mo ti level tapos anya nga ti level man in level kas lakas jay madam.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, sa bali nga ron ti ikwadita. Table 2. Yes, the table 2, it's not already, ma'am, haanon nga day VF, ma'am, day kaschay.
Haan di jay ti level.
Frequency.
This frequency kit.
Yes.
For example, statement, if you are holding your questionnaire, items on familiarity survey. Number 1, how familiar are you with the concept of Gardner's MI theory? And frequency, out of 38, mano tinangibaga nga, mano da nga nangibaga nga 5, they are very familiar. 20.
Yes, ma'am.
Level of familiarity da. VF kasi jay.
Oo, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Sino ang advisor mo, Miss Olnose?
Ma'am, si Ma'am Leo Calexto, ma'am. Si Dr. Leonora Calexto.
Oo. She should have guided you. Nako.
So similarly, so hamo nga na answeran jay question number 1. So
yes, ma'am.
So kinitang iti significant difference na with the familiarity with the school of teachers. Haan i-present kasi dapat ijay nga to at the schools and then the statements ijay NT column 1. Then total nakit dayjay school because you are comparing. So number 3 question is not again answered in your presentation.
Number 3. So,
number what?
Dito EJ, in the familiarity survey. Ito man, familiarity survey, 1 and 2 question.
When apay gamin at the table 2 familiar multiple then familiarity by school. Okay, awan ti question mo by school.
Yes, ma'am, no question.
Teacher's level of familiarity of guardian.
Level of familiarity. So there is no, ma'am, iso nga question lang ijay kat 1 and 2.
When awan iti question mo nga inanseran ti table 2.a.
2.a.
When kasi after DJ dapat
no, yeah, no, none. Dito part 2. Yeah.
Number 3 is there a significant difference on the level of familiarity by school? Ustumet ijay by school ngem dapat i-represent mo man ditoy. Jay statistician mo tinaulaw ta. Ang ka.
When? Baka nga nag-statistician.
Nagpa-stat ka, madam.
Level 1 and then
data. Hantay yung kailangan data level of familiarity. Ngem no aramid ti question what is the level of familiarity by school data ti response na. Tapos pinagbanggam or you are looking into the significant difference number 3 question.
Number 3 question.
Teacher level of familiarity no by school kit at dapat ti difference iti panangkita da
no ma'am, not significant ma'am, awan
garud mga significant ta
awan ti okay
madam awan di jay data nga mangi parangkin dayta. You do not have the data so that you can get correct result of question number 3.
Okay, ma'am.
School ko nam lang dita. Anya so level of familiarity of school teachers compared so dapat data profile mo ma'am at dapat ti agkom-compare ditan jay teacher ken jay school head. So dapat duwa ko mati item dita enti first column mo.
First column? Yes, ma'am. Sige.
Ngem day takit ma-answeran no i-resubmit mo for statistical analysis. Number 4, what is the level of teachers practice in MI in the classroom in terms of linguistic intelligence? Daytoy at least this is what we are telling you to do in the table 1 and 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Specified
table 1 and 2. Yes. Table 1 and 2. So it must be a level 4. It must be the same as level 1.
Questionnaire. Ay. Mama, tingnan natin on the linguistics. So higher. So their level of teachers practice is high. Sa linguistics. 6, pero mababa sila sa number 2. Ngayon, doon sa discussion mo, ma'am, it is not comprehensive because you do not have the table description. You just mentioned the average weighted mean, but you have to mention the result, that is the list. Among the indicators is number 2, the highest is number 3. What is the implication of that before going to the average weighted mean? Then after giving the table description, you give now your level 2. What is the level 2? The corroboration. The corroboration or studies conducted that will support your findings. And then the level 3 is the implication.
Level 3 is the implication.
Ay, dami. 4.26. Ay, nagidwagid duwa. Ay, yoy, nagtaray-taray. Dagi jay third list and solve second. Ijay manin, anti-table discussion mo, ma'am. Ditoy, diniscuss mo manin amin jay 5 nga indicator. Saan, ma'am? I-discuss mo lang jay list and highest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No interpersonal, so the same observation inyo, ma'am. Amin all throughout your discussion. Umun-una, amin DJ, all your discussions must be presented first before your table.
Yes.
And then at the end, level bodily intelligence o marami naturalistic. Then at the end, after presenting the level of teacher's practice of MI, number 4, you give a summary table.
Summary table, ma'am.
Give a summary table indicating already the general weighted mean only and the quantity or qualitative description. So like for example, in the naturalistic, you just write 3.46, somewhat higher. What about bodily, musical, spatial, mathematical? So summary of the table 4 na Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So next, is there a significant difference on the level of teaching when group according to variable? So you place first here the age, not significant. The age.
Okay.
Significant lahat.
Age significant. Yes, ma'am. Significant lahat.
Significant. Pero saan dyan ang pinakamababa ng F value niya?
Age significant lahat.
0.48. Siguro i-compare mo kahit hindi siya significant, you can still discuss the F value. Hindi Ma'am Georgina, I think you can add in this on this part po. Na nalaing iso namit lang pe.
Yes, ma'am. Sa table 4.
Table 4.
Ay, nagsubo. Between teachers level of their practice development.
Ma'am, level 4. Ay, table 4? Oh, yeah.
Table 4 mo. Ay, parang tig-iisa pala to. So, ibang
Yes,
table
ma'am.
yung bodily. Kasi may item per ano.
Yes, ma'am.
May item per MI.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after this, yung sinasabi ni ma'am na summary of the 8 8 intelligences.
Ay, apay kastoy.
Ano ba ma'am, mas mauna ba yung summary o sa last na?
Sa last na,
After
sa last na po, ma'am.
okay.
Sa last, ma'am, yung summary.
Oo.
ANOVA. Differential. Ano mo?
Yes, before ANOVA.
Before ANOVA. Summary or summary before ANOVA.
Okay, before ANOVA. So,
Yes, ma'am.
in your ANOVA, ay, sige ma'am Georgina. Proceed po.
Yung sa table 2,
Table 2, ma'am.
ganito kasi ma'am, ma'am Flor de Lisa.
Yes, ma'am.
Parang gumagawa ka rin ng lesson plan or yung SLM na yung palaging sinasabi, we are always reminded on the alignment of our objectives to the discussion. So, i-align natin yan kasi yung table 2 mo, what is table 2 answering or what problem is being answered by table 2. Kasi ang table 2 siya soft copy kasi tinulog ko.
Table 2.
Is ito level of familiarity.
Yes, ma'am.
On the Gardner's multiple intelligence. Hindi nakikita yung saan yung multiple intelligence dito. Parang sana, ano ba yung different multiple intelligence? Sa bakong, sa balili, sa balukas. Parang mas maganda dito, yung sa row na lang yung 8MI, and then ilagay mo sa head, sa taas, yung 3 schools.
Sa taas, ma'am.
Para yung 8 andito, instead of the school. Kasi hindi mabasa sa table kung saan ang Gardner's multiple intelligence. Dapat lalabas yung 8 doon na MI.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, sa taas.
Kasi ang objective mo is what are the teacher's level of familiarity with Gardner's multiple intelligence. Para kasi sa presentation mo sa table, parang isa lang yung Gardner's multiple intelligence, pero dapat 8 yun. Parang
yes,
na-lump doon.
So ma'am,
weighted na pinipresent mo.
Ma'am, so kailangan ilagay ko yung lahat ng yung MI?
Oo, sana.
Yes, ma'am. And then, ma'am, yung sinabi mo kanina, yung schools, ilalagay ko sa taas.
Kasi tatlo. Oo, tatlo.
Yes, ma'am. And then,
ayan. Kulat pa rin yung weighted mo.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Tapos i-check din pala yung statistical limit.
Ma'am, statistical?
Statistical limit. Ito, yung sa ano, 1 is equivalent to 1 to 1.20 is unfamiliar. Pero if you will follow the computation, like the formula for the Likert scale, this is 4 all over 5, that is 0.8. So 0.8 ang intervals hanggang pataas.
0.8 ang intervals, ma'am, dito sa
Likert scale.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am Georgina,
Yes, ma'am.
I think we all agree that my issues and with concerns on the statistics of Miss Olnosen, no? So may
Yes, ma'am.
we suggest that you please submit again your study to the statistician, but to facilitate smoothly and faster, in as much as time is of the essence, if you wanted to really complete and graduate, we can recommend some statisticians here in our university to help you so that your data will be presented in a proper perspective,
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, kasi that would make a difference in the discussion of your findings. No. And afterwards, we will just evaluate your paper, no? There will be a
Yes, ma'am.
table evaluation na lang, no?
Okay.
Oo. Basta, let it be reviewed again and subjected to statistical analysis.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Pero so you will recommend the statistician there
Yeah,
at
from our university, so that he or she could help you on how you will present your data. Kasi kahit na nagdi-discuss tayo dito, kailangan din natin ng tulong ng statistician.
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, kasi pati yung table presentations mo, parang there are lackings talaga, no?
Okay,
So,
ma'am.
sige, are you amenable that we will help you by providing you a statistician from our university?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, para mas mabilis at mas madali siguro yung coordination ng statistician mo with you and with us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sige. If that is the case, then okay na tayo and we wish you luck. And we hope that you will, yung mga initial comments by Dr. Jeng Jeng and Ma'am Georgina, you integrate para kokonti na siguro ang i-comment next time, no?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sige. Sige. Thank you so much, Miss Olnosen.
Thank you po. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Si Kwan na, ma'am. Roxanne, okay na si Ma'am Allison? Andito na. Sa
Sige po, ma'am.
Okay. Proposal. Sino si Solano? Sinong advisor ni Ma'am Allison?
Sir Elmer po, yung MPDO 2 ba or Elmer Montino?
Ay, wala siya naman. Sino si Edmond Wakat?
Hindi po namin kilala, ma'am.
Ay, naka-enter naman siya. Tanungin ko nga. Sige, sir. Ay, Ma'am Allison, please prepare your presentation or we can give already your comments.
In the interest of time, anyway, we were able to go over your proposal. Unless Ma'am Georgina could also give her comments and remarks.
Ma'am, sa paper na lang.
Oo, sa paper na lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Jeng Jeng will be presenting her comments or ano na lang?
Ibigay natin. Nandyan.
Ibigay natin.
Sige, ma'am. Ibasahin ko na lang siguro.
Sige, sige.
Ma'am Allison, can you hear me? Or Sir Allison? Ay, Gail naman. Hello? Hello? Roxanne?
Ma'am, pa-check ma'am si Ma'am Bian, baka nasa waiting room po. Since nakalas po yung name kasi ni Ma'am Samonte sa magpo-present.
Hindi, nasa room na siya. Admitted na siya. Alison Samonte.
Sige ma'am, i-will contact na lang po muna.
Sige. Bangkado. Ay, MPA mat dayto eh.
Ma'am, mauna na lang po si Ma'am Bian po. Pa-accept daw po. Nasa waiting room.
Wala namang biyaan. Ay, Solano Gio. Wakat, Edmond, Bangkado, Olnozen. Yun ang nasa waiting room. Sige nga, ma'am. Hello, Sir Edmond. We see you at the waiting room. Sino po sila? Yes, ma'am. Roxanne. Awan meted sa sao.
Yes, ma'am.
Daytaman, Edmond Wakat. Sino? Baka nakigamit sila.
Hindi ma'am. Marjorie Tabiaan yung name niya kaninang umaga, ma'am. Wait lang, ma'am po.
Saan? Parang ready si Julia Bangkado. Nagtitext siya.
Ay, okay. Sige. Bangkado. Ay na. Bangkado. Ay na. Practices.
Ma'am Edmond Wakat po ata is tama po si Ma'am Bian po. Ma'am, ready din po si Ma'am Grace Solano po. Nasa waiting room din po, ma'am.
Hello po. Ako ba ang susunod? Naka-mute daw.
Miss Julia Ayan Bangkado, kindly proceed with your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Presentation.
Ma'am Julia, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Inoperate ko na.
Sige. So effective and there and have no evenly sa lisa kailangan. Winman of healthcare.
Sandali lang po.
Ay, sorry.
Okay, this is my title po. Naririnig po ba ako? Mga madam?
Yes, yes. Please proceed already.
Monday.
Ma'am, ma-ed yata yan. MA Physics.
Ay, okay. O, sige po, ma'am.
So my title is Ma'am?
Yes, please proceed.
Mag-start na po ako?
Yes, ma'am.
The title of my research is about the indigenous health care practices on pregnancy and childbirth among the Kankanai people of Kibungan Benguet. So we have now the
Objectives na. Miss Julia,
Ma'am?
please proceed to the objectives of the study or the statement of the problem.
Ito po yung mga objectives. These are my objective. So number 1 is to identify the different indigenous healthcare practices of the Kankanai of Kibungan Benguet. So during pregnancy and childbirth, ma'am. And number 2, to determine the scientific explanation if any of the different indigenous healthcare practices of the Kankanai in Kibungan Benguet during pregnancy and childbirth. And then number 3 is I will develop an information education campaign material for the indigenous healthcare practices.
And then proceed with your methodology.
So,
sige, yan muna nga, Rod. Yung paradigm mo. Sige, yan paradigm mo.
Okay.
Ano yung throughout?
For my analytical framework, so we have the input. These are the indigenous pregnancy and childbirth practices of the Kankanai people of Kibungan Benguet. And then we have the throughout. So number 1 is we have the questionnaire that is suited for the study. Ma'am?
Ay, sorry. Sige. Sige, please continue. Sorry.
And then number 2, conduct an in-depth interview to gather information about the indigenous practices on pregnancy and childbirth of Kibungan Benguet. And then number 3, I will compile the gathered information. And then after that one, I will analyze if those identified indigenous practices are related to science or have scientific explanation by reading those studies. And then we have the output. So we have indigenous practices regarding pregnancy and childbirth of the Kankanai people of Kibungan. If those have practices have scientific explanation or basis. So let us proceed now to the research methodology. So I use the descriptive qualitative method of research. So I have the respondents. These are the Kankanai elders from the municipality of Kibungan that is aging 55 years old and above. And then we have also the purposive sampling. And then next is we have the research environment. Since Kibungan has 7 barangay, so I will conduct an interview among the 7 barangays of selected
healthcare. Baka mit adda. Kasla.
Ma'am?
So damit lang, kayat pa di lalaki, di indigenous, or kayat na di modern, kasi at appear to be giant. At taba iti influence lang di lalaki, no go for
Or no saan, baka mit adda dagi jay ko adda ti lalaki nga kaya na nga.
Anak.
Sige. Can we proceed already with our comments, no, and observations? Kasi
Yes,
anyway, this is a proposal. Dr. Jeng Jeng is already helping you in crafting your objectives or the statement of the problem, no? Because we observe that parang ang ultimate goal mo lang is to have a documentation on the different indigenous healthcare practices, but I cannot see a research component of your study, no? Okay, so perhaps we could widen the scope of your study to include yung after you identifying the different indigenous healthcare practices, ano yung extent ng practice ng healthcare practices or systems nyo? At itatanong ko pa, I'm curious kung Kankanae lang ba ang ethnic group doon sa Kibungan?
Meron po ba, meron mang Ibaloy at saka merong Bisaya, ma'am. So I only concentrated
yung
sa
two major ano na lang siguro yung Ibaloy at Kankanae. Yung healthcare practices ng Kankanae and Ibaloy, no? Wag na yung ibang outside ethnic groups, no?
Yes, ma'am. So Kankanae in Ibaloy, ma'am?
When? Oo.
Yes, ma'am.
And later on, Dr. Jeng Jeng will give her input. Pero basically, doon, you please improve also your introduction, no? So,
yes, ma'am.
i-include mo lahat ng references mo. Kasi nakikita ko, parang unless nga that is your own words, no? Parang halimbawa, yung first sentence mo na lang na Philippines is a country full of superstitions. How do you prove that the Philippines is a country is full of superstitions? Sa'yo ba nanggaling yun na statement, no? So there must be a reference kung saan mo pinagbasehan yung statement mo na yun, okay? So please include and tingnan mo para you build up your introduction in such a way that you establish the need to study this field, no? Yung indigenous healthcare practices. Malamang na kaya mo gusto din na i-study ito because we all know that IK practices are already dwindling, no? Decreasing in terms of practice and in terms of the level of knowledge, especially the young people. So it is important to know and to get the profile of your respondents para yun, ikumpara mo. Kung yung mga young people ba are knowledgeable of the IK or indigenous practices on healthcare in terms of childbirth and pregnancy, ganon, no? At saka ano ang difference ng in terms siguro of yung sa when in accordance with their age, baka yung mga young people nowadays do not really know the indigenous practices, no? Oh. So sa akin yun yung general na impression ko dito. So i-widen mo yung scope mo, no? And siguro, I do not see yung scientific explanation na sinasabi mo kasi pag indigenous knowledge, we also claim na these are already proven as sustainable in terms of cultural identity or cultural preservation. Oh? Oh. Oo. So yun yung ano, yung comment ko. At yung input process output mo, you can improve this. Si Ma'am Georgina will give her comment, her remarks on that.
Thank you po.
Hello, ma'am. Bakit kaya pregnancy and childbirth only?
Oo. Bakit doon ka lang? But yun lang ang scope sa kwan? Sa healthcare services, ay healthcare, ano to? How do you call that? Practices mo. Bakit pregnancy and childbirth lang? Kasi yung healthcare, it does not only refer to pregnancy and childbirth. Pwede rin yung kung nagkakasakit ang mga tao. Oh. Anyway, you include that in your explanation kung hindi ka maka-explain ngayon. Ha? Ilagay mo sa introduction mo yun, yung sa rationale mo. No? Siguro napansin mo na yung pregnancy and childbirth indigenous practices are already being forgotten by the young people. No? Basta you can establish in your introduction.
To be... Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Sige. Ma'am Georgina?
Another one, ma'am.
Oo.
Na-mention yung ibaloy kasi, parang magkakaproblema ka kasi talagang dominated na kan kana yung sa kibungan. Baka merong ibaloy pero intermediate
Yes,
yan.
ma'am.
Pero later on, nasasubsume
Yes,
din
ma'am.
sila sa
Intermarriage, ma'am.
kankanaoy.
Ay, so sa
Oh.
Kibungan talagang ang dominant ethnic group Kankanae.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Baka kung isaling nga natin yung Ibaloy, that would
Yes, ma'am.
already affect your result. Kung kokonti lang sila. Oo nga eh. Unless nga haan lang nga Kibungan.
Yes, ma'am.
Unless idagdag mo ang
So,
Kapangan.
I will not include, ma'am.
Ano ang division diyan? May district 1, may district 2? Kibungan.
Isa lang.
How do you term that? How do you call that?
Zone.
Wala, ma'am. Kasi medyo konti lang yung
Division. Political division. I-widen mo yung scope mo. Anyway, this is a master's thesis. Wag lang sa Kibungan, pwede. Ikuan mo kung anong zoning nyo or how do you divide that Bugyas. Kibungan, kit ano ito? This is a municipality?
Yes, ma'am. Pero ano ngayon?
Kung yung municipality ang Kibungan?
Barangay na lang siguro, ma'am. Kitain na no.
No, kumakaslakan yata yung ngayon.
Yes, ma'am. One of the municipality of Benguet, ma'am.
Ayangan talaga and Tuwali nga amom nga kwa. At the riverside nga makuna nga ayangan. Sige, kung hindi mo magawa yon to widen the scope of your study, talagang Kibungan lang at ang dominant na ethnic group dyan is Kankanae, then doon na lang sa profile, titingnan kung may difference ba.
Barangays na lang.
Sige. Sige, Dr. Jeng Jeng.
Okay, thank you. Ay, okay. So never mind, even the rest are listening so that they can hear already our comments. Ma'am Julia, as mentioned, your objective of the study would just be a mere documentation on what are the indigenous healthcare practices. Now, to make your title, if you want still to continue this one, we have to add variables. So, in your title, we are recommending healthcare knowledge and practices on pregnancy and childbirth in Kibungan, Benguet. So if that is your title, it follows that your paradigm of study would be IPO, where you will get the profile of the respondents and what are the indigenous healthcare practice in Kibungan. So, ang gagawin mo muna dito sa input, mag-research ka kung ano yung mga indigenous healthcare on pregnancy and childbirth. Pag na-research mo ito, from the IK holders perhaps, or from the healthcare people in Kibungan, or dagijay agpractice idi, agpapaanak, you can already devise a questionnaire to learn the knowledge and practices of the respondents on pregnancy and childbirth. So your process would be level of knowledge and practices in terms of A, pregnancy, B is childbirth. Then your output, we can retain still the IEC that you have produced here or that you have proposed here as your working output or outcome of the study. So your statement of the problem would be, number one, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex? Kasi alam naman natin na baka may mga lalaki na nagpa-practice din ng indigenous birthing or sila pa ang ang nagfa-facilitate. Then since you want to have it only in Kibungan, we are recommending that you get the respondents per barangay. Ilan ang barangay sa Kibungan?
Hello, ma'am, nawala yata siya, ma'am.
Ay! Sino? Sino man hindi? Ito'y bangkado. Ni?
Ma'am Julia.
Winkit di, ma'am. Sige. Iitid tantulatan, garud, ma'am.
Dumit lang. Anyway, sino ba andito ba ang taga-hagat? Bagyo to, di ba? Oo. Miss Roxanne, siguro, kwan na lang, kasi madaming namang related literature, one of the most, the richest literature at sa indigenous knowledge and practices. So, madaming related studies where she could pick some questionnaires, no? Sige. Miss Roxanne, let us proceed with another presenter. We will just be giving a copy of the comments and remarks from our panel. Ma'am Georgina will also give her remarks later doon sa papel na lang. Okay. Sige, let's proceed.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Sino ang next, Ma'am Roxanne?
Ready na po sila lahat. Nasa waiting room, ma'am. I mean, nandito na po sila.
Oo, sino ang next? Siguro si Ma'am Sumonte na.
Good evening po. Good evening po.
Yes. Yes, Ma'am Marjorie.
Good evening po to our madams na nag-overtime.
Ma'am Marjorie Tabia.
Yes, ma'am. Okay na po, ma'am. Madams, can I proceed now with the statement of the problem, ma'am? Madams.
Is this Ma'am Marjorie?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, madams, since you have the copy of my research.
Marjorie data, ma'am. Ada, kopya, ma'am. Ay, sige, ma'am.
Okay, so the title of my research is The Level of Implementation of Modular Distance Learning and Performance of Kindergarten Pupils in the New Normal in Cayapais District. It is the basis for management intervention. So in this study, in Cayapais District, all of the alternative learning modalities offered by the Department of Education this school year 2020 and to 2021, most of the pupils in the district prefer to use the modular distance learning. Since this is the first time that the teachers and the learners in the district utilize modular distance learning, the teacher, together with the learners, experiences new things in this new normal. So everything is new, such as printing of modules, no face-to-face intervention. Parents get the modules
of their children in school. The pupils answer the modules with their parents at home or any elder who can assist them. And also wearing face masks everywhere we go or every time we go out. And we also observe social distance everywhere. With all of these situations, the proponent, who is a kindergarten teacher, is motivated to conduct this study. And further, I observed that teachers, on the side of the teachers, they're always very busy, such as printing, assorting, packaging, distributing, and retrieving the modules to the learners. So, I've been hearing the sentiments of the teachers, such as nagadamutan nga i-print ng module or makaka-stress ti modular distance learning, agree tayo raksan, makabanog mo ti module. So, these are the sentiments that I've been hearing. And on the side of the pupils, the learners do the activities given to them at home without face-to-face teaching learning. So, I've been hearing that from the pupils, nag-gradient matiagan certain modules, gumaganon, and then mapaka-stress na, agan sir, naungat yung parents nga gisuro, yung umayon, and then sinasabi pa nila, face-to-face kumalatan. So these are the reasons that ignite me or my curiosity to do this research or to conduct this research. Okay na po, ma'am. Can I proceed? I will proceed to the paradigm of the study. The level of implementation of modular distance learning comprises
Miss Marjorie, kindly proceed. Continue your presentation. Miss Marjorie, are you still here with us?
yes, ma'am.
Please continue.
Diversity, highest educational attainment, present position, monthly income, years of teaching experience.
Kailangan city
The
make a difference. Kung kanta na Asia, eh, kwan?
the implementation of the modular distance learning in the different components, such as provision of instructional materials, scheduling of teaching loads, delivery of most essential learning competencies from the K to 12 curriculum, and letter D is the conduct of formative and summative assessment. Number 3 is what is the academic performance of the kindergarten pupil respondents along literacy and numeracy. And number 4 is, does the level of implementation of the modular distance learning significantly relate with the academic performance of the pupil respondents? And number 5 is, what intervention could be evolved in order to improve the level of implementation of the modular distance learning and academic performance of the kindergarten pupils at Cayapa East District? So the methodology that I will use would be the descriptive method of research, utilizing the correlation procedure technique.
Titingnan ko kung ano ba kasi yung mga modalities na sinabi ng DepEd.
Yes, ma'am. There are 3 kinds of modalities. The modular, online, and television, radio-based instruction.
Si DepEd bakit haan nga uniform? Ano nga?
The division of the option choose. Blended, your module, your online.
Yes,
So nga DJ kayat na nga ikwadje level o specifically on modular distance learning. Ito ini kunan modular learning online and television radio based, so talugayam tin kwada pagpilian. So kayat na nga makuha nga talaga DJ level of implementation. Him kunam nasa ano nila DepEd division nila to decide. Kung ito ang inadapt nila,
Kitain na no, the implementation.
kit no day to inadapt da, kit talagang we know already that they have no other records than to adapt it.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Marjorie,
yes, ma'am.
Can you enlighten us why you selected modular distance learning? Ano yung explanation mo kung bakit ito lang? Why do you want to determine or assess the level of implementation? Kasi as I understand, DepEd has already issued a memo perhaps or an issue once requiring schools to adapt a certain approach that is applicable to the locality perhaps. So sa ano ba, saan ba yung study mo, local mo? Sa Cayapa East District, ano ang inadapt nilang approach?
Ma'am, we have yes, we prefer to use the modular distance learning, ma'am.
Iyon ba it's an agreement, a consensus na modular distance learning lang ang i-adapt ng mga schools sa Cayapa East?
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi kung yun yung yung inadapt na nila, modular distance learning, so we already know that the teachers are already really implementing the modular distance learning, and that is their mode, no? That is your mode. Are you a teacher?
Yes,
Oo. So kung yun, paano ba? Kaya lang you already have your questionnaire.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi we are thinking and discussing kung ano kaya kung yung effectiveness na lang nung modular distance learning so that you could recommend on if you see any gap or some issues and concerns that needs to be addressed.
Ma'am, I think the present new normal experiences of the teachers and the pupils.
Level of implementation. Question Ma'am, andito pa ba si Ma'am Georgina? Ma'am Georgina?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Kindly give your comment. Taga-DepEd po kayo eh.
So, yes, ma'am. Ito nga, nagtataka ako bakit isang isang mode ang tinitignan. Kasi nagpagawa ang DepEd ng survey na you can use the 3 modalities, but it is not naman na pipili ang isang division ng isa lang. Kasi depende sa pipiliin ng mga bata. So, we will offer all the modalities and then kanya-kanyang pipili. Kasi naman sa malapit sa center, ang pinili talaga nila yung online. Tapos yung iba, mahirap daw yung modules, kaya dinagdagan nila ng TV-based, kaya blended mostly ang napili ng DepEd.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Georgina. At least we are enlightened on that. So, dito sa intro niya, it appears naman that there are 3 modalities, no? Based on the issuance of the Department of Education. So, pwede rin siguro so that hindi masayang masayang yung questionnaire niya, yung survey instrument, we can still have or maintain the level of implementation, but to include the other modalities, no? So ang ipag-compare na lang niya yung the 3 modalities and the level of implementation on the with the different schools in Cayapa East District.
Hello, ma'am. Can I input, ma'am?
Sige nga, Marjorie Biaan, kasi sinabi mo nga kanina na you already agreed na na modular distance learning ang i-adapt nyo?
Yes, ma'am. Because here in in our locality, there is no internet connection in every school.
Yun kasi.
That's why it's purely modular, ma'am.
So with that, mukhang kasi kung yung level of implementation at yun talaga ang ginagamit na ninyo as teachers, then we surmise that you are already implementing it. So basically, completely agree and agree kayo dyan.
But ma'am, it is to measure the academic performance of the pupils.
Kung yung academic performance.
Anong academic performance? If it is really effective for the pupils or it is really, or the pupils are really
talaga eh. So I think hindi yung level of implementation, but on the effectiveness of the modular distance learning para makita mo kung effective ba at it has something to do or has a direct bearing on the performance of kindergarten pupils.
I see. Okay, ma'am.
Hmm. Sige, Dr. Jeng Jeng will expound on that.
Mm. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Cherry. So we are having brainstorm a while ago if it's already mature for us to see the implementation of modular distance learning because it was just implemented this October, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it matured enough already for us to look into the implementation? Oh, Ma'am Georgina,
Ma'am, sa palagay ko hindi pa.
that's it.
Hindi natin ma-measure. Yeah.
That's it. We cannot really measure yet the level of implementation because right now, I think they can agree on other indicators like instructional materials are well prepared, easily accessed, but the teachers are on the stage of coping also with this kind of modality. If they wish that this modular would be very low in level, they can give it. They can do it. Para siguro sabihin na itigil na lang muna if there is a rebellious part. Kasi it's too early for us to be having an implementation or level of implementation. So kung kindergarten, on its modular distance learning, hmm, siguro pwede kang most especially kindergarten I mean, siguro mag-quali ka na lang. Kasi sabi nga ni Ma'am Georgina, it's not yet matured. Siya nga nag-a-agree na hindi pa matured para mag-level of implementation na tayo sa alternative sa ATM ng DepEd.
So even in the first quarter only, ma'am? Because I focus on the first grade or the grade of the kindergartens in the first quarter only.
Hmm.
Ma'am Georgina. Saan si Ma'am Georgina?
Yes, ma'am.
What can you say? Tuloy niya. Nasabi naman niya na yung sa first, first grading, first quarter, ang sakop nung study niya.
Sa implementation.
Oo.
Ang
level of
katatapos lang Ma'am Marjorie.
Yes, ma'am. Katatapos lang po ng
first grading. Yes. Depende sa sitwasyon ninyo. Baka kasi nagko-cope pa yung mga teachers, hindi pa naiintindihan yung ginagawa, baka hindi nila mag-gauge yung nila, level ng implementation.
Kaya nga. Ano kaya ang magandang What if you look into the factors affecting the implementation of modular distance learning?
Factors, ma'am?
Oo. You look into the factors affecting the modular distance learning. Titingnan mo na doon kung yung mga kindergarten ay nakakasunod ba sa module nila kasi si mother na lang or parents na ang nagiging teacher. Ang tingnan mo doon is You can look into factors on the implementation of distance alternative distance learning. At yun ang magiging respondent mo dun ay teacher and parents.
Okay, ma'am.
Tapos saka mo titingnan yung academic performance nila ng mga bata sa language and numeracy.
Copy, ma'am.
Oo. Factors.
But okay, but can I ask question, ma'am? Pero dito sa questionnaires po, paano po siya?
Oo, Miss Marjorie, I know, I understand na nanghihinayang ka sa kasi meron ko nang questionnaire. From Batala 2020, this is a study.
Yes, ma'am.
Ito ni Ma'am Sir Batala, and Sir Batala is the district supervisor of
It is a present study, ma'am.
Dr. Batala is the district supervisor of Kayapa and who is also our guest faculty in the college. So, ibig sabihin, kinandak niya ito. Of course, saan siya nagkandak ng study? The same in Kayapa. That is for him to know the level of implementation. So, what you will be doing is the repetition of what Dr. Batala has done.
Tapos na ba siya?
District supervisor siya ng Kayapa. So, meron ng result ito.
Comment, Miss Marjorie.
Thank you, ma'am, for madams and for the input.
No, your comment kasi ano na pala ito. Ito nga na you adapted this from Batala. Ano yung difference nila dito sa study mo?
Sa kanila is the grade 4, ma'am, and for me is the kindergarten.
Sa grade.
But for Batala is in the Kayapa West District, and for me is in Kayapa East District, ma'am. Because there are 2 districts in our locality, ma'am.
So same din yung yung parang time frame niya?
Yes, ma'am. But I think almost done na po sila.
Oo, kaya lang pag titingnan mo din kasi yung iba yung sa respondents mo kindergarten talaga eh. Parang
Basic for management sa bagay.
Ano? What is the academic performance of the kindergarten pupils? Sige, Karot.
Academic performance na lang siguro kindergarten. Ay, hindi, kasi hindi nila mako-compare ang academic performance nila ng 2019 sa 2022.
Paano mo makukuha yung academic performance ng kindergarten pupils?
It is their grade in numeracy and literacy.
Oo. Ano yung kwan? Kailan nag-start ang kwan? School year? October. This October 5? Oh?
Depende.
Ay, October 5. October, November, December ngayon. And then,
tapos
hanggang kailan yan?
Hanggang June sila man.
May isa lang.
Sige. Let's just widen siguro yung if you would like to continue this study, then we would require you to, because the pupils cannot answer or respond to these indicators that you have mentioned. So instead that you will just be conducting in District 1 of Cayapa East, I mean, you include the kindergarten teachers of Cayapa West. So that it's there that we will see difference already on the implementation. Kasi 20 lang naman sila. Pag nagpa-meeting si Dr. Batala, o di, doon ka na mag-administer ng questionnaire.
See.
Ganyan.
Okay, ma'am. Copy po. But ma'am, hindi po kaya very broad yun kasi dalawang district yun, ma'am?
Hindi, kasi kukunti ang mga respondents mo.
You only have 20.
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi aalisin na natin ang pupils. Unless, doon ba sa study ni Sir Batala na include ang mga students?
Yes, ma'am.
Kasi
We have selected the pupils for grade 4.
Pero ano pag titingnan mo yung indicators mo, it's not the kindergarten. Yeah. So ito bang itong part 2 level of implementation, ang teachers ang sasagot nito?
Yes, ma'am.
Saan ang sasagutan ng
Part
mga
2 is the teacher and then the part 3 is for the pupils, ma'am.
Ano, academic performance.
Ano pa rin, teachers
Ano
and
ito? I-evaluate mo lang sa ano, wala kang direct na kukunin from the kindergarten learners.
Oo nga po pala kasi grade lang po. And then I think the teacher could give the numerical value.
Hindi mo kukunin yung numerical value sa mga teachers. Ito ay kukunin mo sa district, pero yung general sa district per school. Tapos titingnan mo yung weighted average ng academic performance ng district Cayapa East at Cayapa West. Para masagot mo yung the level of implementation of modular distance with the academic performance of pupils in Cayapa East and Cayapa West. Magiging ganun na yung statement of the problem mo.
I see. Got po, ma'am.
Yan, ma'am. Okay. So let us look into your paradigm of the study so that we can finish. So your independent variable is mag-IPO ka na lang, ma'am.
Independent variable is the
mag-input, process, output ka.
Okay.
So your input would be the profile of the respondents and the indicators on the modular distance learning.
I copy now. Thank you po.
Yes, and your process is the level of implementation of number 1, 2, 3, 4. Isa pa pala doon sa input mo is the academic performance.
Okay. Profile and academic, ma'am.
Yeah, and then your output would be management policy or management intervention on modular distance learning.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Based on what will be the result later. So if that is your paradigm of the study, your statement of the problem is what is the profile of the kinder teachers in Cayapa East and West, Cayapa West districts in terms of age, gender, wala.
Dalhin mo na yung ethnicity.
Oo.
Okay, sige. Crush ko na po yung ethnicity.
Highest educational attainment. Present position. Anong ibig sabihin ng present position, ma'am?
If you are master teacher or teacher 1 to 3, ma'am.
Or rank na lang.
Or rank, okay po.
Monthly income.
Wag na yan.
Yeah. Years of teaching experience.
Okay.
And then after number 1, what is the level of implementation of modular distance learning in different components? So yan na. Ang ipresent mo later na table na gusto naming makita dito is comparing the result of Kaya pa East and Kaya pa West on those 4 components.
Okay po.
Oo. Followed by inferential question. Is there a significant difference on the level of implementation of the modular distance learning in different components when the respondents are grouped according to their profile variable? Then number 4, what is the academic performance of the kindergarten pupil respondents along literacy and numeracy? And then is number 5 question would be, is there a significant or is there a relationship on the level of implementation of modular distance learning with the academic performance of the pupils? Nagets?
Okay, copy, ma'am.
Nakuha?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then
Ma'am, doon pala sa third question mo. Hindi ka po na-gets po.
nagets ng recorder.
Okay.
What intervention could be or what management intervention can be proposed?
Income, Jeng, naisali mo when according to their profile also. Baka naman may difference.
Okay, question number 3, ma'am. Okay, so that is your SOP, your methodology. You already follow what is mentioned in the SOP, and then the research environment similarly must be rewritten. And your respondents, you have to identify how many are teachers in or how many schools are there in Cayapa West. The data gathering procedure will be checked later on how did you conduct the study. Okay. Then other comments on your introduction, theoretical framework or conceptual framework will be written on the matrix of recommendations.
Ma'am Georgina, do you have something to say?
Ma'am, okay na. Pero ayun, kailangan i-focus ng first grading as what Ma'am Marjorie said. Kasi by January, there is already an advance information that they will have the pilot testing for the face-to-face, especially for stage 1. Stage 1 is the kinder and grade 1.
Oh, okay.
By January.
Oo. So, ilagay mo na din, Marjorie, yun. I-specify mo na yung coverage niya, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yung coverage po ng
study.
Testing, ma'am.
Oh.
Okay po.
Okay. So, thank you, Miss Marjorie, and we look forward to seeing you during your presentation of your findings.
Okay.
Yun na yung next, di ba? Oo. Sige.
Very
Thank
much
you,
po,
Miss
madam.
Marjorie.
Thank you po. Thank you very
Okay,
much and God bless.
God bless you and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and Happy
Makahinga ka na ngayon.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, sige.
Thank you po.
Miss Roxanne, sino na ang next natin? Meron pa? Okay. Who is our next presenter? Isang Monte, ang final pass, di ba?
Summit din. Roxanne. Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sa Monte kasi andito na si advisor niya. Si Sir Elmer.
Miss Samonte, please proceed with your presentation. Damot kan kanya.
Ay, omen. Rodora takay, adapay basona. Ayo. Sir Elmer, meron ba yung advice niyo?
Yes ma'am, meron po siya.
Oh, we cannot hear you, Ma'am Allison. One moment po. Ano next ma'am? Ni? Final. Sino ba? Solano. Solano, ma'am, next. Wala yung dalawang ano. Wingerud, ma'am. Kini missing. Ma'am Roxanne. Novea. Novea, can you hear me? Where are the hagat staff? Ma'am Allison? Can we give already our comments on the introduction? And it follows until the end of your paper.
Yeah. Dr. Jeng Jeng will already proceed with the remarks and comments. Anyway, there's already a review of a copy of your proposal, no, Miss Allison? I hope that you will listen. Oh, sige. Anyway, andito yung advisor. Okay, sige. Please proceed, Dr. Jeng Jeng.
Okay, good afternoon, Sir Elmer. Thank you for being with us. And hello, Ma'am Allison. Here are the comments for your introduction. You have to use funnel type discussion. Give an introduction about FOI as seen from the international level. So how do other people in the other countries define or describe FOI? What are the studies in the other countries, or what government or media tells about FOI? Then coming to the national setting, how do we also define FOI? Are there studies conducted already or laws that were passed for us to loop it with or for us to loop it with the transparency? Because I see in your introduction that there is no sequence of the presentation, though you were able to mention there about the FOI, but since your title is on the implementation of freedom of information in BGMPs, then it follows that the content words are to be discussed first in your introduction. Then are there regional practices or studies on FOI? Then if none, that is prompting you so that you can give us now the idea that you are studying FOI implementation in Benguet, so that you can see how are also the practices or implementation of it. Number three, you use the paragraph form in your introduction. We are not using subheadings. And in funneling your introduction, you will be able to establish the need to conduct the study. So the presentation did not emphasize the need of why you are to conduct this study. Then last is the observe at least 50 references, including those that you will be placing it in the conceptual framework. For the theoretical and conceptual framework, you choose only a framework you will use in the study. Would you be using a theory or you would be using concepts? If it's concepts, it's more on giving us studies conducted on FOI, while if it's theory, is there a theory on the FOI that you can give as so that it's there that you will anchor the study. For the paradigm of the study, we have seen here your input, process, output. Your input would be, yes, the profile, then the implementation of freedom of information on the different areas on receiving, B, and C. For your process, level of implementation of FOI and degree of concerns and issues in the implementation of a degree of seriousness, I mean, of concerns and issues in the implementation of FOI. Then your output, a proposed policy to improve the implementation of FOI in case that you will find out later that there are low implementation and degree of seriousness. So if that is the paradigm, your SOP would be number one, what is the profile of the respondents according to sex? Kung sex, mas marami ba talaga? Pwede ba yung aggregate ng male and female? May difference ba talaga doon or still the BJMP is dominated by male? Kasi baka hindi rin lang ito significant later. Sir Elmer. Kasi hindi natin marinig si Ma'am Allison.
Ma'am, she has the comment dominated by male po siya. So,
natin yung sex doon.
sige po ma'am.
It's siguro to age.
Yes.
Sige po.
So, the profile of the respondents according to age, length of service, educational background. Tingnan din siguro natin, we have to add here profile on rank kasi implementation of FOI. Yung kanilang rank, kung sila ba, may ranking din sa BJMP. Tapos, you include here the station assignment, kung saan siya naka-station para makita rin natin later yung implementation saang station mas strict or mas yung degree of seriousness ay mababa, mataas, ganun. Then district affiliation, I included here district affiliation because in the research environment you included district 1 and 2, so we can also place there in the profile. And then classification perhaps of station, if it's municipal or provincial, or iisa lang naman ang provincial natin kaso maraming respondents doon sa province compared sa municipality. But we will see if that will be taken later sa classification. So that's for number 1 question. Number 2 would be, what is the level of implementation of freedom of information in the BJMP's Benguet according to receiving A, B, C? That's correct. Then number 3, is there a significant difference in the level of implementation of FOI, Benguet, when respondents are grouped by profile variable? Next question would be, what is the degree of perceived concerns and issues in the implementation? And then followed by, is there a significant difference in the degree of perceived concerns, issues in the implementation of FOI in the BJMP Benguet according to respondents' profile variable? And last, 6, what policies can be proposed to improve the implementation? Should there be no makita tayong to JNT findings. So there would only be 6 SOPs. It follows your null hypothesis. You give only 2 null hypothesis for the inferential questions. So your methodology would be quantitative descriptive. This is what I am telling a while ago. You have said assignment of respondents. Kaso sa environment mo, sinabi mo dito, District 1 and District 2. Pero yung assignment of respondents mo ay Itogon, Atok. District 1 lang pala. Ay, meron namang Kabayan. Okay. So you have to, in your respondents, Ma'am Allison, you separate District 1 and District 2 in your table presentation. So you have said here your questionnaire is adapted the data gathering. Okay, the instrument. Specify to whom you borrowed the survey instrument. Yun lang doon sa survey instrument. That's all.
Last observation lang doon sa statistical treatment of the data. I would want to see also on the scales, doon sa Likert scale niya, on a description or meaning of the level of implementation, no? And even on the degree of seriousness, no? Ano yung meaning ng very serious? Ano yung moderately serious? Slightly serious and not serious. Yan lang. Okay. Kay Ma'am Georgina.
Hello, ma'am. Ipapasend ko na lang kay Roxanne yung soft copy. Paper review na lang ako. Wala akong kopya.
Okay, ma'am. Sige. Miss Roxanne, tingnan mo na lang yung comments ni Ma'am Georgina and give a copy to Miss Allison Samonte. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Allison, and the advisor, Mr. Elmer Montino. Thank you for guiding our student, no? And we expect that you will still continue guiding her and giving her pieces of advice to complete her study. Okay, thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, ma'am.
So if Ma'am Grace Solano is ready, we can proceed.
Hello, good evening po. Good evening, madams. Good evening, sir. So,
implementation.
Where is that? The title of my study is the implementation of the Upper Amburayan River System Water Quality Management Area Plan for calendar year 2018 to 2028. So for my introduction, the rivers, which is the most important natural resources for human consumption and development, provides an ecosystem services such as freshwater sources for domestic and agricultural consumption, water regulation, primary production, as well as transportation and recreation purposes. But due to human activities, our rivers gradually altered the inland water ecosystem and its catchments. And these human activities include the land conversion, sand and gravel extraction, indiscriminate disposal of agriculture and industrial waste to water bodies. So it is necessary to determine the water quality and evaluate its impacts and provide measures to mitigate these problems. So in our country, we are endowed with the rich natural resources, including water, and we have 18 major river basins, and 421 principal rivers and 79 natural lakes. So the Environmental Management Bureau has classified 824 water bodies out of the identified 1,019 water bodies nationwide according to their beneficial use. So out of the classified 824 water bodies, 5 are classified as Class AA, which are intended for public water supply. And most water bodies are classified as Class B, which are intended for fishery, recreation, and supply for manufacturing processes. So in response to the growing pollution problem of water quality, the government has enacted Republic Act number 9275, which is the Philippine Clean Water Act of 2004, with its implementing rules and regulations, which is DAO 2005-10. The Republic Act requires an integrated approach, stronger collaboration among stakeholders, and promotion of co-ownership of the water bodies. And it is a basic law on water quality management in the Philippines, which is implemented by the Environmental Management Bureau, which is a line bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So in RA 9275, Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 5, the designation of a water quality management area was discussed, wherein this water quality management area, or the WACMA, is a holistic national program of the government on water quality management, and it allows the formulation and implementation of focused interventions or actions designed to address specific water quality issues of the designated area, ensuring that the Clean Water Act is enforced and water quality is improved. So in the Cordillera Administrative Region, we have 3 water quality management areas that were approved, which is the Balili River, Boed River System, and the Upper Amburayan System. And for this study, I will be focusing on the Upper Amburayan River System water quality management area. So the Upper Amburayan River System was classified as Class B freshwaters, which is a recreational water class 1, and it is intended for primary contact recreation such as bathing, swimming, and the like. It was also designated as a water quality management area in January 26, 2018 by virtue of Department Administrative Order 2018-02. The local government units within the Upper Amburayan River System WACMA are expected to implement a 10-year water quality management area plan, adding their compliance scheme. So this 10-year WACMA plan was prepared by technical working groups, of representatives from EMB CAR, the Provincial LGU Benguet, representatives from the municipalities of Atok, Bacon, Bugyas, Kapangan, Kibungan, and Tublay, line agencies such as DA-CAR, NIA-CAR, DPWH-CAR, and the Academe, namely BSU and UP Baguio, before the designation of the Upper Amburayan River System as WACMA. So the 10-year plan aims to improve the water quality of Upper Amburayan River, which is to increase and sustain the number of aquatic resources, and increase forest cover and preserve remaining biodiversity.
That in the accomplishment report.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Grace, can you
Yes,
proceed
ma'am.
to the presentation of the paradigm of the study?
Yes, ma'am. For the paradigm of the study, we use the independent and dependent variables are related and interconnected to one another. So the independent variables would include the profile of the respondents, the sex, age, and ethnicity, level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River System WACMA, and level of implementation of the compliance plan of LGUs.
Hello, sorry Miss Grace to interrupt you. Yung paradigm of the study, the same ba dito sa copy that we have? Because in your paradigm of the study, you you indicated here the IPO, the input process output, but what you are presenting, yan na. Okay.
Yes, pa.
Oo. So, yung explanation mo doon would show the relationship of your input process output, ha? Hindi yung independent variable and dependent variable.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, yan na lang ang explain mo.
Yes, ma'am. Yung input po, ma'am, would be the profile of the respondents in terms of sex, age, and ethnicity, and then the level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River System WACMA, level of implementation of the compliance plan of LGUs within the Upper Amburayan River System WACMA, and the factors affecting the implementation of the Upper Amburayan River System WACMA. So in the process, we will be using a survey questionnaire, primary and secondary data, and data analysis. And the output will be the implementation of the Upper Amburayan System Water Quality Management Plan for CY 2018 to 2028. And then I placed the outcome. The outcome of this one would be the proposed interventions of the improvement of the Upper Amburayan River System WACMA implementation. Yes, ma'am.
May I ask if you have a copy of your questionnaire, the survey questionnaire that you will be using to gather your data?
Ma'am, I still don't have it, ma'am.
Oh, oo. Nabasa mo dito mo. Sige, you proceed with your statement of the problem. Sige nga, explain mo nga yung input mo, anong relationship niya doon sa output mo. Tsaka yung output mo na is yung proposed intervention mo na.
Yes, ma'am. Proposed intervention.
Level of awareness of the respondents. Level of implementation of the compliance plan of
Happy birthday!
Sige, Miss Grace, please continue your presentation. Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry.
Miss Roxanne, kindly mute your mute your audio. Si Roxanne ba yan?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, for the statement of the problem na po, ma'am. For the statement of the problem, I have eight here, and one is what is the profile of the respondents in terms of sex, age, and ethnicity? What is the level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River system as WACMA? Is there a significant, number three, is there a significant relationship between the level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA and the respondents' profiles? Number four, what is the perceived level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA 10-year plan by the respondents? Number five, is there a significant difference between the level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA 10-year plan as perceived by the respondents and the profiles of the respondents? Number six, is there a significant difference between the perceived level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA 10-year plan and level of awareness of respondents? What are the factors affecting the implementation of WACMA? That's number seven. And number eight is the what intervention program can be proposed for the improvement of the implementation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA 10-year plan? So for my null hypothesis, there is no significant relationship between the level of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA and the respondents' profile. Number two, there is no significant difference between the level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA 10-year plan as perceived by the respondents and the profiles of the respondents. And there is no significant difference between the perceived level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River system WACMA plan and level of awareness of the respondents. So for my methodology, I'll be using the research method. The study will make use of the descriptive survey method of research, which will describe characteristics of a population or phenomenon being studied, and is a common means of obtaining information with the use of questionnaire, personal interviews with the aid of study guide, or interview schedule and observation. For the research environment, the study will be conducted in the 6 municipalities covered by the Upper Amburayan River. And this is actually the map of the designated Upper Amburayan River WACMA. So the 6 municipalities are Bacon, Kibungan, Kapangan, Atok, and Tublay, and Bugyas. There's a part here in Bugyas, only in Natublang. So for the respondents, the number of target population of respondents will be based on the percentage of the area which is actually covered by the Upper Amburayan River system, WACMA. So
what do you mean? Paano mo ma-identify yung population mo, yung sample population mo with that?
Ma'am, kasi po yung for example in Bugyas, it is only in Natublang. Natublang is the only barangay that is covered in Bugyas. which was included in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River System. So yung population lang po ng Natublang, yun po ang kukunin ko, ma'am.
Sige, please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. So for the data gathering procedure, I will secure a permit to study in the study areas in Atok, Bacon, Bugyas, Kapangan, Kibungan, and Tublay. And the research ethics will be observed before, during, and after the conduct of data gathering. So the research instrument will utilize a survey questionnaire that will be anchored on the stated problems of the study. So there will be 4 parts. Part 1 will be the profile of the respondents. Part 2, level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River System, WACMA. Part 3, level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River System, WACMA. And then part 4 will be the factors affecting the implementation of the Upper Amburayan River System, WACMA.
Oh. Okay din dyan. Nandito na ako sa sinabi.
And then for the statistical treatment, the data will be tabulated and analyzed using the descriptive analysis such as the frequency counts, percentage, and other appropriate statistical tools. For the part 1, the profile of the residents, the data will be analyzed according to frequency and percentage that will be applied. For part 2, level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the Upper Amburayan River System, WACMA, the mean will be determined using the 4 Likert scale. Part 3, level of implementation of the Upper Amburayan River System, WACMA, the mean will be determined also using the 4 Likert scale. And then for part 4, factors affecting the implementation of Upper Amburayan River System, WACMA, the frequency and ranking will be determined. So this will be the table, ma'am, for the level of awareness and then level of implementation also.
Thank you, Ms. Solano. Ayan. Okay. Oo. Ma'am Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano yung kwan? Because your study is on the implementation of the Upper Amburayan River System Water Quality Management Area Management Plan. I'm curious kung are you a part of the agency in charge of the implementation of this plan?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are the
I work in the EMB. I work in EMB. So we are the implementing agency of this WACMA. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because ang curious lang ako kasi what if you were able to get the level of awareness of the respondents, and what if you know the level of implementation, and what is the implication, and what would be your ultimate output, and what would be your personality to be recommending some actions to address the gaps or the issues that may arise from your study, ano? So yun yung nakita kong or observation ko at saka comment ko kung bakit kaya ito yung napili mong study. But anyway, sabi mo you are part pala of the implementing agency as employee of the EMB, ano?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Sige, si Dr. Jeng Jeng would share also her inputs later. Pero ang sa akin, yung comment ko lang, curiosity, kasi sabi mo, what is the level of awareness of the respondents in the designation of the UARS, the Upper Amburayan River System. And this is a plan, no? 2018, covering 2018 to 2028.
Yes po. Yes, ma'am.
Oo. Yung bang pag nalaman mo yung awareness ng mga tao, kasi yung respondents mo are the populace, no? Of
Yes,
the
ma'am.
6 areas. So, ano yung implication kung nakuha mo yung level of awareness? Would that affect the effectiveness of the plan?
Yes, ma'am. Because at least pag nakuha na namin yung level of awareness, ma'am, kasi as to our experience in the two WACMAS kasi, ma'am, parang hanggang ngayon kasi, ma'am, hindi pa masyadong aware yung mga tao sa mga designated WACMAS nila. So dito po kasi sa Upper Amburayan River System, since it is still the youngest na designated WACMA, ang sa akin lang po kasi, ma'am, gusto kong maano sana kung gaano ka-aware yung mga populace, kasi every time po na may magpapamiting kami, may mga nagtatanong, ano ba yung WACMA? Mga ganun po, ma'am. May mga nagtatanong pa pong ganun. And then, hindi pa po nila alam yung mga mechanics within the WACMA, kung ano yung mga ginagawa namin, which is included in the 10-year plan po. So at least po pag nalaman po namin as early as now, makokorek po namin yung mga nasa 10-year management plan po. So as to, yes po, ma'am.
Okay. And yung number 4 mo na statement of the problem is the perceived level of implementation by the respondents. So kung ano yung paningin nila or pananaw nila sa level of implementation nung 10-year plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Baka pati yung plan hindi sila aware na may plan nga. So paano nila malalaman na yung plan is being implemented? Kaya
kasi
importante din na makita sana namin yung questionnaire mo.
Yes.
Ano yung mga activities doon? At saka ano yung timeline per activity, the strategies to accomplish the activity?
Yes po.
Kasi yung respondent ang yung mga tao ang kukuhanan mo ng perception ng level of implementation niya.
Yes, ma'am.
To assess the social and environmental impact in the implementation of the plan year, page 11.
The impact. Okay. Sige nga, i-con natin, i-digest natin kasi sa page 11 mo, it says here, the study aims to assess the social and environmental impact in the implementation of the 10-year WACMA management plan. Kasi sa aking, as to my experience and as to readings, makukuha mo ang impact when you implement a plan for a longer period of time, no? Oh. So makukuha mo lang kasi ang impact is refers to a long term, no? Yung effect niya talaga doon sa constituents or sa place, no? Doon sa area of your study. Pero nagtutugma ba yung sinabi mo dito sa intro mo? Yung aim ng study mo doon sa SOP mo? Parang hindi ko makita na you are ascertaining the impact of the 10-year WACMA management plan doon sa SOP mo. So, kindly make up your mind and kung ano talaga yung gusto mo. Pero I think yung talagang gusto mo is to get the awareness and the level of implementation as perceived by the respondents. So hindi siguro palitan mo niyo po yung study aims to assess the social and environmental impact kasi you cannot get yet that unless na natapos na yung implementation ng plan. We can see that the implementation is 2018 to 2028. So you cannot really assess yet the impact, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Si Dr. Jeng Jeng will share also her inputs.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Hello, Ma'am Grace.
Hello, ma'am.
We have learned that you are part of the implementation. Of course, you have already a knowledge how are the activities or what are the activities conducted in relation to the orientation of the people in these municipalities about WACMA. So you have already conducted the orientations or none yet?
Ma'am, can I make elaborations? Kasi since yung parang history po kasi ng designation of the Upper Amburayan River System, it was actually the JVO, the Jaime V. Ongpin Foundation, who pushed the designation of this of the Upper Amburayan River System. So what we all only contributed during the process was the water quality. It is the office which analyzed the water samples. But as to the orientation, as to the meetings, we only attended some of the meetings. However, during the meetings conducted by the JVO, some people, some people from the barangays cannot yet understand what the water quality management area is, and why is the Upper Amburayan River System being designated as such. So I think that was not corrected until it was already designated as WACMA. So parang ma'am kasi parang kulang pa rin yung orientation, maski po pumupunta kami pa rin ngayon na hawak na namin yan, yung Upper Amburayan River System WACMA. Even if we go for meetings, I don't know if they don't want to accept that the river system is under WACMA.
Yes,
or talagang hindi po nila maintindihan yung WACMA 10-year plan.
Okay, so it's good you mentioned about that, ma'am, because it's useless looking into the awareness if they are really zero knowledge. Mag-arrive ka lang talaga din sa zero. Already initial orientation conducted and now you would like to see again their level of awareness.
Yes, ma'am.
So your input, okay na ma'am? Your input would be the profile and the UARS WACMA. Your process would be the level of awareness that you will be getting and the level of implementation and factors affecting the implementation. Your output would be your outcome. Wala nang output. I mean, wala nang outcome. Kasi yung outcome mo, yan na ang magiging output mo. So that's the IPO.
Yes, ma'am.
Implementation of upper. So magiging a proposed intervention. Siguro pag mababa ang level of awareness, what can you propose as activities? If mababa ang implementation, those are the things that you will be addressing based on the result later.
Yes, ma'am.
So for your statement of the problem, we can retain number 1. So sex, age, ethnicity. Ethnicity. Agsasabali ba ti ethnicity dagita involve?
And that would that have an implication? Tanggalin na lang yung ethnicity, ma'am.
Sige.
Yes, ma'am.
Palitan na lang natin ng, because you are to include how many municipalities, Kapangan, Atok, and Kibungan. Municipalities na lang siguro para makikita mo later who has higher awareness and higher level of implementation by comparing the respondents as to municipalities.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano pa ba ang pwede nating ilagay dito? So number 2, what is, yes ma'am.
Pwede ring kasi as perceived by the respondents, baka you can also have a perception of the management, you as part of the implementing agency. Pwede?
As one SOP.
Oo.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Kasi para sa akin it does not matter if you know the level of implementation kung yung mga implementors would not act on the 10-year plan. So why don't you also get the perception of the implementing agency, those who are concerned, directly concerned on the implementation?
Yes, ma'am.
Anong division, ma'am, ang directly involved dyan?
Sa ano po, ambient monitoring system po.
Ma-identify mo ba kung sino ang mga key informants mo doon?
Yes po, ma'am.
Oo. Sige. So, will you include that?
Ay, sige po, ma'am.
Oo, para pwede mo ring comparison, ma-validate din yung sagot ng mga respondents, no?
Okay.
Oo.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige.
Ang magiging profile mo na dyan, profile of respondents. Parang, how do we call this one? Local respondents and management respondents. Magiging ganun na, ma'am. Yung profile mo would be divided into 1.1, Sir Elmer, how can we give a description for the local respondents, like those people from Atok?
But ma'am, going back to the implementers, I think, ma'am Grace, it's not only the EMB that is implementing the plan. As we discussed before, you mentioned that also the MLGUs are members or part of the implementing body. Yes.
Yes po, sir. Oops.
So if we include the implementing agency or the management, so we include the direct implementors within the MLGUs, which is, I think, the municipal environment officers, plus the management within the EMB in your unit, I think, in your section.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know, Ma'am Jenny, if we will be having two groups of respondents, the implementers and then the how to call them recipients or beneficiaries. I don't know, Ma'am.
Oo.
Uh,
So 1.1 could be the beneficiaries. Ganyan, ma'am. And 1.2 would be implementers. Of course, if the under beneficiaries, you would be getting already their sex, age, and the municipality.
Yes, ma'am.
And similarly with the implementers. Para pagpasok mo sa question number 2, what is the level of awareness of respondents in the designation of URS WACMA as perceived by beneficiaries 2.2 implementers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. 2.2 implementers. And then for number 3, is there a significant relationship? No, significant difference between the level of awareness of respondents when grouped according to profile variable and yes, and respondents classification. Nakuha, ma'am?
Yes po. Yes, ma'am.
So, respondents, awareness of respondents when grouped by variable or profile variable and classification.
Yes po.
Then number 4, what is the perceived level of implementation? The same. You follow by beneficiaries and implementers. So my 4.1 ka, 4.2. Then the inferential question would be, is there a significant difference between the level of implementation of the 10-year plan when respondents are grouped by classification, by respondents classification na lang. When respondents are, wait. When respondents are classified as beneficiaries or implementers.
Are classified as beneficiaries and implementers.
Okay. Then you look into the relationship of, so is number 6 would be, is there a significant relationship between the perceived level of implementation and the level of awareness, so that you can see if the higher the awareness is, the higher ba ang implementation. So may relationship ba nun?
Yes, ma'am. And the level of awareness.
What are the factors affecting the implementation? And 8, what intervention program can be proposed? Now, our problem is we have not seen your questionnaire. If you could show us, we can give our comments, further comments on that.
Yes po, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that you were able to jot down the comments and the remarks of Dr. Jeng. Doon sa statistical treatment, pareho din yung comment ko with the other presenters a while back. Please include a description doon sa Likert scale mo kung ano ang ibig sabihin nung not aware, moderately aware, very aware, highly aware, and very poorly implemented, moderately, and highly implemented para makita natin yung difference nung mga levels na ito. Ano?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige. Siguro, paano yon yung questionnaire mo? Do you have a questionnaire or gagawa ka pa?
Ma'am, gagawa pa po ako.
Sige, sige. Sige.
Yes, ma'am.
Wala bang study noon na similar study on the implementation of plans?
Ma'am, wala po kasi.
Wala doon sa kwan kasi sabi mo, di ba may upper and lower?
Yes, ma'am. May upper and lower. Sa lower po kasi, ma'am, wala din po silang study on the
Tapos sinabi mo kasi na ito yung pinaka-latest na added na sa WACMA.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige. Okay. Congratulations in advance. And we look forward to seeing you and meeting you again during your presentation of your findings or the results of your study. Hopefully, ipagpatuloy niyo po. And
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you to your advisor. And we also hope that the advisor will guide you through to improve your proposal and the presentation of your discussion later on.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am.
And ang talagang bottleneck mo dyan is on how you could come up with a good questionnaire.
Yes po. Thank you po, ma'am.
Ma'am Georgina, our external evaluator also. Present pa po.
Yes, ma'am.
Ayan. Sige, Ma'am Georgina, you can share your inputs kung meron po.
Ay, may ika-clarify lang ako, ma'am.
Yan po.
Yun sa respondents, kasi based on the population of the 6 municipalities that you have mentioned, how will you get this sampling? Will it be random or it would be purposive? Because you have mentioned that there was previously conducted na orientation, although you are not sure if they are aware with the yung WACMA. So, is there a need that we will have purposive sampling or qualification of respondents? Or random na lang kasi
baka random na lang siguro, ma'am.
Kasi parang wala ring effect yung previously conducted na orientation, ma'am.
Yes po, ma'am. Tsaka po, ma'am, kasi papalit-palit din yung mga yung mga officials din. So even the barangay or municipal officials are in a are not well versed on the WACMA activities.
Yan po, ma'am. So wala po, ma'am. Yan, ma'am.
Okay. So, clarified po kayo, Miss Miss Grace?
Yes, ma'am.
On how would you identify your respondents, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige. Okay na yata. Anyway, meron na mga may summary of the comments of the panels, no? Sige, thank you so much and congratulations in advance. Merry Christmas to you, Ma'am Grace.
Thank you din po, ma'am. Yes po. Thank you din po, ma'am. Merry Christmas din po and stay safe po.
Sige, keep safe and healthy. Sige,
Yes,
bye-bye.
Bye po.
Okay, meron pa ba?
May isa pa, ma'am.
Sige, sino yung isa?
Pakulan. Pakulan.
Good eve po.
Hi, good evening. So you are Miss?
I am Miss Evelyn Pakulan po.
What is your program?
My title is about digital
Ano yun?
citizenship.
MAED ka?
Yes, ma'am.
For proposal, no?
Ma'am, final defense na po.
Oh, sige. Sige. Kindly proceed and share your screen.
Yes. Agree.
Using phone.
Yun. I'm using phone, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, makita po?
Oo, sige. Pagtiyagaan namin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So, ayun. Makita ba?
Makita mi.
Ay. Ayun. Okay. So, my title, ma'am, is on digital citizenship and ICT competency level of elementary teachers of La Trinidad Benguet, ma'am. And
Pwede mo bang maipakita yung comments or recommendations ng panel mo noon?
ma'am, yes, I can show it.
Sige.
Oo.
Slide.
Data, ma'am. Basit.
Okay, please proceed.
Ma'am, that my title was revised. It was changed to digital citizenship and IT competency level of elementary teachers of La Trinidad, ma'am. And all of the, including the paradigm of the study, the statement of the problem, the hypothesis, and the scale interpretation, those were the recommendations of the first panelist, ma'am. Isutiin ko ada, ma'am.
Manuti ko, variable mo ita-input mo, profile of the teachers.
Profile of the teachers as to age, sex, and length of service, ma'am.
Ano pa?
Ma'am, di lang.
Oh.
Ma'am, sorry, nagkamali ako dyan. Ayan, tikwa. So, mainikat mi, ma'am.
Ayun niya, DJ.
Data lang, ma'am.
Okay.
And the process, we have professional development on digital citizenship. Digital citizenship in terms of respect yourself, educate yourself, protect yourself. And number 3, ICT competencies. And number 4, issues and concerns. In the output, we have intervention programs to improve the digital citizenship and ICT competencies of teachers, ma'am. We have the statement of the problem. Number 1 is, what is the profile of the teachers in terms of age, sex, and length of service? Number 2, what is the level of adequacy of the teachers' professional development on digital citizenship competencies? Number 3, is there significant difference between the level of adequacy and profile variables? Number 4, what are the teachers' level of digital citizenship of the teachers in terms of respect yourself, educate yourself, and protect yourself? Number 5, is there significant difference in the level of teachers' digital citizenship profile variable? 6, is there significant relationship between professional development and digital citizenship competencies? 7, what are the performance of teachers in the ICT competency assessment? 8, is there significant relationship in the digital citizenship competency and the ICT competencies? 9, is there significant there's significant relationship on the adequacy of teachers' professional development and performance in ICT competency assessment. And 10, what are the challenges faced by teachers in a pursuit to dual citizenship? 11, what intervention program is proposed to enhance digital citizenship of teachers? For the result and discussion, we have the profile of respondents under profile A, respondents, teachers, age. According to age, ala, ano eh? Age 36 to 45, we have 36.0%. And sex, we have female. Sorry, ma'am. There are more female than male. And in the length of service, we have 62 below 10. In the length of service below 10 years, we have 62. We're in 49.6%. Next, we have the next level of adequacy of professional development on digital citizenship competencies. We can see that in the descriptive equivalent, the descriptive equivalent is moderately, the average weighted mean is moderately adequate, ma'am. And the highest is, we have digital communication.
Pakulan?
Yes, ma'am.
We realize na it difficult because we do not have a hard copy of your manuscript. At masyadong maliliit talaga yung text mo. So, if Ma'am Georgine agrees also that we will just have a table evaluation of your paper, and then we will just give and a copy of the remarks or our comments and recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Georgina, can you say something kung we will proceed or we will just have our table evaluation?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have also the hard copy, ma'am. I have only the soft copy, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige, so ganun na lang, Miss Pakulan, no?
Yes, ma'am.
We would like to congratulate you for coming up with this study, and we hope to see a substantial result and a very comprehensive discussion, no, of
yes, ma'am.
study. Okay. Sige.
Yes, ma'am.
Sino
Thank you,
pala yung
ma'am.
advisor mo?
Ma'am, si Ma'am Leonora Calixto, ma'am. Doktora Leonora Calixto.
Wala dito, ano?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige. All right. Dr. Jeng Jeng, you have other reflection?
We received already your soft copies. And
yes, ma'am.
Looking into it bukas siguro so that we can give already the comments later to Roxanne so that you can proceed because you are doing your final defense.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, with the time that we discuss with So that's it for me. Thank you so much, Roxanne. I will be scanning tomorrow the what you have taken down notes with the oral
defense
the panel of evaluators. Roxanne?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to everyone. Ma'am Georgina, salamat for
Thank
staying
you
with
din, ma'am.
us.
Yes.
We extended our time, but indeed, this is a productive day before Christmas Day. Congratulations to all, and thank you also to Hagat Events for facilitating this presentation, and to the College of Distance Education headed by our Dean, Dr. Jeng Jeng Bolintao. Thank you for making this happen. So, again, Merry Christmas and a blessed New Year to everyone. Sige. Permission to leave.
Nawanin? Nawanin?